خالفتم أقوال الشيوخ فأنتم.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Welcome back to a brand new live stream. For those wondering if this is an upload or not, this is not, upload, a re upload. This is not a re upload. This is part two of the stream. We started reacting to the recent discussion with IP and the other Christian flip flops. We went through about an hour and something, and we're just gonna try to get through everything. Okay. But before that, man, there's a lot going on the internet, man, as you guys probably know. Just want to make it clear for everybody watching. The Orthodox Muslim is just here to give dawah. I don't care about anyone's drama. Don't care about any, personal conflict. I don't care. You guys can do that. I'm good. I want to focus on Christianity, Judaism, Islam, reading my books, giving the dawah. I don't have any personal grudges against anyone. If somebody has wronged me and oppressed me, if my brother has oppressed me, then I forgive my brother for the sake of Allah. And I don't hold it against anyone. And I wish everybody success. And I wish everybody love. And inshallah, we could unite upon the truth and not upon falsehood. That's it. That's it, guys. That's it. We need to be harsh against the cross-lickers, man. Sorry to say. Maybe that's a bit hard. But we need to be harsh against the Christians and the non-Muslims and the Jews. That's what I'm here for. I'm not here for any personal issues, for your drama. Don't care. Don't care. Don't want anything to do with it. So, yeah. Hopefully that's clear. Okay. Just doing my live streams, man, on YouTube, on TikTok, getting my content out there, trying to make a difference. Don't care about any drama, man. Alhamdulillah, I'm going to repeat it again. No personal grudges from me. If my brother has oppressed me, then I forgive my brother for the sake of Allah. No personal grudges. Okay? No Smurfiano today, man. No, no Smurfiano. I'm flattered, guys. Look at that. I'm flattered. People are telling me I'm looking slimmer. The diet is working. Come on, man. Hey, that's the kind of motivation I need, man. That's the kind of motivation. Guys, that's what we need to be doing. We need to be hitting the gym and worrying about, disproving the kuffar, man. We need to, that's what we need to worry about, man. You know what I'm saying? Prime Unk coming soon, man. Thank you, guys. I appreciate your kindness. Thank you for your kind words. They really motivate me to, continue. God bless you, my dear brother. Barakallah feek. Habibi, thank you so much for the support. I appreciate it. MMMM underscore MM says, May Allah bless you and Dean Leafy and all the du'at. Please don't get astray. Please don't let any fame or money change your heart. Wallahi, change happens suddenly. يا مثبت القلوب ثبت قلوبنا على دينك. اللهم آمين يا رب العالمين. This is one of the most dangerous things when you're in this field. Ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to allow our intentions to be pure, to rectify our intentions if they have moved away, allow us to renew our intentions, allow us to ponder internally and see what is going on in our hearts. And ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that He continues using us and that He does not replace us, because we are in need of Him and He is not in need of us. We are poor and He is rich. We have nothing and everything comes from Him. And that's the reality. Thank you so much for the beautiful reminder, my brother. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hey, Libiano, just subscribed on Patreon and sent you a DM. Love your work and passion. Would be great to stay in touch. Please check it out when you can. Assalamu alaikum, voice crack. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, my brother. I'll make sure to check it out. Sorry, I didn't see it. I'll make sure to check it out. Barakallahu feek. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, 1 second. Hold on. One sec. Hey man, shout out my brother. Leafy was here. What's going on, Leafy? If you want to join us in today's review, you're more than welcome, my brother. Anytime. Sorry, guys. I was just responding to an important text message. May Allah bless you and Dean. You guys have done great work tearing apart kuffar apologists, elevating truth, and refuting falsehood. Thank you, my brother. Barakallahu feek. I appreciate your kindness. And thank you for tuning in. Leafy and Dean, I'm about to send you guys the link in a second. What's a starter pack books to get like you? Oh, that's flattering, man. I appreciate it. It depends. It depends on what. If you're talking about just Christianity in general, Bart Ehrman, although I'm not too big of a fan of his scholarship, I think he has, very bad views sometimes. But his books are a good start. Like How Jesus Became God, Forged, his book on the historical Jesus, and so on. Maybe start there. It's very easy to follow, very simple. Yeah, we're reviewing the rest of the massacre. Yep. Yes. Yes, that's what we're doing. Check my super chat. Okay. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate it. Assalamu alaikum. I'm still watching last stream, and you mentioned to buy the Gospel of Q. Any recommendation want to buy? Yeah, John Kloppenberg. John Kloppenberg's book on Q. Need to have conversation with you. Don't turn away. Okay. Always say dua when leaving your homes. You don't know when your hour will arrive. A car almost baked me. Brother, you have to be careful, man. Guys, we can't lose Yasin this early. Make dua that our beautiful brother Yasin is protected and, is, moved away from these harms and obstacles in his day-to-day life. Let me send you guys the link now. I sent you guys the link. When you debate German streamers too, there's someone called Netflix TV who mocks Islam with its Trinity talk. Sadly, no one German can really. Does he speak English? If he speaks English, I have no problem. Assalamu alaikum.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
Oh, your mic, bro. Mic is crazy.
What, loud?
Okay, now it's good.
Wait,
Bro.
was that loud?
Yeah, my ear hurt there. How's it going, man?
I'm doing alright, alhamdulillah. Yourself?
Alhamdulillah. I'm good, bro. I'm good. Where's Dean, bro?
Dean is fulfilling the prophecy, the typology.
Why is Dean like very slow recently and doesn't respond? And hey, Dean, what's going on, bro?
Yo, assalamu alaikum.
You're like becoming more late than
Yeah.
me, man. What's happening?
Sorry, bro. I had to go get my Bible. Sorry.
Oh, you have to go get your Bible. All right. You have to go get his Bible. We're not gonna allow Dean Response to open his camera just in case. Let's I just want to see if I have any more super chats left before we start. May Allah keep us all humble and on the straight path. The more success and fame, the harder it becomes. May Allah keep you strong, akhi. Love you, bro. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for your support, for your kind words. And thank you for always tuning in, man. I always see you. Let's see if I have anything else. Congratulations, big bro. May Allah reward you. Congratulations on what, man? Did I do something? Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Thank you for tuning in. Could you shortly explain what this Q gospel is? It sounds very interesting as a Muslim. Q gospel is the early source document that the authors of Matthew and Luke used beside Mark. This is known as the two source hypothesis, where the synoptic gospels, namely Mark, Matthew, and Luke, have a clear and well-established literary connection. So there's some copying going on, and that's not open for dispute or debate. And so how this issue is explained is that Mark was the earliest gospel, so you adopt Mark in priority, which is the position of almost virtually every scholar. There are some who posit other theories, but that's the dominant view, Mark in priority. Then Matthew and Luke right after. Matthew and Luke use Mark as a source. As a matter of fact, 95% of Mark is in Matthew. And you have almost close to half of Mark in Luke. You have sometimes word for word copying. The sequence is the same. The events are the same. And so there's copying going on. But then there's also something called a double tradition, where Matthew and Luke agree verbatim most of the times against Mark. So then Matthew and Luke are using a source other than Mark because they seem to agree verbatim at times against Mark. And so the explanation is that the double traditions come from a source called Q, which comes from the German word Quelle, which means source. Okay, and so the reconstruction of Q is the double traditions that are shared between Matthew and Luke, and these double traditions just happen to be 95% of the time sayings material. So you have Mark. Mark is where the narrative material is derived. Q is where a lot of the sayings material is derived, although you have some narrative in Q as well. So that is Q. We don't have Q doesn't survive. We don't know why it doesn't survive. We don't have any manuscripts of Q. But Q is posited as the best explanation of the available and relevant data. So does that make sense, guys? Was that simple? Did everybody understand what Q is?
It's very complicated.
Be sure to check out my recent video as well. My recent video, I go through possible contradictions between Q and Islam that people would like to bring up. There's nothing that actually on the apparent contradicts Islam. A lot of them are easily reconcilable. You know, we're giving good, probable explanations for these things. So yeah, I'd say quite confidently, there's nothing in the Q gospel that you can confidently say contradicts Islam. And actually, Dr. Ali Attai recently said that as well yesterday. He was actually live on a YouTube channel. I forget which YouTube channel. But yeah, he was saying the same thing. He said you'll be very hard done by to find anything in Q that actually contradicts Islam.
Bro, I thought Q was hypothetical. What are you talking about? Q doesn't even exist.
Q is a hypothetical document. There's no manuscripts.
Wait. So you're telling me it's a hypothetical document with a hypothetical author? So we're going to hypothetically confirm the Bible?
Hypothetically. It's hypothetical, man. Man, it's funny, guys. If like Q is when people go to seminary, Q is almost a given, right? Nobody really argues or disputes it. It's almost seen as something that is presupposed, right? So most scholars accept Q. Nobody really rejects the two source hypothesis. You have a second theory that's become popular in recent times, popularized by Mike Goodacre or Mike Goodcare.
Good care. Yeah.
Good care. good care, guys. And his view is called the Farrer hypothesis, where instead of having a two-source hypothesis that's shared between Matthew and Luke, you have Matthew that just, or Luke that just copies Matthew. So you have Matthew copies Mark, all right, and then Luke copies Matthew. And so then you get rid of the Q hypothesis. But there's a lot of problems with that view.
Luke copies Matthew and copies Mark.
Right. There's a problem with that view, and one of the problems that actually me and Dean we made a document for this specific problem to showcase it, is that when we see Luke copying Mark, okay, he copies Mark, or he just his sources in general, he copies his sources in chunks, right? So he wouldn't just copy his source here and then move on, one sentence and just move on. Rather, he'd use his sources in chunks. So you have chapters on where he would copy Mark, then chapters where, or 10, 20 verses after the other where it's a special L material. If this was the case, if he's copying Matthew, we would expect that he would also copy Matthew in chunks as well. But he doesn't, right? Which is very odd. But given the Q hypothesis, he does copy Q in chunks, which is consistent with the way that he uses his sources. So that's one problem. Leafy and Dean, do you guys want to give another issue with the Farrer hypothesis?
Yeah. So basically, based on what the Beyonder said,
I just want to say something quick, guys. Maybe some people didn't join at the beginning. Okay, I'm very aware of what's going on. I don't want to mention anyone's names because I don't care about drama. Us three, we're just here to do dawah. We're just here to learn and educate and bring people to Islam, potentially, and to come and attack the kuffar and humiliate them and disprove them and show them that they're upon falsehood. We don't care. Please stop mentioning things in my comments. I know. I just don't care. And if somebody has oppressed me or my brother Dean responds, we forgive them. Right, Dean?
100%.
We forgive our brothers. Anybody who's oppressed us or slandered us and said anything about me or Dean, we forgive you. We wish the best for you. We wish you success in your endeavors. And we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bless you. And we are not interested in engaging in useless drama and dialectics. We're just not interested. There's more important work, and we're doing that work by the grace of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He's given us permission, and He's sustaining this, and we want to use our time to do wise things instead of just indulging in drama. We don't care. We don't care about drama. All right. And yeah, do you want to say anything else, Dean, on that before we just shut it up for good?
Yeah. So basically, I'm looking to make a video soon as well, just because a lot of people are ignorant on why Q is so prominent in scholarship. One of the reasons is what you gave, which is if Luke's copying from Mark in chronological order, and we can see that, then we would expect he copies Matthew in chronological order. And if not, you got to give a reason for that, which is, we don't have an apparent reason. So they have to have an added assumption, right, on why there's two different copying methods going on. Now, besides that, there's an extra issue now, which makes this even more less likely. We're not saying that this hypothesis that Luke copies from Matthew is impossible. We're just saying it's very unlikely and has a lot more assumptions than Q would have to explain the data. So the second thing would be that Luke would have to maintain a copying method for Mark that would not contradict his copying method for Matthew. Basically, whenever Luke copies from Matthew, he would have to ensure, okay, when I'm copying from Matthew, I got to make sure this Matthean material isn't also Markan material in order for me to copy in this non-chronological fashion. And when I copy from Mark, I have to make sure that it's purely Markan material and doesn't overlap with Matthew to ensure I have a chronological fashion in copying. This is a lot of to ask from Luke, right? That he needs to keep sifting through one and the other. So for these reasons, the Q hypothesis is way more likely.
What about Leafy? You have a reason why you prefer Q over the Farrer hypothesis?
Yeah, the Farrer hypothesis, like Dean just explained, it just has more assumptions. It's less parsimonious, and I think it's asking too much of the author of Luke. Like what we know of Luke's profile, like he has, for example, like the we say, like first of all, like Luke Acts is supposedly written by the same author. Even that's disputed in some scholarship. But from the passages we know of, like his style, it doesn't really seem like too plausible for the Farrer hypothesis to say that Luke is copying, but he's changing the order for this specific source, but not for that source. It's just asking way too much. It's way too convoluted, I think. And the Q source is just more likely. We have a lot of documents that we don't have extently. That doesn't mean they don't exist. So it's just the most parsimonious explanation.
Yeah, for example, a very close example, which actually when this was discovered, it strengthened Q. So the Gospel of Thomas. The Gospel of Thomas is an early 1st century text. It is similar to Q in that it is also a logia source. So it's a sayings source, sayings document. Now, this disappeared until 1945 in the discovery of the Nag Hammadi library. Okay? And we discovered a lot of other lost texts that are Gnostic and so on and so forth. So it's very possible that you do have a 1st century text that just disappears and we don't find any manuscripts for it. And Thomas is a good example. Why? Because Thomas shows that in the 1st century, very early on, you do have this genre of logia documents or logia material where you have sayings sources, right? Which strengthens the idea that Q is a saying source that Matthew and Luke used. But anyways, enough with Q. Dean just made a video on Q. If you guys want to check it out, just check out his channel, Dean Responds. He just made a video on it. But let's pull up the YouTube video and we'll go ahead and review the rest of the debate.
I have a question for you, Libiano.
What's up?
How's the cha-cha dance?
The cha-cha dance? Oh, I don't pull that emote unless I have to, man. It's a very powerful emote.
Did you see how they clipped the convo? That's the only thing they had. They had the cha-cha and nothing else.
That's it. I actually tweeted it. I'm like, brother, out of the whole conversation we had and the whole conversation you had with Dean, which is 2 hours, you didn't clip anything except for me dancing on you. Like, that's kind of embarrassing.
And
man.
even that, I made him look bad.
Yeah, like, brother, it's kind of sad, man. Here, we were at 1 hour, 17 minutes, and 55 seconds. Let's go ahead. Share the screen. There's a lot of people live right now. Everybody just decided to go live. Okay. Here we go.
3, ayah 48, and Surah Al-Ma'idah, Surah.
Yeah. This goes back to Chris's point earlier that it's different in the Quran where he has to ask permission. Is that correct, Chris? Or you can correct me if I'm wrong.
That's correct, yeah. So in Surah 3, ayah 48, and Surah Al-Ma'idah.
So guys, the context, if you guys don't remember from last time, is that they're arguing that Jesus doesn't have to ask for permission in the Gospels to do miracles, and that's why he's God, which is like the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. And it's not true. But anyways, let's continue.
Surah 5, ayah 110. It's explicit that only by Allah's leave or by Allah's permission does Jesus do these things, and he even gives the example of raising the dead. So yeah, the Quran is clearly in conflict with what the Gospels teach here, because the Gospels don't teach that when Jesus does it, he has to ask explicitly for permission. That's my point.
Yeah, and
So
the point is,
what you're
that
now gonna say-
and what I'm telling you is the meaning of what the Quran says is expressed within the Gospels by the fact that when he does functions, he says that he is the Danielic son of man that's given authority by God. That he says, you know, the Father, I communicate in communication here. if you don't have the presupposition he's God, you're going to assume, yeah, he's having communication with God in order for him to show the glory of God. Do you not agree, Mike, that there's a relationship between the Father and Son where the Son is subordinate in role?
I haven't said yes. He is subordinate in role, not in substance.
Okay, beautiful. And what I'm saying is, when you read the gospel texts, actually, before I say that, you agree that there being
Speed it up, Labiano.
Subordination in
Gotcha.
role is compatible with what the gospels say, correct?
Of course it is.
Okay, so the gospels depict Jesus as being subordinate in role compared to the Father. Yes?
Yes.
Okay, my point is when you read the gospels and you're telling me, yeah, he's subordinate, he has authority given to him by God, etc. All of these points of reference, you make a distinction between being given authority in role and being given authority as in there's an ontological difference. I have no reason to have that presupposition to make that distinction between there being authority given to him just because it's hypostatic, rather than this is being an ontological subordination. The Quran says it's an ontological subordination. He has to actually ask he has to ask Allah, the Father, in the Gospels for permission, and it makes it clear he's merely human. And I see that in the Gospels he is subordinate, not just in a role sense.
So
Okay.
Yeah, pause there for a sec.
Scholars have noted these verses in the Quran, and they note the fact that it's very
Yeah, most people won't understand what I was saying. So if you want to just dissect that.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So the
Go on.
argument here is that the Quran is supposedly not in line with the Gospels, because the Quran is saying that Jesus does things by the permission of Allah, whereas the Gospels don't indicate that, or at least they don't indicate that clearly. Therefore, there's some kind of conflict. And I mean, this is such a low tier, like trash argument. So first of all, as Dean already said, the Quran is paraphrasing, so it's not going to state things verbatim. And even with the stuff that the Quran is paraphrasing, the general gist of it is right, because the passages in the Gospels indicate that Jesus is literally asking the Father before he does miracles. And one of the passages, I believe the one that Dean was quoting, literally says that he was praying to God openly, because he always prays privately, and he wants this time the people to see that he's praying and asking for permission from the Father. So that's the first point. The second point is, at the end of John literally tells you that there's so many things that were recorded and done by Jesus that no one else saw or heard or wrote down. So we could literally just say, he did ask permission and no one saw it. He just inwardly said it.
Yeah, but what I mean is most people won't understand the technical language as well. So
which language
when we say,
specifically?
yeah, so when we say, so it's natural for us, like me, you, Libiano, when we speak, but a lot of people are not going to understand what it means by hypostatic. You know, he's given authority in a hypostatic sense rather than an ontological sense. Okay.
I'll say it. When Christians say that Jesus is only merely relationally subordinate, or subordinate in role, not ontologically or in substance, what they mean is that role and authority is not a property of substance, meaning that you could be truly God and not have the highest authority. Therefore, it's just like me as a human, I'm subordinate to my Father insofar as he has a greater role and more authority, but we're both just as human as each other. And my Father communicates this human nature to me, right? Or my father and my mother beget me. And so this nature is communicated, but because humanity doesn't have any essential authority, right? You know, a human can be a human, independent of any kind of authority, right? For us, we don't think that. For us, we think that God necessarily, essentially, has the highest authority. You can't be God and not have the highest authority. Okay? So that's why there is no such thing as relationally subordinate, because that just makes you ontologically subordinate in our view.
Yes, exactly.
Even William Lane Craig accepts this view, by the way. That's why he rejects eternal generation.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly. So then this is what they mean. And often, like, apologists like Dog Logic and others, and I think Mike actually uses it in this discussion, if I remember correctly. He's saying, well, your boss at work has more authority, but you're both as human as each other. Or your father, or a king and his subjects, they're both humans, but one has authority over the other. See, that only works only if authority is not an essential property to be divine. But we know a priori, and we just assume it because it's intuitive, I guess, that when we speak of a God, we're speaking of a subject that is not that is the highest in authority, right?
Yep, I could
If
give
a
an
subject
example. Like,
has low authority, then we don't think of that thing to be God. Go ahead, Dean.
exactly. Yeah, so it's quite similar to. We can give even analogies to where you do find this ontological meaning, stuff having to do with your nature, like actual attributes regarding yourself. You can actually find examples where there's a distinction between authority, there's like a hierarchy, but there's a reason behind it. So, for example, think about a leader, right? A leader of an army, right? Or a commander. Yeah, like everyone's human in the sense of everyone in the army is human, but there's reason, there's actual stuff having to do with being the leader that makes him greater in authority than the rest. That's why he's the leader and not some random guy in the army, right? Because he's a better tactician, he'll be more intelligent, he'll be, more, fast to react, he'll be more experienced, whatever it might be. And this actually gives him the greater authority, as well as being a greater, person having to do in the army. So in the same way, if you have God, right, that's kind of similar, where he's going to have greater attributes, greater qualities. That's why he is the most high God in comparison to anyone else.
Hey, for any X, question for the chat, for any X is only God if and only if
it has the highest authority. Hey, man, that's elite ball knowledge right there, man.
That's too many letters, man. Too many
Stop using letters.
Stop using letters, guys. Guys, stop using. It's confusing, bro.
Too many letters.
Hey, Libiana, what's the inference rule?
I'm just gonna go with modus ponens, I guess. I guess we'll just go with the modus ponens.
Hey, that's elite ball knowledge.
Let's continue, man.
Explicit that when they list Jesus' miracles that we find in the Gospels, not all of them, because some include, from the Arabic infancy Gospel, like blowing life into clay birds, but in terms of healing the blind, healing the leper, raising the dead, these are found in the Gospel accounts, right? But it adds, he only did this by Allah's leave. And scholars are pointing this out, that this seems to be an intentional dialogue with Christians, because Christians would have said, no, he is divine, this is how he does this. He doesn't need to keep asking for permission, and the Quran obviously wants to portray him as just a normal human prophet. So the Quran interjects and adds to this idea. Only by doing it by Allah's leave is this possible, right? That's what I'm getting at. And again, I'm pointing at scholars who've noted this. This isn't my opinion. What I'm getting at...
that's compatible with what I just said.
How so?
Because I told you from the very beginning, the Quran quotes the Gospels in meaning. And the meaning in the Gospels is that, as Mike already said, yeah, he's given authority, but he makes a distinction between ontology and a role. I'm saying I have no reason to do that. Mike already agrees
this
that
argument doesn't assume that at all.
Chris, do you agree Jesus was given authority in the Gospels?
How does that have anything to do with my argument?
Because he's doing things by God's will. He's given the ability to do things.
My point is, I don't need to explain exactly.
Answer the direct question. I'm answering your question. Answer the direct question.
Because that's a different argument.
You're being disingenuous now. So in the Gospels, is Jesus given authority? In the Gospels, Jesus given authority.
What I'm trying to get to you, and what I'm trying to
Mike,
I'm not going to go in. I'm not. Listen, dude. I've made the argument. I'm not making the argument.
I answered your question.
You said it's compatible with what you said, and I say how,
yes,
and you say
and it's compatible with
distinction.
Chris, do you agree Jesus was given authority in the Gospels?
Do you agree that Jesus?
No, you're shifting.
He keeps dodging.
It's very clear you're dodging right now.
No, I just. Does Jesus
given authority in the Gospels or not?
Does he ask for permission?
Oh my God, Mike, I can't deal with.
Okay.
I mean, I need to
relevant to the question.
Yeah. Okay. Dude, you're not answering me. Everyone can see it. Mike has to jump in.
Okay. Yes, Jesus was given authority. Okay, Chris, make your point now.
Okay. Again, we don't need to go into questions of Christology or anything like that. It's not that complicated. It's just really basic. Does Jesus ask for permission as he does these miracles that the Quran references?
It's implicit within the Gospels. The Quran quotes it in meaning.
So he says it's implicit. Basically, that's him admitting, no, it isn't actually there in the text. You don't find it there. But he somehow gets it by some of the...
But you already agree the Quran paraphrases, don't you?
The Quran paraphrases, yeah.
Okay,
that's
so
why
I'm
we know
telling you, yeah, beautiful.
That are being confirmed.
Okay, beautiful. So if Jesus is going around, alayhi salam, peace be upon him, if Jesus, peace be upon him, is going around doing miracles, and he's made it clear to the people that he does it by God's will, there's no issue of God saying, and then in the Quran, by the way, guys, when he did these miracles, he made it clear to you guys, he did it by God's will. He was given authority to do these things. There's no compatibility between the two at all.
My point is that both the text itself make it clear he isn't asking, and also the text itself, like in Mark 2, shows that the people who observed him thought he was doing something blasphemous, right? Precisely because he's not calling on the Father in that immediate act, right? And they think, what name is he calling upon, right? And that's why they question if it's blasphemous. This is something the Quran directly addresses. And again, a point, Gabriel Reynolds.
Okay, which verse are you quoting from the Quran?
Surah Al-Imran, ayah 49, sorry. And also there's the same thing is found in Surah Al-Ma'idah, Surah 5.
Okay, which one do you want me to pull up?
Let's do 349.
Okay, I'll put it on the screen. I got it right
yeah, put it on the screen so everyone can see. Yeah.
Okay. All right, and a messenger to the children of Israel. I have come to you with a sign from your Lord. I will make you a bird from clay, breathe into it, and it will become a bird by Allah's will. I will heal the blind and the leper and raise the dead to life by Allah's will. And I will prophesy what you eat and store in your houses. Surely this is a sign for you if you believe.
Okay.
So,
and my point with that verse is that as Mike just agreed, I want to just clarify, you agree that Jesus was given authority in the Gospels, correct?
Talking to me or
Chris? Chris, yes.
It's irrelevant what I think. That's the whole point.
Oh my God, bro! I can't engage with this, Mike. I can't do it. Okay.
Why has that got anything to do with it?
Anyways, because if he's given, I'll tell you why. Anyways,
I'm literally not involved.
By the way, Chris, I want to make it very.
Does the text say that he asked for permission? Yes or no?
Watch this. You see how I'm gonna.
The text doesn't say he asked for permission.
One second. You're asking the Quran or the Gospels?
The Quran says he did. The Quran
says they asked for permission.
It says that he had permission by Allah's leave.
He had permission. And what I'm saying is yes. And what I'm saying is, I'm going to answer very directly. Yes, he has permission given to him by Allah. In the Gospels, it depicts that because Mike just said he's given authority. That's why it's relevant. So is he given authority in the Gospels or not?
Oh my days.
Is he given authority in the Gospels or not?
Really
answer directly.
Answer
directly. Is he given authority in the Gospels?
No, because you're not answering me.
I won't
answer you if you don't answer me. Very simple. In the Gospels, does it say that he asked for permission when he does a miracle?
He doesn't have to ask for permission because it says he was given permission.
Wait. Yeah, I understand that stuff. Fine. But what I'm getting at is, in that moment, he did not ask for permission, right? And those around noticed this and they observed it. Right, okay, fine. The point is that the Quran says he had to ask for permission.
He doesn't say that. He says he does it by Allah's will. Listen, if he does it by Allah's will,
what is Allah's will then?
Yo, this guy just made up a verse in the Quran.
Made up a verse, yeah.
This guy, no wonder Sam Shimon said what he said about him. Okay. This guy is just making things up. The Quran doesn't say that Jesus asked God for permission and then he did it. That's not how it works. I don't think that's how it works with any prophet who did miracles. I mean, obviously there's cases, right? And like in the story of the feast from heaven, right? The Ma'idah from heaven, right? I'm pretty sure that he asks for it, right? In Surah Al-Ma'idah. But in any other instance with Jesus or any other prophet, what does it say that he asks for permission, bro? He just making things up.
Yeah, bro, I'm not surprised that this guy is making things up because when me and Dean spoke to him the first time, he was trying to tell us that the Islamic dilemma is an internal and external critique and that it's multiple arguments at the same time. He just makes it up as he goes along, bro. He's freestyling.
Yeah.
Clearly, he doesn't know how to deal with the conscious edits, and you could see it from how.
Last time he rage baited me when I said I'm making a strong argument from silence. He said, "Oh, so you're making a weak argument from silence." This time he's rage baiting Dean. Dean is asking him a question, and he doesn't want to answer Dean.
Yeah, share my screen, Lubiano.
Sure.
Let's show what Sam Shimoon said about Chris.
Let's see it.
Okay. The application is the Son of Man is given authority in Daniel 7. I am that Son of Man.
Okay, I don't think we're going to agree here.
That's his best? I don't think we're going to agree here. Chris, you can't do any better, brother? Another brother.
That's what we said, bro.
Platform and been turned into something he's not.
He's been turned into something he's not.
Yeah, play that again, please. That's exactly what we said, bro. Play it again.
Yeah. Okay. Application is the Son of Man is given authority in Daniel 7. I am that Son of Man.
Okay, I don't think we're going to agree here.
That's his best? I don't think we're going to agree here. Chris, you can't do any better, brother?
Bro, he's so disappointed.
Go up.
Turned into something he's not.
Let's see.
Hey.
For what? Didn't we need to ask him?
He heard it to the people around who would know.
So they both dropped the ball here. Hey, Dino, no response. Come up, brother. Let's use this.
Come on, brother.
Yeah, let's look at this one. Does he need the Father?
Father to do something mean he's not God and doesn't have that ability by nature?
Does he need the father? Does he need the father's permission?
My point
Yes.
is that based on the fact that he never says any of this, as he
Yeah, of course he needs the Father's mission. Jesus is not some separate renegade God who's independent from the Father. He's inseparable from the Father and Spirit, which is why he can only do what the Father does and does whatever the Father does in the same way because they possess the same divine power. See, their Trinitarian theology is not up to par. At least Chris's isn't.
Man,
Hey, me personally, I wouldn't take this kind of disrespect.
that's crazy, bro. That's what we told Chris. Chris needs to go back to Speaker's Corner, bro. Stop it. Chris needs to log out. And the worst thing is, his username is Dean's Nightmare. Brother,
He's projecting.
it's crazy, bro. Dean's Nightmare, bro.
You should change it to Dean's dodgeball opponent.
I don't think he answered a single question, bro.
With all those dodges.
Nah, he should change his name to Dean's Dodger, bro.
He's dodged every question from me and Dean so far.
the Lord's will, not his
Allah's
permission.
will is to give him permission.
So it is permission then. Thank you.
To give him
Thank
permission.
You agree with me?
Oh my God!
Finally.
Listen to the distinction.
Look, this is not that hard.
You're saying. Let me respond because you're
Oh,
asking
he
my
has
question, I'm answering.
such doo-doo
what's this?
rhetoric.
You're saying in the
Crazy,
Quran,
man.
it's depicting him as always having to say, "God, give me permission." I'm saying no.
Because
The
it
Quran is-
lists.
Dude, you're not let me finish. You're not let me finish. You're not answering my questions. I'm answering you. So listen. So the Quran is saying not that necessarily he's always asking for permission. It's saying that God always gave him permission. Big distinction. And I'm showing you, Mike agrees with that. He always gave him permission. What? How? In a hypostatic sense, not an ontological sense. Do you agree that Jesus? Do you agree that Jesus was given authority in the Gospels? Yes
Wait,
or no?
are you saying the Quran?
Oh my God! You're not answering my
therefore-
question, dude.
Wait,
In the Gospels, was Jesus given authority?
What I'm getting at, very, very
Was
clearly,
Jesus given
is that
authority in the Gospels?
in
Mike,
that
you
moment,
moderate.
in
Mike.
that moment, he did not feel the need to ask for permission, right?
I don't care
Because
for that. Was he given permission or not?
Oh, because you don't care because it's
Was he
it's the
given
whole
permission
point of my
or not?
argument.
Was he given permission or not in the Gospels?
I think we're talking past each other. I
We're
think
not,
that is
Mike.
the
You're just
main
answering the
problem.
question.
We're talking
No,
past.
I'm not
each
going to
other.
jump to your
Chris,
other argument. I'm doing my
Was
argument.
he
Your
given
argument.
permission in the Gospels or not?
No, bro, I don't care about your other argument. I don't care.
This
not
is the
relevant to
text
me.
in question. He was given authority.
It's my argument, bro. You can't tell me what my argument.
And I'm
should
giving you
be.
my rebuttal to the argument. It's my
The
rebuttal.
rebuttal
bro.
is irrelevant. I already explained. It's
Yes, it
irrelevant
is, because-
which way I answer. It's irrelevant
Quran
because I'm not
depicts
drawing
Jesus
on
as
that.
being given authority. Jesus was given
Right.
authority in the
When,
Gospels.
okay. Yeah. And
Done.
in what
Done.
context does he get the authority? Is it in the miracles?
In the miracles and everything else.
Then it
Everything
lists.
happens by the word of Allah.
Okay. So, and are those miracles quoted in the Gospels?
You see how I'm
They're found in
answering you
the
directly,
Gospels.
by the way? I'm answering you directly. Go on.
And are those miracles in the Gospels?
Yes.
Okay, and when we read those Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, like for example in Mark 2 or John 11, did he explicitly ask the Father for permission to do the miracle?
No, that he doesn't have to
Right,
ask
thank
permission.
you. Thank
Yo,
you.
Because he says he doesn't have to
I
ask
don't
permission.
care for
Because,
your
dude,
addition.
Rewind like 30 seconds and just keep looking at Than.
Yeah, that is good.
And are
Bro,
those miracles
even
in the
Nick,
Gospels?
Nick is just. I don't
Bro,
know. he's
wait.
playing-
Bro, look at this. Bro, look at this, bro. Yo, Dan, what are you doing? Yo, Dan. Yo, Dan, bro.
Hey, why is
Bro,
bro
what you
doing
doing?
Zumba on stream?
I don't know, bro. Look at Nick. He gave up, bro. He gave up a while ago. Look at Nick, so sad. Man,
See how I'm
Found in
answering
the
you directly,
Gospels.
by the way? I'm answering you directly. Go on.
And are
what are you doing, bro?
Bro, he's doing.
This guy,
he's doing
This guy-
Zumba, bro. He's
this
doing
guy-
Zumba.
bro, this guy is trying to like leave his body or something, bro. Like, what is he doing, bro?
Oh,
He's
that's the real
transforming.
cha-cha. That's the real cha-cha.
Oh man, he's doing a cha-cha, man.
and are those miracles in the Gospels?
Yes.
Okay,
Bro, he keeps doing it. He keeps
You'll
doing
be
it, bro.
you'll be surprised, Bert. Everyone needs to rewatch the debate and just just keep looking at that.
He doesn't know what to do with himself. He's uncomfortable with himself, bro. Look at him, bro. Yo, please somebody clip this and post it, man. Look at this guy.
And
and when
screenshot
we read
Chris's
those
face.
Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, like for example in Mark 2 or John 11, did he explicitly
Bro, look at this. What is this guy doing?
ask the Father for permission to
Bro, what is he doing, bro?
do the miracle?
No, that he doesn't have to
Right,
ask
thank
permission.
you. Thank
Because
you.
he says he doesn't have
Bro,
to ask
I don't
permission.
care for
Because,
your
dude, oh my
additional
God,
fancy
can
voodoo
you tell-
explanation.
Mike, did you see how I answered all
the
his
point
questions
is,
directly?
the point
Okay,
is
hold
very
on.
basic.
Interrupting him?
Okay, let's let
Okay.
Chris make your point and then Dean respond.
Dude, I just gave him yes or no.
so
So how long?
much effort just to get to such a basic thing.
Let's stop asking each other questions. Chris, make your point in like 2 sentences.
Right,
and go.
yeah, okay. My point is very, very basic, right? There are obviously differences and contradictions in the Quran compared to the Gospel accounts. Very basic. This is one of those instances where the Quran is telling a different story. Scholars have noted this. Most of them say it's
What
probably
do you think?
because they're
What do you
aware of
think
the Christian
Than was
claim of
drinking?
Jesus'
Wait, replay that.
deity.
Replay that.
Therefore, the Quran author of them say it's probably because they're aware. This is one of those instances where the Quran is telling
What do you think he's drinking, guys? Comment
Slurp
what you think
juice.
he's drinking.
Slurp juice, man. What is that, bro? Not like
Hey, chug,
color.
chug. He has to recover.
Is that colored
So-
water? Like, I don't know.
story. Scholars have noted this. Most of them say it's probably because they're aware of the Christian claim of Jesus' deity. Therefore, the Quran author is addressing this directly by adding, by Allah's leave, when it names the miracles in the gospel accounts themselves.
Good.
Right? That's my whole point.
Yeah. And the response is that the Quran makes it very clear that he does it by Allah's will. Jesus does these miracles by Allah's will. We can see that in the Gospels consistently. He's given authority. Mark 2, he cites Daniel 7. Daniel 7, the Son of Man is given authority. Mike's very honest because he actually agrees. Yeah, Jesus was given authority in the Gospels. You're too scared to respond to that, but it's very clear. Now,
No, bro.
Mike, I have one question.
Rabbit hole.
Terrified.
I have one question. I was trying to ask you guys the other day regarding Matthew 24:36. I want a substantive rebuttal because this is a point where I think it's very clear for anyone to see that Jesus is not God within the Gospels and is showing more of a Christology that the Quran is aligning with when it confirms the Gospels. So can you pull up Matthew 24:36 for us?
Matthew 25. I mean, everyone knows the verse about the sun not knowing the hour.
No, but I need the context for when I make my point or if I want to make a rebuttal.
All right, let me pull it up here 1 second.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, but concerning that day and hour, no one knows, not even the angels of heaven, nor the Son, but the Father only. The same verses in Mark 13.
So my question is, what's your interpretation for that?
So there are two interpretations that I go back and forth between. So the first one is using St. Basil's approach, that this is rhetoric. You see this, I believe, letter 236 or 235, one of those two. He says that like this is Jesus just using rhetoric to talk about the Father proclaiming the hour. You can make a comparison to what Paul does in, I believe, 1 Corinthians 2:2, where he
Bro,
said,
can you believe that he's trying to use Basil's ad hoc response, bro?
It's not Basil. It's Basil. It's Basel.
Basil.
Saint
Basil.
Saint Basil.
Basil, man. Saint Basil, man. But can you believe he's really like Mike? Like he, how do I say it? He markets himself to be the scholarly guy, intellectually honest, looking where the following the evidence. But he wants to use a commentary from the 4th and 5th century to show what Jesus meant. Can you believe that, bro?
Yeah, and besides that, I want you guys to really understand what he said here. He said, I agree with Basil's approach that this is rhetoric. Then I catch him on this and I say, no, you don't know Basil. Basil says that for Matthew, you can say it's rhetoric. And what he means by rhetoric is this, guys. No one knows. If I say, for example, no one knows how to, let's say, I don't know, work StreamYard. No one knows how to work StreamYard except for me. Do I mean no one in the whole world does? Or do I mean maybe, in a general sense, no one in the YouTube chat or on the panel knows how to use it, right? Yeah. That obviously it's the latter, right? So he's trying to say that if I say no one knows, right, I could be excluding people in the chat, but not Libiano and Leafy, because I didn't mention them. I could be saying no one knows, not even the people in the chat, no one in my household, but only me. But I didn't mention Leafy or Libiano. I didn't mention people on the panel.
You could get a PS5 in your classroom and say, I'm the first to get a PS5. No one has this. But obviously there are people in the world that have it.
Exactly. Right? And plus with that, you could say, oh, Mark and Matthew in the classroom, they don't even have one. But it doesn't mean no one in the whole world doesn't have. But once you add the fact that if I was to say no one knows how to work StreamYard, not the people in the YouTube chat, not people in my household, not even the people on the panel, then I'm excluding Libiano and Leafy now, right? So basically what he's saying is, Basil, is that it doesn't exclude the Son in Matthew. And you guys need to know this. In Matthew, the scribes are trying to remove nor the Son. So the reason why Basil is trying to say, no, Jesus' knowledge isn't being excluded here, and you can say it's just a general expression that no one knows, is because the verse itself in front of him in Matthew was saying, no one knows, not even the angels in heaven, only the Father. It didn't have nor the Son. But because Mark, for Basil, had nor the Son, because of that, then he can't say it's a general expression anymore. Then he has to substitute it with a even more ad hoc explanation, and we're going to get to that in a second. I catch Mike on this. If he was just asking like a general random Muslim, or if he was telling a random Muslim, look, this is Basil's interpretation.
that random
They'd
Muslim
take
wouldn't
it.
be able to pull. They'll take it, and they wouldn't be able to pick up on the fact that that's not Basil's interpretation for Mark. That's only his interpretation for Matthew. So either Mike is being dishonest, right, hoping that I didn't know Basil, even though I literally had it memorized. Either that, or he's just ignorant of what Basil says, and myself, I know him better. It's one of the
You know
two.
what's crazy to me is that even before you guys walk down this rabbit hole, he's saying, "Oh, I have two like theories that I go back and forth. One of them is heresy, which is the Ignote, and then the other one is like
Really ad
declarative
hoc.
nonsense." Yeah, he's basically imagine Dean, like you asked me, like Leafy, what's your understanding of this verse in the Quran? And I said, sometimes I go to like a Mu'tazili tafsir, and then sometimes I feel like going back to Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah. Like, bro, that's crazy. What are you talking about?
Mhm.
Let's continue.
Desire to know nothing among you except Christ crucified.
Oh my God, bro. This is like God logic teaching him this stuff. I've chosen to know nothing among you except Jesus Christ crucified.
Yo,
Like,
chat. Make sure you get the time step ready on, because we're gonna go back to this time step, Liliana. Because later he says, "I never said I hold to Basil's view. I just said that it's similar to my view." He didn't say that. We're gonna come back to the time step and compare it.
All
So
right,
guys,
guys,
make sure
1 hour, 30 minutes, and 40 seconds. All right.
So that's the first.
So what do you mean? So what do you mean? What is the rhetoric here? Like, I don't understand.
So the rhetoric is like we see the way Paul uses the word "no"
Right.
in 1 Corinthians. I desire to know nothing among you except Christ crucified.
Yeah.
Okay. He obviously knew more. He knew his name. He knew his history. That stuff. He was just saying, I wasn't going to proclaim anything among you except Christ crucified.
That's false.
That's Saint Basil's.
That's false. That's not a necessary reading of Paul. If Paul says, hey, here, guys, for example, if I say, let's say I'm a soccer freak, right? Like, that's all I do. I watch soccer games all day. I play soccer all the time. And I say to Leafy, and I'm like, Leafy, I know nothing except soccer. I know nothing except soccer.
Bro, you're a jahil. You don't know anything?
Yeah, so am I saying that I actually know nothing? Of course not. But am I necessarily saying that I only proclaim it? No, I'm not saying that either. I'm just saying that I know a lot about soccer, and I'm using the word know hyperbolically.
Yep.
Okay? I'm using a hyperbolic statement, an exaggerative statement. It has nothing to do with declaring. This declaring nonsense is made up from a Christian behind, with all due respect.
Yeah.
All right?
As the 4th century Pope after Nicaea. You have to keep that in mind, is that this is coming after Nicaea. The early fathers, they all just say, yeah, he just doesn't know. Like Irenaeus says very clearly, yeah, he just doesn't know. When he plainly declares he doesn't know the hour, yeah, that just means he doesn't know. And he even says the Father excels with respect to knowledge. Like Libiano is saying, if he says, oh, I only know soccer, he's not saying he literally doesn't know anything, because that would be self-refuting. Because otherwise, if he literally knows nothing, then he wouldn't know how to speak, he wouldn't know English, he wouldn't know how to form sentences.
It's a perfect example that we use in our day-to-day life is if let's say you're discussing with someone like me and Chris, right? We're just discussing that. Like, was Jesus given authority? Then I told Chris, I don't care about anything but this topic, whether Jesus was given authority. Does that mean I literally don't care about my family? I don't care about God. I don't care about my friends. Obviously not. I'm just saying in a hyperbolic sense, I don't care about anything but this, because it's very important for us to discuss right now.
By the way, you just reminded me. Okay. Guys, who was crying in our discussion with IP before they kicked me and mod abused me? Who was crying about wanting formal debates? Can you remind me, Dean?
Sorry, I'm lost. Was it Chris?
No, remember when Mike was like, this is why we do formal debates. This is why I want to do a formal debate, right? Remember that? And I'm
I think so. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
the
you said
one
you're
who has
chasing all of
formal
them.
debates, right? Remember that, guys? Okay.
Oh, yes. I remember now. Yeah, that's
Right. And he's like, oh yeah, thank God we have a formal debate coming up. But now I'm hearing from IP, the moderator of the debate has been emailing me. Now IP doesn't want to do it formally anymore. Can you believe it?
Wow. I didn't know that.
The guy just hit me up this morning and said, no, IP doesn't want to do a formal discussion. He just wants to do an open dialogue.
Since when does he just do open dialogues? What?
And I'm like, the whole point, you guys needed 6 months. is that we're doing a formal debate.
No.
So I want it to be formal. We want to do introductions, rebuttals, and cross exam. You know, guys, I love my cross exams, right? You know, that's really like, you know what I'm saying?
That's
really
what he
wanna
doesn't
do
want.
Right? So now he's saying, no. IP is looking for a casual, open dialogue. Brother, come on. What are we doing, man? What are we doing? And
what did you tell them?
Well, I haven't responded yet. I'm gonna after the stream. Last thing he said, he's like, oh, can you compromise? Can you do like some cross exam and then some open dialogue? I'm like sure. I mean, I'll think about that. But the whole point was I wanted a formal debate, right? You know, introductions, rebuttals. You know, you have cross exam, then you have questions. All right. Now he's saying no, he wants to do an open dialogue. And I said, listen, why would you make me wait 6 months for an open
crazy.
dialogue? Like, you know what I'm saying? We just had an open dialogue. We could have an open dialogue any day. Like, you could have an informal discussion any day. That's fine. We showed up to your stream. Now he's like, oh, he doesn't want to do. It's crazy, bro. These guys are trying to run, and it's so clear, bro. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. He didn't technically back out yet. I guess he's trying to be tactical about it. But I knew he was gonna say something. I knew it, bro. I knew it. Like, whatever, man. Let's continue.
Approach. He doesn't bring up the verse in Corinthians. I brought that up as extra. So it's basically
So
using
Basil's approach is that
slang term.
Yeah, if you don't mind, can you pull up Basil? I don't remember. I read Basil's letter 236. I don't remember him ever bringing that up. Can you pull up on the screen?
Yeah, let me find it here because I don't have it off the top of my head. That
No,
was
take your time. Take your time.
topic.
Yeah, Libiano, pause it.
Yeah, look at his face,
I have a
bro.
quote here.
Look at his face. Wait, do you see his face?
Whose face?
Mike, look at Mike's face when Dean asks him to get letter 236 up on screen. He's like, what? You actually want me to get it up on the screen? Well, I wasn't ready.
Let's see. Wait.
I have it off the top of my
Like,
head.
wait,
No,
no,
pause it,
No
Libiano.
pressure. No pressure.
Share my
Hold
screen.
on,
Share
hold
my
on.
screen.
Okay.
Wait. Share my screen. This is way more important. Look at this. Guess who went on Avery's channel?
Who? No way.
And he flashed.
No
Bro,
way.
Yeah, this guy's not normal, bro.
What the flip? Oh my god, he flashed Avery's stream. Oh my god.
At least he's being consistent, guys. At least he's being
I don't know if I want to file a police report on him anymore, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Hey, no, I don't condone that stuff, man. That's not.
Hey, but bro's dropped the shit, bro.
Yeah, this guy's gross, bro. I don't know what's wrong with him, bro. That time he showed his face too, right?
Yeah.
He's lost it, bro. He's lost his mind, bro. What the heck? I think he needs to be admitted into a mental illness facility, bro. Because there's no way. There's no way.
Bro, Michael's
I have
face
the
is
quote
so
here.
funny.
Top of my head. That
No,
was
take your time. Take your time.
topic.
Yeah,
Okay.
no pressure. Take your time.
Let me see it here.
I read Basil's letter 236. I don't remember him ever bringing that up. Can you pull up on the screen?
Yeah, let me find it here because I don't have it off the top of my head. That
No,
was
take your time. Take your time.
topic.
Yeah,
Okay.
no pressure. Take your time.
Let me see. I have the quote here. Do you want me to read the quote or you want me to pull the whole letter up first?
Damn, bro.
I mean, yeah, if you can pull up the whole letter so we can see it.
Yeah.
You can skip that part.
While he's doing that, Dean, I really got to say, man, I got a lot of respect for you because of how
Here we go. This is the
Yeah.
divide and conquer,
Yeah.
guys.
Divide and conquer.
Divide and conquer.
Just like the British, bro. Just like the British.
I'm not gonna lie. Dean might have fell for it here. He might have fell for it, but I think he realized after. These guys are just trying to do divide and conquer, man. Look what he says. Look.
cordial you are and how you you're actually able to have it back and forth, and I appreciate it. So
No, I appreciate the fact that you and Mike have this platform, allowing us to speak, etc. Both on Muslim and Christian sides, we don't see that often, so I appreciate that as well.
Hey, man. Hey, Dean, you falling for the glaze, bro. Hey, bro.
Nah, at the end, I can't-
you falling for the glaze, man.
Nah,
Aideen is Shia. He's doing taqiyya right now.
Hey,
Alright,
man,
calm
you're
down.
falling for the glaze, man. Yo, you know
yeah.
these guys.
Eldeen in the chat, bro. I deserve it.
No.
Alright,
He's
guys,
it's
double
a
Dean,
strategic-
man.
it's a strategic move. He's doing
It's
taqiyya.
okay. Time to time, you fall for the glaze, man. It's fine.
Sorry, you gotta
Alright, let's-
pamper them up so they let you speak, bro. It's all good.
Yeah, guys. Dean just stayed there because he just wanted to expose them, right? Like, obviously, ideally, he should have dropped when I dropped, but he just wanted this because Dean wants to keep this relationship where he could actually, if he's ever on their panels, he could actually have a dialectic and expose them, and they have no excuse to say anything else, right? So yeah, Dean stayed and he absolutely crushed all of them. So that's good.
Let me see if I got the right thing here. Oh, okay. No, I'm grabbing the wrong thing. That was my problem. My mistake. Give me a second here. I'm trying to find the exact quote I have.
Skip this
Oh,
part.
here we go. Okay. And then I will be able.
What'd you say?
Skip this part. It just takes him forever to pull it up.
Okay.
Okay. I got it here. That I use is down here. So this is St. Basil, as I said, letter 236. Everyone see that? Okay. So what I was talking about here is where he starts to get into it. So with the passage, no man knoweth the Son, but the Father. Even here, there is a charge of ignorance against the Spirit, but only a testimony to know. Yeah, let me see what I can do. Yeah, get rid of this stupid ad. Okay. No man knoweth the Son, but the Father. Matthew 11:27. Even here, there is no change of ignorance against the Spirit, but only a testimony that knowledge of his nature naturally belongs to the Father first. So also,
Wait, stop there.
Matthew 24:36 for the Father first.
I just want to discuss a bit on what Basil's saying. Look how crappy of an argument he's bringing. No one knows the Son but the Father. How does that verse end, Nabiana?
Which verse? Matthew.
11:27.
Yeah, nobody knows the Son but the Father. Nobody knows the Father but the Son, and those he chooses to reveal.
You see how he doesn't cite the whole verse? even the church fathers.
They always do it, bro. All these apologists, bro, they always quote half of the verse. They don't quote the whole thing. Nobody knows the Father except the Son. Nobody knows the Son except the Father. Or was it the other way around? And those he chooses to reveal. So then it's not talking about some kind of omniscient, divine, ontological knowledge, because this knowledge, this intimate knowledge of God, Jesus has it, and others can potentially have it as well. As a matter of fact, in the book of Exodus, what does Moses say? Moses says, and ask God to reveal himself to him so that he may know him. Did Moses not know that there is God and Yahweh and he exists? He did. But Moses asked God to have this kind of further intimate knowledge. And Adela Collins actually quotes this verse to explain Matthew's passage, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, okay? In Exodus, to show that this is some kind of deep, intimate knowledge and has nothing to do with high Christology. But yep, even the church fathers do taqiyya, man. It's clear.
Knowledge of things, both present to be and generally to exhibit to man the first cause. Otherwise, how can this passage follow with the rest of the evidence of Scripture or agree with the common notions, thus to believe that the only begotten Son of the image of the invisible God, image not of the bodily figure, but of the very Godhead and of the mighty quality attributed to the essence of God, image of power, image of wisdom, as Christ is called the power of God, in the wisdom of God. 1 Corinthians, no, out of the wisdom, knowledge is plainly a part of, and in any part he falls short. He is not an image of the whole. And how can we understand the Father not to have shown the day or the hour, the smallest portion of the ages to him, through whom he made the ages? How can the creator of the universe fall short of the knowledge of the smallest portion of the things created by him? How can he who says...
So this is, and you guys will hear this often, this is always how all of them argue. St. John Chrysostom makes the same point. Basil makes the same point. Augustine makes the same point. All of them say, he couldn't have possibly not known the hour. Look, John says all things were made by him. Look, Colossians says that all things were made by him. Revelation says he's the beginning of God's creation. Look, Paul says he's the wisdom of God. The wisdom of God, according to Proverbs 8, was always with the Father. Wow, so if he created everything, how could he possibly not know? So this assumes that the texts are univocal. This is not actually dealing with the passage. They're just saying, yeah, Jesus knows everything, therefore this verse can't mean that. That's always how they argue. Look, Jesus in John, it says, now we know that you know all things. Look, this passage can't possibly mean that Jesus doesn't know all things. right? This is circular. This is circular because it assumes that the text is univocal and not equivocal.
Bro, they just kept spamming circular reasoning, bro, with you guys. That's low-key another low-key funny blunder.
Yeah,
When were they
that's-
saying circular reasoning? Was that earlier in the other one?
It's with Dean. With Dean, they were saying it's circular, I think. Right? Or was it with me? I don't remember, man. I don't have a good memory.
I think it was at the beginning, if I'm not mistaken.
Yo, Dean, did he accuse me of circular reasoning?
Yeah, sorry, I was muted. No, he didn't accuse you. He accuses me later with Islamic dilemma. He thinks the conscious edits is circular, but he never shows me.
Yeah, right.
Right.
Yeah. But let me just say something quickly as well. Jay Dyer, you know, you'll be very surprised how much, or how little I should say, how little these apologists know about the church fathers, dude. Jay Dyer maybe Mike took it from Jay, or maybe someone took it from Jay and then Mike took it from them. I don't know. But Jay used this against maybe Daniel or Jake. I can't remember, one of those debates. And he used I think it was the I think it was the one on it was not PBD, no, Fresh and Fit, I think, podcast, that one. So on Fresh and Fit, Jay, I'm pretty sure Jay Dyer uses this point from Basil, and obviously it's not something that most Muslims will know of, let alone Christians. But when you double check, this is why I knew this, because from that time, guys, imagine that, from that time, Ijaz and Daniel debated Jay. I double checked this in letter 236. I read the whole thing, got it pretty much memorized the meaning, and I derived the understanding that Jay misrepresented this. That's how I caught Mike here. You think I'm opening up all of Basil's letters and reading the whole thing? I'm not. But when they use the response from these letters, I'm going to read the context and the chapter to make sure I'm ready for when they bring such responses. And I'm telling you from now, Jay's response about it being a general expression or whatever works on the misunderstanding that I said at the beginning, which is it only works for Matthew, doesn't work for Mark. Basil's view on Mark is even more ad hoc, and we're going to see it in a sec.
Yeah, let's keep going.
When the end is near, that such things, such signs shall appear.
Have you found it so far or not?
I'm quoting the section of it all about rhetoric. He cites Matthew 11:26 as an example of that as well.
Yeah. So if you just go up, this is letter 236, yeah?
236.
Yeah. Okay. So if you just go up a bit, okay. Okay, beautiful. So what's happening here is, when I read him, he goes on to say that this doesn't work for Matthew. Sorry, this doesn't work for Mark. Sorry, he says. So scroll down a bit. He says, oh, right there. Go up. It would be worthy of your diligence to set the phrases of the gospel side by side and compare together those of Matthew and those of Mark, for these two alone are found in concurrence in this passage. The wording of Matthew is, of the day and hour no one knows, no, not the angels of heaven, but my Father only. That of Mark runs, but of that day and hour. So he's actually using the variant where Matthew doesn't have nor the Son.
Mm-hmm.
No, not the angels in heaven, neither the Son, but the Father. So that Mark here has nor the Son, the other one doesn't. What is noticeable in these passages is this, that Matthew says nothing about the ignorance of the Son and seems to agree with Mark as to the sense in saying, but my Father only. Now, I understand the word only to have been used in contradistinction to the angels, but that the Son is not included in his own service and ignorance. He could not say what is false, who said, all things are Father are mine, but none of these things which the Father has his knowledge of the day and hour in the past. Sorry, yeah, that's it. In the passage in Matthew, then, the Lord has no mention of his own person as a matter beyond controversy, and said that the angels knew not, and not the Father, and Father knew, tacitly asserting the knowledge of his Father to be his own knowledge too. So what he's saying before is that rhetoric point you made. He thinks it only works for Mark. He only works for Matthew. Sorry, because it doesn't mention the ignorance of the Son. So you can say, yeah, in a general sense, no one knows, right? No one knows in a general, because what you're reading before was that response. No one knows, just rhetoric. The same way he says no one is good, Basil will say, oh, no one is good is rhetoric, just meaning no one is good. Doesn't mean that absolutely no one else is good besides the Father. So what he's saying here is that works for Matthew, where Matthew says, sorry, I keep mixing them up. That works with Mark 13:32, sorry, bro, I keep mixing it. Matthew doesn't have nor the Son in his manuscript. He's saying the way you can address that is generally no one knows, but not absolutely everyone else, because it doesn't mention nor the Son. Mark, it doesn't work because it explicitly mentions the ignorance of the Son. That's what he says, right? Now he gives his actual position on Mark. He says it right there. If you keep reading, it's ad hoc. I believe it's really ad hoc. So he says here, Father, no one knows, right there. And he, because of what he had said elsewhere, as the Father knows me, even though I know the Father. And if the Father had complete knowledge of the Son, nothing excepted, so that he knows all knowledge to dwell in him, he would clearly be known as fully by the Son with all his inherent wisdom and all his knowledge things to come. This modification, I think, may be given to the words of Matthew, but my Father only. Now, as to the words of Mark, who appears distinctly to exclude the Son from the knowledge, so now he's saying the rhetoric point doesn't work with Mark. He's going to say, my opinion is this. So this is actual opinion on Mark, which includes nor the Son. No man knows, neither the angels of God, nor yet the Son would have known unless the Father had known. So he makes a convoluted explanation.
Wow, what
That
a
is the cause of the Son's knowing
what
comes
a
from the Father.
That's crazy, bro. That's
what
crazy.
a cope, bro. That's like, brother. That's as ad hoc as it gets. Can you please repeat that, Dean? No one knows, not if the Father, if who, what? What the heck did he just say? What was that, brother?
Yo,
What the, bro? Let's hear that again, guys.
Unless the Father had known. So he makes a convoluted explanation. That is the cause of the Son's knowing comes from the Father. That's really ad hoc. So do you hold to that position?
Well, no,
Of God. So this is actual opinion on Mark,
Mhm.
which includes nor the Son. No man knows, neither the angels of God, nor yet the Son would have known unless the
Nor yet the Son would have known. Okay,
Father had known.
if the Father what? Where does the text say that, bro?
yeah.
Where does the text say that, bro? I'm telling you, the Cappadocian Fathers sucked. Gregory of Nazianzus, he sucked. Basil, terrible. Terrible. Gregory of Nyssa, terrible. Polytheist. They sucked. These Turkish church fathers were trash. Trash. Alhamdulillah, Turkey became Muslim, man. Alhamdulillah, these Cappadocians are so dookie. Like, what are these ad hoc interpretations of Mark, bro?
So he makes a convoluted explanation. That is the cause of the Son's knowing comes from the Father. That's really ad hoc. So do you hold to that position?
well, no, you need to go back because you misunderstood what I was saying earlier. Yeah, as I said, I was building on the point St. Basil makes to say it's a point of rhetoric.
No,
why I
no,
brought-
no.
But
Stop
Basil
it,
is
stop
saying
it,
rhetoric
stop it,
doesn't
stop
work
it.
for Matthew.
Well, let me
It
finish.
doesn't work. It doesn't work for Mark. Yeah.
Yeah.
He did not say that.
Yeah, I know.
He
I
did
know.
not say, I am just building off of what Basil was saying. Let's go back to the timestamp to see what he really said.
Guys, what was the timestamp?
1:30:40. I remember. Let's go.
Okay, the timestamp right now is 1:37:48. All right, so let's go to 1:30:40.
So you see how I want you guys to really notice these Christians will never concede. They don't have humility to concede. What they will do is they will shift the goalpost. He shifted the goalpost from his initial point.
All right,
Because
here,
he didn't
here.
know I was gonna pull him up on it.
Let's watch it.
this too. He says that like this is Jesus just using rhetoric to 236. So the first one is using St. Basil's approach, the interpretations that the same verses in
Yeah.
Mark.
So
13.
yeah. So my question is, what's your interpretation for that?
So there are two interpretations that I go back and forth between. So the first one is using St. Basil's approach.
Wow, there are two
Right.
interpretations that clip this, Dean. This is a clip.
Yep.
This is a clip, bro. There are two interpretations that I go back and forth between. The first one is Basil's approach. You guys heard that, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a clip. That's a clip. Then when he saw how ridiculous, silly, and absurd Basil's approach is, he said, "Oh, I'm just building on it. I never said it's my opinion."
Yeah.
These
He
guys are
didn't know
incapable of
Basil had that
acknowledging.
second. He thought Basil's approach was just the first one they asked for Matthew. But I caught him up on it that he has an even more ad hoc explanation for Mark, and IP didn't want to get committed on that. So then he said, I just use Basil's approach as a basis. I never said I'm taking his approach. They always shift the goalpost.
Guys, where were we? 137:47? Right?
48.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't agree because notice my argument was a little bit different because I said I was building on it because I brought up the verse in 1 Corinthians.
So your
You can
argument
say
is
the
for
word.
Basil.
I said I was building on him. Oh, yeah, I said I was building on his basic point of it being rhetoric. So that's why I said I brought it. For
You never
verse in
said you were
1 Corinthians
building on it.
Uses where he uses knowledge as a slang term to mean proclaiming, and I said that can also work here as well. That what Jesus is doing, he's saying, only the Father who is the final authority of all, he proclaims when the hour will be.
Okay. So the first position is that oids in here is rhetoric and the usage of declaring. That's your position, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. But you agree Basil doesn't mention that.
No, I said I'm building on him. He talks about the rhetorical vices that Jesus uses. You can use that to throw that in as well.
No. Okay. No problem. So what's the second? You said there's two. So that's the first one. Yeah. What's the second one?
The second, I'm just going to read from the Catechism of the Catholic Church.
Yep.
Bro, wait, pause
So
it.
this human soul that the Son of
It-
God assumed is
In one of your debates, Libiana, with the Catholic guy, didn't he make the exact same blunder? And he read from the
Made the
exact
same
same
blunder and
catechism?
doubled down on it. And he said, "You know, I'm a Catholic, right? I literally quoted the catechism for you." And
Yeah.
he's like a Catholic like nerd, right? And you'd
Mhm.
expect him to know, you know, being a Catholic nerd who studied and scholarly, you would expect him to know this.
He's
But
running a whole
it's
channel.
clear. I know the Catholics don't believe that Jesus doesn't know in his humanity, because you're predicating ignorance to the subject by saying that. When you say Jesus doesn't know in his humanity, you're saying there is a sense in which Jesus doesn't know.
Yeah.
Catholics don't believe that.
That's
Catholics believe that-
Nestorianism.
right. Catholics believe Jesus doesn't know from his humanity, meaning the means by which he attains this knowledge is derivative of the divine nature. So he doesn't know from his humanity, he knows from his divinity. But Jesus, in his humanity and in his divinity, knows the hour.
So what you're telling me is that the Orthodox position is that Jesus, from the moment he was born, he could speak Swahili if he wanted to.
I guess that would be the entailment. Hey guys, hashtag Jesus speaks Swahili, man. Hashtag Jesus speaks Swahili. All right, let's keep going.
endowed with a true human knowledge. As such, this knowledge could not in itself be unlimited. It was exercised in the historical conditions of its existence in space and time. This is why the Son of God could, when he became man, increase in wisdom and in stature and in favor with God and man, and would even have to inquire for himself about what one in the human condition can learn only from experience. This corresponded to the reality of the voluntary emptying of himself, taking the form of a slave. But at the same time, this truly human knowledge of God's Son expressed the divine life of his person. The human nature of God's Son, not by itself, but by its union with the Word, knew and shone forth in itself everything that pertains to God. Such is the first of all the case with the intimate and immediate knowledge that the Son of God made man has of his Father. The Son is, in his human knowledge, also showed the divine penetration he had into the secret thoughts of human hearts, by its union with the divine wisdom in the person of the Word incarnate. Christ enjoyed in his human knowledge the fullness of the understanding of the eternal plans he had come to reveal. What he admitted to not knowing in this area, he elsewhere declared himself not sent to reveal. So in other words, what the Catechism of the Catholic Church is saying is that Christ, when he took on human knowledge, when he took on human flesh, they cite Philippians 2 about him emptying himself. So he had all the knowledge of what he came to reveal according to God's plan, but limited himself in that he would not reveal aspects of the plan of God that were beyond, that would have been.
So where do they say that Jesus doesn't know in his humanity?
Yeah. So basically, he's conflating experiential knowledge with the type of knowledge we're talking about here. So this is how they reconcile Luke 2:52. They say, yeah, Jesus experienced new things. That's what it means by he grew in wisdom. But it doesn't mean that he actually was ignorant of stuff and then attained the knowledge of what's going to happen in the future at a later point in time. No, like there wasn't a point in time where the subject Jesus you could ever say was ignorant of the future.
Yeah. And oh, go ahead, okay.
Yeah, so what I was going to say is that's exactly right. And that's what the Catechism is saying. Jesus has or grows in experiential knowledge, and Jesus is, or he doesn't know in his human nature insofar as he doesn't reveal. All right, because he's left that to the Father. And rather, the person, the subject, knows from his divine nature, not from his human nature.
Yeah, how about
none
how
of
about
that
we
is compatible with what they said. None of that.
Yeah, how about we show, like, I made an image in preparation for my video in the past. So in the image here, what we have is, this is the first option that we're used to, right? And guys, this is what IP and what Than were saying the whole time. They were saying this first option, which is Jesus doesn't know in his human nature. What does that mean? Jesus as a human doesn't have knowledge of the hour. Jesus in the divine does have knowledge of the hour. This is heresy.
Which either results in Nestorianism or results in a performative contradiction. Because if there is only one subject, the subject either knows or doesn't know.
Yep.
Mm.
and it's just heresy. It's heresy for both Eastern Orthodox and Catholics. Now, if we go here we go. This is the second option. This is what they should be saying as non-heretical, right? A non-heretical position. The second option is Jesus does know in his human nature. So look at that. Both divine nature and in his human nature, Jesus, the subject, knows the hour in both natures, right? So that's the thing here. But he doesn't know it from his human nature. The knowledge is produced from the divine nature into the human nature. So the humanity gets it from the divine, basically. So in the human nature and the divine nature, the one subject, Jesus, knows the hour. That's actually the Catholic and Eastern Orthodox position, right? That's the position that, and if you take the other position, it's actually heretical. Now, this isn't what they were saying. Nick was trying to say that and give them hints into saying that. And what happened was IP took the language from Nick, started regurgitating what Nick said without understanding the entailments, without understanding the meaning. While Than was so stupid, he didn't even borrow or regurgitate what Nick was saying. He was freestyling and didn't regurgitate what he said, nor even understood what Nick said, and just kept saying this position. So Than, from till the very end, didn't even repeat what Nick was saying and just kept saying this position, while IP still believed in this position, but at one point he worded it the way that Nick was wording it because he was noticing he was saying something wrong here. So that's basically what just happened, just to summarize of what we're going to watch right now.
Yeah, I also want to add on to this that he was trying to like cite Philippians 2 and do the whole kenosis theory stuff. And even Than afterwards on Twitter, he was trying to go at Dean and say, "Oh, can you critique my model? I hold to the four." What did he say? Let me get it up. Let me quote him exactly. He says, "I hold to the four. What's it called? Let me get the thing."
Wait, leave. Let's save that to then because it's going to get too complicated now.
Yeah, all right, fair enough.
Save it till the very end once he concedes and doesn't understand what we're saying, like to the very, very end.
You're right, true. We should save this because he's not gonna. He's still low tier. He ran away from it though on Twitter, which is funny.
Yeah, he did.
Go back.
Irrelevant to his actual plan and mission. So they draw heavily from Philippians 2 to show this aspect is happening there.
Yeah. So just to
Yo, Dean, do you ever get to like actually dealing with the obvious meaning of the passage contextually?
No. We didn't get to that stage.
Why not, bro?
I forgot why. I didn't even get to say. I think IP just he moved on from that point. But I never even got to say. I never even got to tell Nick that his position, that he doesn't know it in his humanity. He knows it. Sorry, he doesn't know it from his humanity. He knows it in his humanity. I didn't even get to go through why that's like ad hoc. I forget why it shifted so quickly. I don't know.
Yeah. All right. We'll catch him on it next time.
summarize, are you saying that the second interpretation is that Jesus doesn't know the hour in his human nature?
I believe that's what they said. Yeah, he is. He knows everything he came to reveal. He had all the knowledge of what he could reveal in terms of his.
Yeah, no, that's heretical according to the Catholics and the Eastern Orthodox.
I just cited the Catechism of the Catholic Church.
So Nick, let me ask Nick. Nick, can I ask you something real quick?
Sure.
Yeah. So to say Jesus doesn't know the hour in his human nature, is that okay?
It depends. Are you saying that he doesn't know it like in any way within his
right
human
now?
nature,
What I just said.
Wait, Dean, are you saying?
He doesn't know it any way within his human nature, or that he can know it?
Like, no.
Bro, if sophism was a person, it would be Nick.
Hey, Nick is known for this, bro. He does anything to like dodge the substance. He'll do anything and everything to get stuck up on semantics and dodge substance.
I'll tell you guys now. I've known Nick for a long time. Nick is the final boss of unemployment and dodging. Like, go watch any discussion Nick has had. Nick never focuses on substance. And he'll, do you know what dispensationalism means? Do you know what this means? Do you know what that means? Okay, what is it? Tell me. All right. And how because he's really stupid, right? He doesn't know much. Okay. And especially in scripture, he doesn't know jack nothing. Okay. So whenever somebody wants to make a point, right, that he doesn't know, you know what his tactic is? Don't believe me? Go watch it. You know what his tactic is? Show me it. Show me one person who said that. And obviously, most people wouldn't have something on hand, right? And so I actually did that to Chris to give them a bit of their own medicine, right? Earlier, when he quoted a scholar, and I'm like, yeah, give me the source. I want to read it, right? So, but this is what they do, right? Yeah, show me it. Who said it? No, I want to see it. And if the person is not able to pull it up, that's his gateway of running away and burden shifting and making it seem like the other person doesn't know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Go watch it. I'm telling you guys, it happens every conversation. Nick is so low tier. He uses revelations to prove Jesus is God. He is so terrible. He's bad. Okay? He does this every time. He's garbage. That's why you're not going to be seeing him on any big platform anymore after last time. He really sat there and tried to argue the conjugation of proskuneo makes the meaning different after claiming that it's not proskuneo.
Hey, by the way, you guys know the tag that he was talking about is the same? Like, it's literally the same tag.
The parsing tag is the same, yeah.
Yeah,
I didn't have it in front of me, so I didn't know if the parsing tag was the same or not. But it's such a deflection because it doesn't matter, bro. He's like, do you know what a parsing tag is? Do you know what a parsing tag is? Bro, what the heck does that have to do with the topic, bro? So keep in mind, if you ever find yourself talking to Nick, if you ever see Nick engaging anybody, he'll 95% of the times do exactly what I said. Telling you guys.
What I'm saying is, as a human, Jesus doesn't know the hour.
Well, yeah.
Wait.
So I think what he's saying is in virtue of his human nature alone, not in virtue of his human nature through the divine. Because we believe in something called the angelic act of
I can
manipulation.
clarify that.
So-
Nick, I totally
Sure.
understand what you're saying.
Are you trying to point to the
So let me
Agnate
ask you-
heresy?
Yes. So let me
Okay,
ask Mike.
wait. This is really-
I want to clarify with Mike real quick because I know what Nick just said. Mike, are you saying Jesus in his human nature knew the hour or not?
Hey, wait,
Saying
pause it.
exactly what the captain
Why
said.
is
No,
it
no,
he has
no,
to
no,
raise
no.
his hand every time he speaks, bro?
He's like-
Why is he raising his hand like in class every time he speaks?
I don't know, bro. We pointed that out last time, man. He's definitely like an awkward, antisocial person, probably. I don't know, man.
Yeah,
Hold on, Dean,
not like
I
that,
wanna
There's
break
a
down
bro.
to
really
that. Come
important
on,
background
come on.
context to the Agnate
Yeah, I
heresy.
got you. Yeah.
Right? The Agnate heresy is done in virtue of a monophysite ontology, not a diphysite ontology.
Not exclusive. No, it's not exclusive to that.
Were the Agnatites monophysites?
Yes, but the heresy itself encompasses other groups as well.
Right.
Historians.
Oh, no, the reason why it's a heresy is because the monophysites denied that Jesus
no,
knew the
I
hour
know
in the
what
human
it's saying.
nature, and that was a problem because they were monophysites, which means that
No,
the
the
divine
Agnoite
also
saying-
did not know.
Yeah,
Exactly.
the Agnoite encompasses people that subordinate Jesus, such as the Arians. It encompasses monophysites, and it encompasses those that say Jesus didn't know
Correct.
the hour Jesus didn't know the hour in his human nature. Now, Mike, I'm asking you a very direct question.
But a
Do you-
diphysite
is it
doesn't
true-
fall prey to this.
That-
anymore,
Pause.
then.
let me-
pause
let me
it
ask
down?
a question real quick, man.
Why-
Let's
wait.
respond to you. So Mike,
So Chris tried to do the same thing when I spoke to him last time as well on this. He tried to say it's only about monophysites. So if you look here, this is from my video on my channel on this. If you see right there, it says, these are Catholic answers. Look what they say. The monophysites logically believe
sec.
that Christ knew all things
1 second, brother.
since...
Let me put it on.
Yep.
Here we go.
So let me just repeat a bit here, actually. So as it says right here, yeah. So the Agnoite, this is how they define on Catholic Answers, right? It says the Arians are one of them that fall into it. Okay. Then it says the monophysites as well. Okay, it's 2. They say, and also the Nestorians, right? And the adoptionists, right? So it's not just about monophysites. I don't know where the hell they get this from.
All right. Let's continue. And it's so stupid. Just because somebody claims to be a Diophysite, it doesn't mean that they're like, where did Nestorius ever say there are 2 persons? Did Nestorius ever say that?
No, never.
Leafy, does Nestorius ever say there are 2 persons?
That's the exact word fallacy, my friend. What are you talking about?
That's the point, bro. He never says there's a human Jesus and a divine Jesus, but rather these things that he says entail 2 persons.
It's
Yeah.
لازم القول, bro. لازم القول.
They necessarily entail 2 persons. Okay? So imagine Nestorius says, well, I'm a Diophysite, so it doesn't matter, guys. It doesn't apply to me. Because I'm a Diophysite, so it doesn't apply to me.
Yeah.
Right? It doesn't work that way.
You know what's funny, akhi? Actually, some guy on my live, he came up and he said to me, I'm Ash'ari. And I said, oh, okay. And then I said to him, okay, so you don't believe Allah exists in any place? He said, no, I believe Allah exists above the throne. I was like, okay, which Ash'ari said that, bro? He's like, no, but I'm Ash'ari. I was like, bro, what are you talking? Like, it's like the same thing, bro. Like, these guys using words, but they don't understand what it means.
Right. So the heresy can apply to you even if you think you're a Diophysite, because the entailment might be otherwise. Okay. And that's what Dean is trying to say. And that's what Chris failed to understand last time you guys were up there.
Yeah. Hopefully everyone's understanding what's going on. Let's see.
What? The human nature doesn't contain the knowledge?
Oh,
What
you're
do
not
you-
sharing your screen,
what?
Abiana.
Oh, sorry. You guys didn't hear that?
Yeah. Nick fumbles. His question doesn't make. I
Look,
think
look,
it's-
look,
yeah.
look.
Stop ruining it. Dean's trying to cook. Just let him cook.
IP, let me ask you, IP, are you saying that his human nature doesn't even know it in virtue of his divine nature, or are you just saying that just in his
Wait,
human
pause it.
nature alone?
Wait,
that-
pause it. You got to slow it down and repeat it because he's saying it very quick, and we got to know exactly what the options are.
Yeah.
Both options are wrong from what I remember.
75.
Well, I'll ask
Okay.
him. I'll ask him.
Stop ruining it. Dean's trying to cook. Just let him cook.
IP, let me ask you, IP, are you saying that his human nature doesn't even know it in virtue of his divine nature, or
Option
are you just
one, the human nature doesn't know, even in virtue of the divine nature. All right. Next.
saying that just in his human nature alone, that it doesn't contain the knowledge itself?
Or are you saying the human nature doesn't contain the knowledge itself? What the heck is the difference?
Yeah, it's the
What
same
the
from what I
heck is
know.
the difference? You're still saying Jesus doesn't know in his human nature, bro. It's still heresy.
Yeah, Nick needs to work on making his words better intelligible for the audience. Because yeah,
Let's keep going.
The latter.
Right. So then that's completely fine then.
The latter.
No, he said the latter, bro.
That's
He answered exactly like how he answered. Okay, well, I guess. We'll
but
just
you know
go
why he said
forward.
ladder? You know when your friend is like trying to help you out, and then they give you two options, and they're like, and they're like, Leafy,
The second one. The second
yeah,
one.
basically say like this.
I don't
Yo, Leafy,
understand-
are
I
you
don't
saying
understand what you said, but the second one.
Leafy? Are you saying option one, or are you saying option two?
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Right. Option two, the second one.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen. That's completely fun.
Okay, Mike, what's the latter he just said?
That he doesn't know it in his human nature,
Yeah, dude.
apart from the divine.
Amen.
What does that even mean,
Apart from
Libiana?
God,
You know what that
by
means?
Okay,
One sec.
I'm going to ask
Mike
Mike
is
a
completely
question
right
so he
here.
can clarify for you.
What were you saying?
Do you know what that means? Apart
What?
from the divine, that's like so ambiguous. What does he mean by that?
Apart
I think what
from
he's
the- I think
what he's saying
I
is-
think he's
yeah,
trying
go
to be ambiguous, but say like it doesn't come from the divine. But he knows what he's doing, bro. He's trying to be ambiguous on purpose to save their blunder. Nick knows they blundered.
I think what Mike is saying is that Jesus doesn't know apart from his divine, meaning Jesus doesn't know in his human nature, but he knows in his divine nature. I think that's what he meant. But he's being ambiguous, like you said.
Yeah.
Right? Mike, did Jesus have two natures, a divine nature and a human nature?
Correct.
Okay.
Nestorius would say the same thing, would he not? Would Nestorius not say the same thing? Hey, Nestorius, Did Jesus have a human nature and a divine nature? Yes. Okay. Let's continue.
But no, why are you asking him? Let me ask him. Mike,
Bro, let Dean bro.
Mike, does Jesus know the hour as a human? Yes or no?
In his human nature, no, I'm following the catechism.
Oh my god.
God.
Oh my god. He doesn't know what Nick really tried to give him the alley-oop, bro, and he just fumbled.
Yo,
Nick
you should see how
tried to
bad.
make an assist,
You
but
should see how
Mike
bad
keeps
Fan
fumbling,
fumbles.
man.
You should see how
Mike
bad
keeps
Fan-
fumbling, man. Like he did, brother. He literally just spelled it out for you, Mike, and you still fumbled,
He sucks at philosophy, dude.
bro. Oh my god, man, this is bad. No wonder he got baked by that Hebrew Israelite, bro. He baked him. That was embarrassing. Can you guys imagine Mike getting baked by a black Hebrew Israelite? Like, bro, with all those books behind you, you get baked by a Hebrew Israelite who has a costume on and a fake crown. you get baked by a guy who's doing cosplay, bro. Come on, man. Mike, you need to reevaluate like your career and everything going on. Like I said, fire Than. He's useless. You're just losing money. Just fire him. Fire him. Financial advice from the Orthodox Muslim. Let's keep going.
Okay, Nick, bro, be honest, bro. You're seeing.
Listen. So
Okay.
I'll say,
I'm gonna ask the question to Nick. I'm
Nick.
gonna ask the question to Nick. Nick, Jesus as a human, does he know the hour?
This is why I said I think that
No,
it's nuanced.
Nick,
Because when you say
Nick,
as
answer
a
the
human,
question.
brother,
Yeah.
real
That
fast.
means
I'm saying
as a
when you
human,
say
in his
as
human nature.
Yeah. When you say as a human, that's why I'm asking you if you're referring to his human nature apart from his divine nature or the person entirely. That's a
No,
human.
dude,
Right.
obviously not- dude, he's talking about the nature.
No,
Okay,
you need to be
so-
careful.
so yes,
Let me
no,
make-
this is
let me
not
make-
how
let me
nature
make-
works.
I'll answer you.
I'll answer you.
I want to make it very clear.
I'll
I
answer
know
you,
the distinction. I know the distinction that's going on. Nick, you're saying Jesus doesn't know the hour from his human nature. He knows it from his divine nature in his human nature. That is not what Mike's saying.
Yeah.
Mike,
we're
Mike
saying,
let me finish,
Go
Nick.
ahead, sorry,
I
bro.
know
I didn't mean to
this-
interrupt you. I literally just meant to.
I know what you're saying, dude. You don't need to clarify it. So Mike is saying always unqualified. Jesus as a human doesn't know. Jesus in his human nature doesn't know. Chris made the same mistake, and I exposed him on it.
Wait, what?
Now-
No, I'm saying the same
Yes, you
thing
did.
you guys
No,
say.
you're
We
not.
have the same belief.
Okay, Chris,
You've got four
So
Christians.
again,
Pause,
for
pause,
the-
pause,
for
pause,
the
pause, pause.
Ignote heresy, you would have
Yeah.
to say that.
Chris is
Yeah.
lying. Chris is lying. So I'm not gonna pull up. We had a whole saga, me and Chris, where I kept having to correct them. I'm not gonna pull
that's
that
the
up.
prequel. That's the prequel.
I'm not gonna pull that up. But what I will do is I will show the clip where I got a Catholic that Fan actually recommended, by the way, to be. But the Catholic for Than was wheeling what Than said. So yeah, and I don't need to take everything this Catholic is saying. But the point is that when it came to Chris, the Catholic, apparently he's a scholar or something. I don't know, or he's at least someone who's studying scholarly Catholic theology. Allahu alam. Than says he's studying. He basically respects his knowledge in Catholicism. That's the point. And if we look here, I should have the tweet here now. Here we go. Let's see.
Are you sharing your screen?
Yeah, I think I found it now. Okay, but I'll share it right now. So remember, Chris was saying he agrees. He agrees with what they were saying. He doesn't. He made it very clear from the beginning. This isn't his position, and he believes it isn't heretical. He thinks, according to the Catholics, this isn't heretical, and it's just a matter of ikhtilaf, just a difference of opinion. Okay. Now, I played a clip from a Catholic, a well-known Catholic apologist. His name is Wagner, right? This Catholic is someone who Than recommended. Apparently, he knows Catholicism well. Allahu alam. And he says, I agree with Wagner about saying you can't say Jesus in his human nature doesn't know the hour. Some apologists do this, and they should change. However, testifying Chris are, to my knowledge, Protestant. Well, it doesn't matter because Chris was saying he believes in the position that Nick was saying, right? So he said he's defending it. And he says he holds to it, right? And even though he's lying, because in the video I'm about to show, he says that he doesn't hold to it, right? And this Catholic does say this is the agnostic position within. This is the agnostic position for them, but not for Protestants. But that's neither here or there because none of them are using that. They could have easily said, "I'm a Protestant. I don't believe in it," but none of them are doing that. Now, I say to him, do you agree with Chris here that in Catholicism it isn't dogmatic that Jesus doesn't know any human nature, and was merely a view you can take, such as Aquinas, but it wasn't binding? And then he says, no, I disagree with Chris. Right? So Chris says it's just a matter of ikhtilaf. I don't believe in it. Right? And in Catholicism, it's a matter of ikhtilaf. Right? And it doesn't matter. So let's play that. So this was in response to, we had a little back and forth. We had a little back and forth. I had to educate him. And even after I educated him, he still maintained it's not dogmatic. This Catholic disagrees, right? So let's play this.
He's confused medieval Roman Catholic theologians like Thomas Aquinas, for example, who held that the human nature of Christ was greatly uplifted through infused knowledge from the beatic vision, for example.
That's a position Nick said, and that's a position I'm saying is not heretical, right? And listen to what he's going to say about that position in Catholicism.
Yo, this guy moved his hands like that to sound smart, bro. I swear. I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
That's
you
how
have to look at people's mannerisms.
You know Jordan
That's how he
Peterson?
moves.
You know Jordan Peterson? Biggest sophist. That's how he speaks. He moves his hand. He does like sign language, whatever. Like he's in the Matrix. You know, actually, you know Iron Man? You know Iron Man when he's doing the Jarvis thing with the computer and he's moving his hands like that?
Yeah. That's exactly what he's doing, man.
Vision.
Play it.
Some theologians would therefore respond to the question of whether or not Christ knew the hour, Mark 13:32, and the parallel in 24:36 of Matthew. Some theologians in the medieval period would say, no, we actually think he did, he just wasn't declaring it. But that's a theological position you're free to take. That's not prescribed doctrine. That's just a theological view that many theologians had in the medieval period. Is it my view? Nope. But
oh, it's not his view then. I thought you said it is your view.
Wow. Wow.
So it's two things. He's lying on the panel saying it's his view, even though this video was made 3 months ago, right? He's lying saying it's not his view, one. And two, he's not retracting the fact that he got this wrong, that it's not dogmatic. It is dogmatic in Catholicism. You jahil. By the way, this wasn't live, guys. This was pre-planned, recorded.
And this is one of his responses to you, right?
Yeah, one of his responses. Yeah, terrible responses. Yeah.
The human nature doesn't even know it through theandric operations either.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so Mike, do you believe Jesus in his human nature knows?
Disagree theandric operations.
Mike, do you believe Jesus in his human nature knows?
In his human, I've already answered this like 1,000 times now. I don't get what you're trying to do here.
Because we just clarified it. So
Yeah,
Jesus as a human knows.
Through his divine, yeah.
Yes, I know.
Okay, now you fixed it.
divine.
There you go.
No, he was right in what he said. He was
Now
right
you
in what he
fixed it.
said.
Now you fixed it.
it's just all just a big gotcha because you're.
It's okay. It's fine, Pulaski. I know you was right. It's fine, Pulaski. Don't worry about it.
Okay, I got you.
Hey, pause there.
So now you fixed it. You cannot say Jesus.
Just for like 5 seconds. He is just regurgitating what Nick says. And I'm going to show you why. I'm going to give you good evidence that he doesn't actually know what he's saying. Keep playing.
Doesn't know the hour in his human nature. Now, inspiring philosophy. Don't you have a video on Mark 13:32 saying Jesus doesn't know because he's human?
I did that one like 13 years ago, and I've been announcing for like a year now that I'm already planning to redo that video.
13
so
years.
did you make it clear to everyone? You said a heresy in that one.
Damn, Mike is old, eh? Does he
Yeah.
actually
Yeah.
13
Wow.
years or is he exaggerating?
No,
it's
no,
13 years, yeah.
literally, yeah. But bro,
Actually, 13 years ago? Wow,
Yeah,
this guy, man. Subhanallah, bro. Subhanallah. He's
But,
been around
bro,
for a while.
his stuff is like PowerPoint slides from 2008. Have you watched any of his old videos?
No, bro. I only thought that he's like new to this stuff. I don't know.
You know,
Nah,
you,
bro,
you know
it's
in
been for a
like
while.
you know in like year 4 when the teacher finally like gives you a PowerPoint assignment and that's the first time you're using PowerPoint. That's how his videos are. It's like the first time
Oh,
you use PowerPoint.
this guy was doing apologetics when I was 10 years old, and I'm baking this guy. Bro, that's crazy. I was 10 years old, and this guy was making videos about Mark.
Yo, and that's
13:32.
and that's not even his earliest video, bro. I think he's been doing it for about 20 years now. I think maybe we're in our infants who's still doing it. We're baking.
Wait, how old is Chris? Wait, how old is Chris? Is Chris older than Mike? He's a bit younger, right?
No, a bit younger. I'll
know.
guess Chris is like 32.
He's been going
31.
to the park for a long time though. Like
Yeah,
I've been
that's
seeing
true.
him for a
Bro,
few
now
years.
that I think about it, 13 years. I'm 22 now, so 13 years ago is when I was 9, right?
Yeah.
Brother,
Yeah, yeah.
I was 9 years old, and you had all this time to study to talk to me, bro. And you getting Bubba baked.
If I were to
way,
guess,
bro.
if I were to
way.
guess,
That's
IP
crazy.
is like low 40s, Dan's like maybe mid 30s, Chris is like low 30s, and I would have guessed Nick's like in his 30s, but people tell me he's in his early 20s.
Hey, he aged like Jabba the Hutt, bro. That guy's atrocious.
I'm not gonna lie. I thought inspiring philosophy was in his early 30s, bro. Straight up, or in late 20s. He looks young, doesn't he? Or is that just me?
He does look quite
Hey,
young, yeah.
He looks
Hey,
pretty
can you-
young, man. He looks pretty young. I'm not gonna lie. Wow, bro. Listen, IP may Allah guide him, bro. I think he's only a blasphemer because he hangs out with these filthy people, right? And that's why I'm harsh with IP, because he associates himself with these filthy buffoons. But he's more relaxed than any of them, to be honest with you. So may Allah guide him, man. May Allah guide him. Anyways, let's continue.
I don't remember what I even said. Again, that was years
Did you
ago.
say
and I
heresy in
just-
that one or not?
He said he doesn't remember what he said, dude.
Dean, I told you I need to redo the video because there was some clarification issues.
Hey, someone said something 13 years ago that was wrong, bro. Like,
No, I got you.
I wouldn't even-
I'm gonna I'm gonna assume that if you know you have a video on Mark 13:32 and you've realized it's a heresy,
still
to
up,
say
by the
he
way.
doesn't know because he's a human, you would want to adjust it, right? So do you agree that if you said Jesus doesn't know the hour in his human nature because he's a human, he doesn't know, wouldn't you agree that's heretical?
I just said I'm planning to redo it because I need to clarify
Dodging.
some things because some things were not worded properly.
Is this the one?
Yeah, again, it
Is this
depends
one
on
of
what
them?
you mean by it. Like, how does it mean?
Yes.
That's, yeah.
he agrees he worded it wrong, bro. 13 years ago.
It just
Like,
sounds
what?
poorly worded.
Like,
I already have the
know.
script written. I mean, like, what do you want?
Okay, so just to clarify for everyone, Jesus as a human knows the hour. We all agree on that?
In
Through the
virtue of
divine.
his divine nature.
Wait,
yes.
wait. Okay, so everyone agrees on that. Okay, beautiful.
Bro, I actually can't believe this guy's in his 40s. I actually can't believe he's in his 40s, bro. So him and David Wood are not too like what David is what? He's in his
David's
50s,
probably a bit
bro?
older. Probably a bit older.
Yeah,
David is in
maybe
his
late
50s?
40s. Late 40s, yeah, I think.
And I think David would do worse than IP. He would have done worse.
Yeah, David is a complete like nutcase, bro. Like he has no knowledge at all. Like he's completely lost. He has no like knowledge on Christology or anything. Like nothing.
Wow, man, that's crazy. Time flies, man. We don't have a lot of time on this world. You gotta always reflect on that.
Divine.
We already knew
Okay,
this.
okay, so we fixed it now. So the point is that
There was
oh,
nothing
so
broken.
when-
in the
when-
beginning.
when
It was
Jesus
just- it was just
They
an
broke.
understanding.
okay, so did you add that qualifier through his divine when I asked you before?
We always do, so we don't get taken out
No,
of
you
context.
didn't,
It
dude.
happens
You
a
can
lot.
replay it.
we always do, but we
Okay,
did it
wait,
like 5
does
times.
the omission from the initial speech act, okay, does the omission of what he does in the divine nature entail the negation of that?
No, Than. No, Than. He's not
No,
saying.
it doesn't.
Pause
No,
that.
Than,
Pause
no,
that.
Than.
Bro, why is Dan always trying to sound sophisticated? Dan, shut up. Dan,
Does the
You're fired.
omission? Yo, to be honest, the omission from the initial speech act from modal logic.
he's trying. Actually, this is a modal operator. Like, brother,
Well, actually, necessary entails a modal operation. To be honest,
bro, what's that one movie called, man? This guy sounds like McLovin, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Wait, super bad, yeah, super bad.
Dan sounds like McLovin, man. Hey, let's hear it again.
From the
Dude, you
a
can
lot.
replay it. You didn't say that.
What are you talking
okay,
about? For
wait.
when?
Does the omission from the initial speech act, okay,
Initial speech act.
does the omission of what he does in the divine nature entail the negation of that?
No, Than. No, Than. He's not
No,
even
it
saying.
doesn't.
No, Than. You're misunderstanding what he just said. He's not saying in the
Wait,
divine nature he
wait,
knows.
pause it, pause it.
He's saying in the human nature.
I have a
he knows
question
as
for you.
well.
Right, look, I'm going to give you a question with Dan's voice.
to be honest, does the initial from the speech act, does the omission from the initial speech act entail necessarily so through modal logic, entail that do you poop? Do you poop? Let me tell you.
Dean, do you poop? Dean, let me ask you a question. Do you poop, Dean? Dean, tell me, do you poop? Man,
Hey,
Dean, do you poop in all worlds? Is that necessary?
modal operator.
hey, does your soul poop in all worlds, Dean?
Oh man. Thank you, Dean. Thank you. It's absurd, right? Man, this guy needs to be shipped back home, bro. Mike, I'm telling you, man, you gotta fire this guy. He needs to find a better job. Seriously.
Who?
Yeah, so we're saying, so I'll make it clear.
Yeah.
saying- he's saying- I'll make it clear. I'm trying to make it clear what he's saying,
Let
man.
me speak to Than. I can make it clear to him. Than.
Oh, good lord.
Mike,
I'm trying to make it clear what he's
based
saying,
on
not what you're saying.
Than, do you agree that Jesus does know the hour in his human nature?
can you just make your point clear at this?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. So
Is he,
Here,
bro,
I can hear.
It's the exact
is he really talking about making a point clear? Dude, you just yapped about nothing. What do you... Bro,
Yeah, and
that's
by
crazy.
the way, guys, you know, I could say what Than was saying and all that fluff in literally a couple words. Just because I didn't say it doesn't mean that it's a negation. That's how easy it is. Just because I didn't say it, does that entail a negation, or does that mean I negated it? That's all he had to say.
The initial speech act.
No, but he's
Real
a
fast,
sophist.
Dean, real fast. There's a difference between knowing and assuming.
Wait, Than. Jesus as a man, does he know the hour?
My God.
Jesus as a man, does he know the hour?
It depends.
Yeah.
Are you speaking about in
what,
Wait,
virtue
what,
of his
what,
humanity?
interpretation are you
was it-
using here?
What?
It depends. Are you speaking
Did he just say it depends?
Wait, go back. Did you see Nick's? Oh my
Good
God, bro!
Lord.
What a zesty, bro. Go back, bro. What the hell?
difference
Jesus
between
as a man,
knowing
does he
and
wait,
assuming?
wait, Than. Jesus as a man, does he know the hour?
my God.
Yo. Yo. Yo.
Hey,
Yeah,
أعوذ
that's
بالله, bro.
gotta
أعوذ
be-
بالله, bro.
Hey, bro, that's gotta be censored, bro. Yo, Nick, what you doing, man? Why are you moaning in my ear, man? What you
Dean, real
doing?
fast. There's a difference
Jesus
between
as a man,
knowing
does he,
and
wait,
assuming.
wait, Than. Jesus as a man, does he know the hour?
my God.
Jesus as a man.
Bruh, yeah. Somebody please clip that, bro. Bro, somebody please clip that and send it to me, man.
Hey, yeah, guys, make that a GIF and send it. Send it in our servers.
Yo, please look at his face right now. Oh, bro, these guys have a zest syndrome, bro. All of them suffer from zest syndrome. Mike, Porkface, Dan, Nick, they're all zesty, bro.
Does he know the hour?
It depends.
Yeah.
Are you speaking about in
What,
virtue
like,
of
what,
his
God,
what
my God,
humanity?
interpretation are you
dude.
using here?
Dude, it
Dan.
depends. Are you speaking in virtue of his humanity or in virtue of
Yes.
his divine?
I'm asking Jesus when he's on earth, does he know the hour?
Are you
in
asking?
virtue of
Are you
what?
okay, Dean?
In
Are you
virtue of what?
asking?
In-
Does
in
Jesus,
both
the
his
person
natures.
qua the human nature, know the hour, or are you asking?
Yes.
Does Jesus, the person qua the divine nature, know the hour?
Okay, so I want to know exactly what you're saying. What we intend.
Bro, this
It means like in virtue of.
You guys
Virtual.
want to see how messed up my chat is, bro? Bro, just one comment. bro, read that, bro. Bro, you got my chat is messed
Crazy.
up. Yo, my chat needs to touch some grass, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Come
Okay,
on,
Insofar
bro.
as.
Okay, so you believe? So you tell me your question one time. I'll ask you my
It's
question.
okay. It's
Go
okay.
ahead.
I won't use the qua thing. Are you asking? Does Jesus, the person, the subject, insofar as the human nature, know the hour, or are you asking? Does Jesus, the subject, know the hour insofar as the divine nature?
The first.
Insofar as the human nature, he does not. Insofar as the divine, he does.
Insofar as the human nature doesn't know the
All right,
hour.
stop it. Pause it.
So
He doesn't get his knowledge.
Mike nodded his head. We'll play that. You see, that shows me he didn't understand what Nick was saying because he's nodding his head to what
divine
Than is
nature.
saying. The first.
Insofar as the human nature, he does not. Insofar as the divine, he does.
You see, he nodded his head.
Oh boy. Okay, well, I guess you can reinterpret that though. When he says insofar as his human nature, maybe you could like ta'wil that to mean insofar as he doesn't get it from his human nature.
Right. But the thing is, at the end, you get. This is why I keep asking them it. Why? Because they're making it so general. I want them to be so specific that we know what they're trying to say. You're gonna see
Yeah.
at the end that he's saying what I'm saying.
Yeah. Let's continue.
So far as the human nature, he doesn't know the hour.
Correct.
So
He doesn't get his knowledge
does the
in virtue of
divine? Wait,
human
dude,
nature.
come on, man. Let me speak to Than. So Than, does the divine nature communicate the knowledge of the hour to the humanity?
I take the two minds view. So
Okay, so you
Doesn't
don't
answer
believe
it.
Wait,
I don't even
wait.
know
Do you
what
know?
that
What
means.
the,
You're saying-
Okay,
wait,
what I'm saying is
Yeah.
Jesus on earth as a human, he doesn't know the hour in his humanity. That's what I'm asking.
In virtue of his humanity.
One
There's a distinction there.
sec.
No, but he's not making.
The flasher is here. That's actually him, guys. That's him. I could confirm that's him.
Yo, bring him up. Bring him up.
Brother. No. Bro, I'm not gonna bring him up so he could flash me again.
Nah, bring him up so you can bring his Bible. But seriously, bring him up and just cover the screen. Let's talk to him.
No, sure. You could come up, Andre. You could, sure, man. I just want to like see where his head is at, man. And
Maybe he needs help, bro.
Yeah, maybe he's mentally sick. I don't know. But let me put it in my. Let me put it in my chat.
Make sure you get your Bible ready, bro, so you don't have to go get it.
Hey, do you want me to drop for the filter?
Yeah, bro. Just for a second, I think.
Yeah, you're good, you're good.
Drop because until Ghost, can you send me a filter, bro? If you're watching, if you could send me a filter that covers for 4 people. But let's see if he joins. Guys, we're bringing him up to see like what is going on there. Maybe we could help him. If he's gonna troll, then I'm gonna send him packing right away. Okay, he's here. Okay, Leafy, let me just drop you for a sec, bro. 1 sec. Let me just put on this. Hello?
Hello, Libiano.
What's up, man?
You still got your pink cup?
My what?
Your pink cup?
What's my pink cup?
The water bottle you drink out of?
Oh, wait, that's not him. What the heck? Is it?
Yeah, it's on him.
Yo,
Yo,
is that you?
hello?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Oh, wait, I can't hear you.
All right.
Can
you hear now?
Hello?
Join back, bro. Join back. Join back, man.
Maybe he's got to turn on his camera and you got to take off the overlay.
Yeah, okay, but yeah, okay. That's not happening.
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello?
Bro.
Yeah, now he's trolling. Get him out of here.
Yeah, no, wait, I can hear you now.
Now you can hear.
He's trolling, bro.
Just get him out of here.
Wait.
Get his ass out of here, bro.
I can hear Dean, but I can't hear the host.
Oh, yeah?
Can you hear me?
I'll speak to him through you. Through me. Speak to him through me.
Just
Libiano.
ask
What do you
him
wanna ask
is something wrong with him?
Yeah, so Libiano's asking what's going on, bro. Is everything good at home? Is everything okay? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, Libiano's asking, is everything okay at home? Why are you flashing Christians and Muslims?
Yeah, wait, can he hear me though?
Yes, he can.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. Yeah, I just want to know, like, is it funny or is
No,
it not funny?
answer the question, dude.
Because
Is
you guys
everything
keep
okay at home?
laughing,
Why
I'm
are you
confused.
flashing? Why are you
Huh?
flashing for? What's wrong?
Bro, the
You
first
okay?
time I did it, yeah.
Why do you do it to begin with? What's wrong
I'm
with
gonna
you? You
answer.
okay?
Relax.
Wait, let
It
him,
was
Why
let
do
him,
you do
let
it?
him answer. Let him answer.
Bro, can I answer?
Yeah.
Yeah, why do
It
you
was
do it?
supposed-
Tell us.
Bro,
Go ahead.
it was supposed to be a joke. That's it.
Bro.
And then you guys kept
Nah,
laughing.
dude.
So I
Tell
was
him,
thinking, oh yeah, you guys find it funny.
just tell him this, bro. Are you really
Yeah.
wasting your life? Like everybody knows what you look like, your friends and family. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, basically, yeah. So Libiano is saying, like, are you not embarrassed? Like, are you not ashamed? Like, everyone knows your face. They know you flash online. Like, is it not
Yeah.
shameful for you? Are you not embarrassed?
I'm not gonna lie, yeah. The first time I did it, I had my sunglasses, I had my hoodie. I thought you guys were never gonna recognize me. But when he caught me, I was like, what? How the hell did they catch me? You guys were like some FBI agents, man. I swear. How the hell did you find me?
Yeah.
Nah, but you guys look good, though.
Dude, are you not embarrassed? Do you not have any shame?
Do you think this
Bro,
is a
now
joke?
I am. Because you found me. I'm like, what?
keep
Why do
doing
you
it.
why do you continue to do it on like Avery's platform, dude? Do you have like a niche? Do you have a
Bro,
fetish?
Huh?
Do you have some form of
Why is he
fetish?
laughing?
Did we make you build up a fetish now? Like, what's wrong with this guy?
I'm really confused. Do you guys find it funny or not?
All right, Andre.
Oh my God.
Let's send him packing, bro.
Yeah.
He actually doesn't care about his life, bro.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
He actually doesn't care, bro.
Yeah, we find it funny how small it is. Yeah, we find that funny.
Yo, dude, bro, this guy is sending shots, man. Zest Fest 2026, man. Hey, this guy, he's mentally ill. It looks like, man. All right.
That distinction right now. Dan, Jesus,
he is.
Jesus.
I
as-
literally,
Jesus as
I
human.
literally did.
Am I
Okay,
stupid?
okay. So I want to make it very clear, Dan. There's no way you can say Jesus is ignorant of the hour in the human nature or the divine nature, correct?
Bro, if you're talking about in virtue, you can't.
But he's not making that. Bro, oh my God, you're adding these
Okay,
clarifications.
Are you? Let me just.
Yeah,
It
I got
seems
you.
like there's like a metaphysical principle happening behind the scenes here.
Yeah.
Are you saying that
Seems like there's a
one nature has to
metaphysical
prove the other?
principle going on
That's what they're
behind the
saying.
scenes here.
Who's
So who's saying?
That's what
Wait,
they're saying in virtue of this
Who is
passage.
they?
It has to be the same.
Who is they?
Mike and Nick.
I
Both of them are saying
promise
that.
we're not saying what's true
Yeah,
one nature
no,
has
yes,
to be true in the
no.
other.
In this instance, you are you not?
No.
No,
No,
So
no.
you're not saying both natures know it.
Bro, no, we're saying not everything true of one nature has to be true of the other. We're saying
I'm saying
Okay,
the human
so
nature
I'm
doesn't
saying
know in
here-
virtue of
Wait,
itself.
wait,
Oh my
he
God,
says, wait,
Nick,
wait,
Nick.
Dean.
I'm
Wait,
gonna make it very. You asked me a question. I'm making it very clear.
Dean,
In
I
this
think you said
instance,
something.
what is true about the humanity is true about the divinity. But
No.
where,
No,
where,
no.
where, but where the I'm gonna make it very clear, bro. In the divine nature, we have the knowledge of the hour. In the humanity, we have knowledge of the hour. Where it comes from is from the divine. That's the clarification.
So that's a difference between the natures then.
Yes, I just said it.
So
Bro.
they're not
I've said
the
it like
same
five.
then.
I've said
But-
it like
but
I've said it like
you
5
said-
times.
But you said something that I think is a little revealing here, right? Because there's a difference between the person, the subject, and the nature.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Do you think natures entail persons, or what's happening?
No. I don't. What I'm saying is, Jesus as a person, does he lack knowledge in his humanity about the hour?
No, he doesn't lack.
Oh my, why are you
knowledge.
answering, bro, Dick? Man, let him answer.
Oh, doesn't want me to
doesn't
answer.
trust
He
that.
doesn't-
We've already answered this question. We've answered this like
Yeah,
20
you're
times.
not,
times.
yeah, you're not answering. It's fine. Okay. So
What?
anyway,
We've been doing
Dan,
that.
Dan,
Do I need to
I'm
answer the
trying to
question
answer
20
the last,
times for you,
like
Dean?
10, 15 minutes.
Dan,
Dean,
I'm
Dean,
gonna
it
make-
really just seems like you're trying to get us to say something. You can clip it. That's why we're getting a little.
no,
Genuine.
dude, it's
You're not
just very
saying
okay.
the right thing.
You know that's what.
Okay. Just to be clear.
Okay, I mean, again, Jesus, qua Jesus the subject, qua
Yes.
the human nature does not know. Jesus the subject, qua the divine nature does.
Okay. So Jesus in his human nature doesn't know.
How many times we all explained to you, bro?
Yeah.
Are you saying that or
I'm
not?
going to say it again.
Are you saying that or not?
Jesus, qua the human nature
Yeah.
does
What
not
does
know.
qua mean?
Jesus,
What does-
qua the
It means
divine
in
does.
virtue
What
of.
does
It means
qua
in virtue of.
Wait, I want to know his meaning.
Dean,
What do you
you
mean
go
by
low.
It's
God?
the same
literally-
thing as me, fam.
I've said it in virtue of or insofar as.
Okay. Insofar as his human nature, he doesn't know.
Okay, Dean. Here's a really simple way.
How
of
many
putting
times
this.
am I
Okay,
saying
Dean.
You-
Dean,
I just use your synonym.
I'm giving you an analogy to help her. Okay, do
Yeah,
you
go on.
poop?
Yeah, go on.
Do you poop?
Oh,
Oh, you do. Okay. Are you logically identical to your body?
Okay, so
There's no such thing as
I just
logical
want you guys to hear that again. Okay, very quick.
Poop?
I would assume so. Yeah.
Oh, you do. Okay. Are you logically identical to your?
What the heck is logical identity?
Hey,
This is
bro.
proof right here that this guy
Sophistry.
is gibbering. What the flip is logical identity, bro? What is logical identity?
I know material identity. I don't know what logical identity is.
Logically identical. What? What are you even talking about, bro? Like, bro, I'm telling you guys, these guys are straight sophists. Sophists, bro. Yeah, just saying words to sound sophisticated, to sound smart. Okay. Just ask, are you identical? That's all you have. Do you have
Hey.
a classical identity relation or an absolute identity relation? What the heck is logical identity, bro?
Why is Nick sitting there looking like a gremlin in the fucking in the corner?
Yo, bro, chill the language, bro. Chill the language.
My bad, my bad.
Yeah. Wait, that is funny, bro. Look at it. Yo, somebody
Yo, you know what he looks like? He looks like that you know that guy that wears the glasses and he's like smiling, that black guy. The meme.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yo, somebody
Yeah,
somebody
he looks
clip
like
that and put them together. Let's continue.
Body.
What does logically identical mean? I don't know what that means.
Are you a physicalist? Or do you
Yeah,
think you are
you-
just the physical matter?
No.
Okay.
Okay. So wait, does your soul poop then?
You mean like my soul goes through the process of pooping? It's only a physical thing.
Right, exactly. So you're predicating poop.
What an example, bro. What the?
But this is the whole point. It's ridiculous, but it's ridiculous for a reason, right? You're predicating poop, and you, the subject, are the owner of pooping. But it's not.
I
like
didn't-
you,
oh,
the
wait, I
subject,
didn't know you
this
can own an
material
action,
substance
Lubiano.
Is the thing pooping? You are the owner.
Yeah. Well. To be fair, all he's saying is that the predicate belongs to you as a whole subject, even though it primarily belongs to a part. That's
Hey,
what
bro.
he's saying.
Hey guys, the 2026 with the Kharada Lama.
The poop dilemma, man. The poop. But actually, let me tell you guys why this doesn't work. Okay, let me just explain what he's saying here. And I want everybody to pay attention, okay, because this will be very useful. Okay, so what he's saying is, look, some predicates can be true of a part, and that is transferred over to the whole. Okay, so if my hand is cut, let's say my hand is cut or injured, I can rightly say, I, as a subject, am injured, even though only one part is injured. It primarily belongs to my hand, and because my hand belongs to me as a part of the whole, that is transferred over to the whole. Then I could say, I am hurt or I am injured. Now, this only works with positive predication, not negative predication. What was it, Leafy? It was apophatic. What do they call them?
What are you talking about?
Positive and negative predicates. What was that a formal term that was used?
Are you talking about like? I don't know what you're talking about.
Let me just remember quickly here.
Are you talking about Cambridge properties or?
No. So apophatic predicates are when you speak about God and you give him negative properties. So he is not P, right? Cataphatic properties are positive. So you say God is P, right? So this is the idea. Now, this doesn't work with cataphatic or positive properties. Why? Because something that is negated of one part cannot be transferred to the whole. What do I mean by that? If I have, and I've given this example before, if I have one eye shut and one eye open, okay, one part is shut and one part is open. Now, when we talk about the whole subject, I could say positively, I can see. Even though one part can't see, as long as at least one part can see, I could properly say as the whole subject, I can see. But now let's switch this to a negative property. If I have one eye open and one eye shut, can I truly say I cannot see? I can't. Because there's at least one part of me that does see. So then the negative property can't be transferred to the whole, right? So then Than's appeal here does not work because Jesus says he doesn't know. If there's at least one aspect that knows, then Jesus can't rightfully say that he doesn't know in any nature. Because there's at least one aspect that does know, and that would make him a liar. And the statement wouldn't correspond with reality. Okay? So that's why that appeal is not going to work. Make sure you remember that, guys. There is positive predicates and negative predicates. Positive predicates can belong primarily to a part and be transferred to the whole. Negative predicates belong to a part and can't be transferred to the whole. And the caveat is, if there's at least another part that negates that predicate, it can be transferred to the whole. All right, let's continue.
Of it, because you are also predicated a human nature that has a body that does the pooping.
No, I agree. Okay, so I'm gonna make this. I'm gonna make this. Okay, I don't want anyone to interrupt what I'm asking Than right now. I want to hear what he has to say.
Can we move on now, please?
So
We've been saying the same thing.
we want. No, I want to make
Chris knows he's gonna get big.
I want
You've
anyone to
had a
interrupt. I
long
want to know
time
what
to
Than
do
has
it.
to say. Than just gave me an example. I'm gonna give him an example now. I want to see if we're on the same page here. So Than, when Jesus was on earth, right, there was certain stuff. If you asked him, he would not know because in his human nature he is ignorant of it. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that is the ignorance right there.
No, it's not.
It is.
You see that? You see that?
Nick, it was what he just said. The ignorance.
Repeat that. Repeat that.
That in virtue.
So you see how now that's very clear what he meant before.
Yep. Yeah. Let's hear it again.
In his human nature he is ignorant of it. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that is the ignorance right there.
No, it's not.
Oh snap! See that? Van messed up, guys. Did you clip this?
Yeah, I did a whole reaction to this section and showed exactly what they intended based on the context of what they were saying.
Yeah.
If you asked him, he would not know because in his human nature he is ignorant of it. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that is the ignorance right there.
No, it's not.
Oh my
Nick,
god!
it was what he just said. The ignorance.
Yo, stop that. Wait, pause.
Yeah, he shaked his head.
He didn't
He
say
shook-
in virtue. You just
He
He-
shook his
he
head.
shook
So
his
we
head.
know
He shook his head.
So we know IP was just regurgitating Nick.
Yeah,
because
look,
he didn't.
look. Guys, look at IP, guys. Look at IP.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that is the ignorance right there.
No, it's not.
It is.
He's shaking his head. You see, guys, they actually don't know
Nick,
what
it
they're
was
talking
what he
about.
just said. The ignorance.
That in virtue of his human, he doesn't know.
He didn't say in virtue. You just
Okay, dude.
Oh my gosh.
Has
Okay,
he-
so
maybe
because
not- wait, Dan,
so
Rob, I want
wait, wait,
to-
no,
okay,
wait,
what
let
is
me-
it?
let me-
What is virtue? 5
I want
seconds.
to know.
Dean,
Dan, do you understand what he means by virtue of?
apparently we are just we have short-term memory loss and we don't remember the 50 times I've
You don't know
repeated
what he means
myself
by
previously.
virtue of. What does he mean by virtue of? Tell me.
Who are you asking this question right now?
He's asking you.
I'm
But I
speaking
know
to
you
you.
know it, so go ahead.
Or what do you mean? Are you asking me what I think Nick means by in
Yes.
virtue of?
Yes. Yes.
The same thing any philosopher.
Oh
Thank
my
you.
Dude,
What
you
a
just-
dodge! Nice dodge,
Oh
bro.
my god, bro. The same thing any philosopher. Fan, bro. Pack it up, man. Pack it
Do you need me
up.
to? Are you here for
Bro,
an education lesson or like what?
Listen. It's no stress for here. I'm gonna make it very simple. Jesus. on
Nobody's
earth-
stressed out. I'm just
Jesus-
kidding.
Jesus-
Nobody's stressed out,
It's just
Dean.
You're not giving me a
I'm not
definition.
stressed.
You're not giving me a definition. But I'm gonna ask one more time.
It's
Jesus on-
it's
Jesus
rather
on earth.
primitive. Okay,
Je-
you know,
Jesus on
Dean,
earth.
Dean,
He was
define, no,
ignorant of the hour.
define matter.
That has nothing to do
What?
with the discussion.
Bro, what's
define
that
no,
got to
because
do
you're
with?
giving me.
What? What is
Hey.
even going on right now? Like, what is actually going? Hey, Dean, define matter. Dean, what? Oh my God, bro! How is a 23-year-old Muslim from the middle of nowhere in Australia teaching these 40-year-olds their religion right now?
You know what you should have said, Dean? You should have said E equals MC squared when he said define matter. You should have just given him an equation.
My goodness. Oh my God, this is bad, bro.
Has
A
nothing to do with the
demand,
discussion.
right? You're giving me a demand to define what in virtue of.
I never
means.
use the term matter to define it. You used.
I know. I'm giving you a counter example. Gene, if you woke up tomorrow morning and you did not eat, how would you feel?
Hungry.
Okay, cool. So you're able to entertain conditional thinking. Great. Okay. So if your principle of defining things, otherwise you don't know what you're talking about, holds true, define
Than,
matter.
Than, I never used the term
Okay,
matter
guys,
for me
look,
to
do you see
define
this?
it.
Dean doesn't know how to define
Okay,
matter.
Than, I'm not even saying that. Look, Jesus on earth was ignorant of the hour in his human nature, meaning because he was a human, he didn't know the hour. in
Jesus,
some
the
sense.
subject, was ignorant qua the human nature and was not qua the divine nature. I don't know.
You want to share your screen? I'm just gonna go pray, bro. I have to pray. Okay. So do you wanna?
No, we'll just put it on pause. Just leave it on pause.
Okay, but don't bore the chat, man.
Nah, I got them, bro.
Bro,
I
what
got
are you
them.
talking? Hey, we're gonna. It's okay. We're gonna help Dean with his social skills, and we're gonna entertain the chat.
All right. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go pray.
All right. All right.
All right,
let's,
Leafy. So, man,
just like
when,
old
when are
times.
you gonna make it to the tier list, bro?
Huh? Bro, I'm happy I'm not on the tier list. Alhamdulillah, bro. Allah saved me from that whole situation.
Yeah, I'm trying to make it A tier, man. Not gonna lie.
Hey, guys, listen. For the chat, I made my own tier list. If you guys want to know, in the new video that I'm about to release hella after the stream, I made a tier list for hadith rejectors. But you guys are gonna have to wait till the end of the video to get that one. All right. So if you guys want to see the hadith rejector tier list, hop onto my channel and watch the new video I'm putting out, refuting hadith critic.
Yeah. Let's discuss a bit on the agnoity thing, right?
Oh wait, can I show the Twitter thing now? Oh wait, can I not share
yeah,
my
we need Libiana to come back to do that.
okay,
Wait until that. There's still just one little section left where he makes it so clear what he's saying is the ignorante. But anyways, yeah. So, guys in the chat, I want you guys to understand exactly what the ignorante is, right? So, them saying Jesus doesn't know the hour in his human nature, i.e., if you were to ask Jesus, do you know the hour? He'll say, no, I don't know the hour. I don't know the hour. In some sense, meaning in the human nature, but I know it in my divine nature. That is the ignorante, right? But what Nick is trying to say is some convoluted metaphysical, assumption being read
Mumbo
into it.
jumbo, mumbo
Yeah.
jumbo.
Where
Yeah.
when Jesus says he doesn't know, he doesn't mean it as in he doesn't know. It's not saying he's ignorant of it because he's human. He's saying he doesn't know it from the human nature. He doesn't know it because he's human. Sorry, he's not saying that he knows the hour because he's a human. He's saying he knows the hour because he's divine and his divinity communicates it to the human nature.
Yeah,
That's
in
a very
virtue of his divinity. In virtue of
Exactly.
his divinity, yeah. Which is not the same as what they were saying. They kept going back and forth, bro. It's like you know why you kept asking them? It's because they kept changing their answer every
Yes.
couple minutes, which is funny to watch. And then they're just gaslighting and acting like, oh, we answered it. Like, bro, what? But you know, I think the worst performance, like Nick was pretty bad with the Proscanero stuff. I think the worst was actually Chris. I'm not gonna lie. Chris on every single, like, he brought 0 points of substance. He dodged all your questions, and he didn't even make like a
Yes.
single like decent point. I think Chris did the worst.
Yeah, that's what Sam was saying. Sam Shamoon was saying that, why do you think he was begging on his channel? Come up, Dean. Come up. Come up.
He was, bro. He sounded like a Shia, like when they ult him, like, bro. He was like, "Please, Dean, come! I beg you, come, please." Like, it's crazy, bro. Like, why is he doing that?
Nah, he sounded like a salty ex. Dean.
Oh yeah. Please, please don't leave me, Dean. Come here. Do it to me, Dean. You did it to Chris. Do it to me.
Yo, what
Hey, but that's what he was saying, bro. He was like saying like, what's it called? Oh, you think you could get away? You couldn't get away with the stuff you were doing on that panel with me. Like, come on my panel. Nah, it's not happening, bro.
I'll be back with you.
All right, bro. So it's just me against the world now. Hello. But all right, chat. I trusted Libiana, I trusted Dean, but bro, they just left me alone. This is not. I don't feel safe, bro. All right, let's guys give me some questions for Leafy while these guys are gone. Give me some questions. I'll do some questions. Hey, Q&A with Leafy. Leafy, I trusted you. Hey,
I trusted you, Chris. I trusted your IP. No, I'm not gonna lie though. IP's like image before, Christians used to always tag him on TikTok, hype him up. You know what I mean?
yeah. No, he was seen as actually like someone who, especially in his early debates, bro, he was actually pretty good. Like, I don't know if you've seen his early debates with atheists. He was actually doing really well. Like, he was using the kalam. He was like following William Lane Craig. Like, you could say he was like under him. But like all of a sudden, bro, as time progressed, he's just gotten worse and worse. His arguments are staler and staler. He's not keeping up with what's going on, new discoveries, new arguments, and he just fell off. Like
They're all the same, bro. They're all their arguments. The thing is, bro, I'll tell you why all their arguments against Islam is trash. Because they either copy paste it from Sam Shamoon, right? So either one, they copy paste from Sam Shamoon, or two, they make it themselves, right? Which is like even worse. At least Sam Shamoon, you can tell like he's done some reading to some extent at least, and he actually understands to some extent what's being said. With these guys, like for example, Testify, right? I went up on his panel. What happened? Oh, the Quran says it's clear, but it's not clear, and not everything's clear in there. I told him, oh, you don't know chapter 3, verse 7, where it says some verses are not clear, and he's like, oh, okay.
Yeah. I remember that. Yeah, that was terrible. And even with the church father stuff, you were baking him, and then he was like, yeah, stop speaking to me, speak to someone else. Like, it's the same thing he did to me when I was pressing him.
He said Irenaeus was a subordinationist, he thinks.
Yeah. And also Ignatius. You were pulling him up on Ignatius, Irenaeus, and Tertullian. All of them.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But bro, when we were pressing him and Chris, that was the funniest shit, bro. That was so bad.
Yeah.
That's why they deleted it. That's why they deleted it.
Yeah, by the way, guys, Chris and Testify,
back.
when they debated Leafy and I, Testify deleted it from his YouTube channel a couple of weeks later.
All right, guys, I'm back. Let's get back to reacting.
How many times?
So
I have to say
okay,
this?
okay, so beautiful. So you can say in a sentence,
long enough.
dude. I'm speaking
You
to
have gone,
Fan.
no, I do not care. You have gone on long
You
enough.
don't care.
Bro,
So that
bro,
means in a sense,
like,
Jesus
you wanna-
doesn't know the hour, correct?
No, you're.
What do you mean by in a sense?
In the human nature, the one person Jesus, in his human nature, doesn't know the hour, correct?
One of the
In
minds
virtue
does
of his
not.
humanity.
One of the minds
One
doesn't.
of the
Okay,
minds does not.
one of the minds does not.
In virtue of itself. Let's be clear, because Dan's already been
dude,
saying
please-
it.
Dude, Nick, you keep clarifying. Dude, come on, Dad.
He hates when I give the
He's
right
not
answer.
adding. Okay, I'll tell you what he's saying.
So wait, Dean.
This
Is.
I
Look,
told you
don't
don't
mean this.
interrupt.
I
You're
don't mean this.
You
I don't
hate
mean
when I
this.
get a right answer, huh, dude?
I don't mean
You're
this.
getting
I
red,
don't mean
Nick.
this
Why
in
are you
a
red for?
disparaging way. But
No, I
what
think
is
it's
it?
funny,
What
that's
is it with Dawa guys when it comes to metaphysics and then just like manifestation happens? It happened with Libiano earlier, and it's happening now.
No, it didn't happen with Libiano earlier.
What is it with metaphysics, Dan? I swear, I would make you look like my son. I would make you look like my son. Dan, pop in anytime, please. Pop in anytime. And one question will destroy your whole worldview. I dare you. Dan, come up. Quoting Sam Shimon here. Come up then. Come up. Let me end your apologetics career. Telling you, bro, this guy is a sophist.
Manifestation happens. It happened with Libiano earlier, and it's happening now.
No, it didn't happen with Libiano earlier.
I used the term modal
Dean's funny, I ain't
operator,
gonna lie, bro.
and it's
Modal
like,
operator?
It's like I ate the Quran.
What? No one's saying that. What?
No, he's getting.
He's
it
making
out.
Do yourself a
Yeah,
favor.
but
Do
we're
yourself
not-
a favor.
We're
and go
engaging with you,
back.
bro. Here,
Go do yourself a
Stan,
favor and go back to the way Libiano reacted when I started doing
Okay,
metaphysics.
Stan, bro, I want to deal with
Bro,
this.
I
Okay.
was,
So
I
wanna
was
ask you- I wanna ask you a
laughing at you for being so corny, bro. You're a cornball. That's why.
Please don't interrupt. I'm gonna make it very clear to him. So Jesus does know the hour in his divine nature. Yes.
Jesus, the subject, qua the divine nature,
Okay.
does know.
So don't use qual. I want to know, like in layman terms, so everyone can understand.
Bruh.
What does it mean?
In
Don't
virtue
use that
of.
word.
In virtual.
Too
Okay,
Don't
okay,
use the
beautiful.
word that.
Okay,
Don't
okay,
use the
beautiful.
word that.
Beautiful.
Like.
I want everyone to
that-
understand what you're saying. I want everyone to understand what you're saying. So in
Okay,
Jesus,
okay,
in
I'll
virtue of
use-
his
I'll
divine
use-
nature-
I'll
Don't
use the
qualify,
word.
bro. Do not
Okay,
qualify.
dude, you're
Jesus-
not again. Let me
at
speak to him. Let me speak to him. So Jesus, in
Jesus,
his, so
according to the
Jesus
human
in his divine
nature.
nature. Yes. So in his divine nature, he does know. Sorry, he does. Yes.
Say it again.
Jesus in his divine nature does know the hour. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Jesus in his humanity is ignorant of the hour. Yes.
Yep.
Okay. So he's ignorant. Does the divine communicate the knowledge of the hour to the human nature so that when Jesus is on earth, he actually does know the hour in his human nature?
What does that even mean? What you're asking?
That's exactly what Nick was saying. But you see how it's not,
No.
you see how Nick is putting his head up and down. You don't understand what's going on. That's exactly what I'm saying.
He's
the whole
not
time.
tracking.
You don't understand what he's saying. so I
Nick,
have to
why? Okay,
clarify
let's
it.
ask Nick. Let's ask Nick. Nick, why are you putting your head up and down?
Putting my head up and down because it is correct that the divine nature basically transmits,
he
let's just
agrees
say,
with
for
me,
lack
yeah.
of better words, to the human nature. That does not mean, though, that the human nature knows it in virtue of itself.
Right.
Okay, so you see
Well,
how
that's why
he was
I'm
putting.
asking the
So
clarifying
you
question.
see,
What
so
does
you
that
see how
mean?
when he was putting. Wait, one second.
But Nick is saying the human nature knows it, just not in virtue of itself. Fan said the human nature doesn't know it. Are they tracking each other, bro?
I don't think
They're
they
not
understand
able
the
to track
distinction.
each other.
Yeah, they're not tracking the distinction of what actually makes the heresy and what doesn't, and that's why they're just fumbling over each other.
Yep.
And it's
But anyways,
hilarious to
I
watch.
made it clear enough what Than intended, because Than, I asked him, if you ask Jesus, do you know? He would say, I don't know it, because in his human nature he doesn't know. And Than said yes already, so we know what he meant.
Yeah.
He just clarified it. That's why when I asked you that question, you didn't know what that meant. Nick knew what that meant because you don't understand what Nick is saying. I just exposed that.
No, that's not what happened. I'm asking you to
That's exactly what
clarify.
happened.
Dean, there's a difference between me asking a clarifying question to force you to do
Look how red
metaphysics
Nick is.
and me asking a clarifying question because I don't know what's
Okay.
happening.
Okay. So we'll bring it back now. Now that you understand what was being said. So please, no one interrupt. So then, Jesus doesn't know the hour in his human nature, in the sense of he is ignorant in the human nature, meaning in no way you can say the human nature knows the hour. Is that correct?
That's a whole lot of words for just.
Okay, I'm gonna make it very simple.
Jesus
Does-
in the
does-
human
does-
nature does not
yeah.
know the hour.
Is there any
Yeah,
sense
stop
where
there, stop there,
Jesus
stop there,
doesn't
stop
know the
there.
hour in his humanity?
Stop there.
Very simple.
He just said what I said is identical to saying Jesus doesn't know in his human nature. Than was saying the whole time Jesus doesn't own his human nature, meaning he does say he does believe that what I just said is identical to what he was saying, right?
Yeah.
So the point is that exactly like I said, if you went up to Jesus, look how red Nick is. Oh my god, bro! Someone get him a fan, bro.
Hey,
Someone
red
get him a
cheeks.
fan.
Red
Yo.
cheeks.
Red cheeks, man. Red cheeks. My prophecy came true.
Is there, and what do you mean by the word sense?
Okay, so is there any way you can say Jesus knows the hour in human nature? Is there any way you can say that? Any way you can actually say that in a verbalizing way?
You got to realize, Dean,
Yeah,
when you're doing
answering my
metaphysics,
question.
you can't
you're
just be sloppy and loose with your language.
not- you know, it's very direct.
Sloppy
Jesus
and
is-
loose like-
Jesus is
like-
Dean,
humanity.
do you poop?
Dude, I'm not answering that.
So I asked you a question the second time to unpack metaphysics, and you're not going to answer it.
This is irrelevant to
Meanwhile,
this
I
question.
have to. No, it has to do with meta.
Dan,
It's
is there
irrelevant.
any way you can say Jesus does know the hour in humanity? Is there any way you can say that?
I don't know. Is there?
Okay, so he doesn't know. There you go.
Can we move on to something else?
He said,
please?
"I don't know."
Can we
He's
move
like-
on?
Yeah, we can move on to something else. You guys can bring whatever topic.
Can I
you guys
answer
want.
and see if Dean has a? I'm gonna say yes. Do you have a response to that?
Yes, what?
Yes, there's a sense in which you can say he knows and he doesn't, and one
No,
is
I-
going to be in virtue of itself.
No,
one
no,
is
I
in
know.
virtue
No,
of
no.
itself.
Wait. So,
You fine with
you're
that?
saying so you're saying Jesus doesn't know the hour in human nature?
No, I'm saying there's a sense in where you say he doesn't when you're talking about the virtue of the knowledge.
Dude, I already explained this
sense
to
where
you
you can
before.
say yes with the
I know what
transmission.
you do. You think I know what you're saying right now?
So I'm asking, do
Of
you
course
agree
I
with
do,
what I'm
because I
saying?
explained it before.
So you agree
yeah,
with what you believe what I'm saying?
I
straight.
agree. Dude, I'll define it to you one more time. I know this. I know that you know the heresy. I know your theology.
So what I'm saying is right.
When you say Jesus does know in the divine, you also have Jesus does know in the human nature, but he doesn't know in the human nature by itself. It knows it in virtue of the divine nature. I know that.
So is there anything I've said that's wrong?
So what's the argument?
In Orthodox theology, you didn't say anything wrong. Mike at the beginning said something wrong. Dan said something wrong.
Which is
I didn't say, what did I say that's wrong?
By saying unqualified, Jesus doesn't know in his human nature because he was a human.
So because we assumed we're in a good faith discussion,
What do you mean?
we
what?
said something wrong.
Bro, what's that got to do with anything?
Dude, I'm assuming you know that. I'm assuming you know that Trinity heresy.
Dean,
Yeah, here
Dean.
I'll make it very clear for you. I'm
Okay,
gonna
no,
assume.
no, no.
I'm gonna assume you guys on this platform are
Yo, Than is just so clueless this whole time. Like, I actually feel sorry for him.
gonna know the heresies, the general heresies, when it comes to dealing with Jesus on the
I'm going to
et cetera,
assume
right?
that you're a good faith interlocutor, and that
Yeah.
and just like you should assume of the same of me, and so that way when you say yes, I poop, I'm not going to think that you say
Man,
that
man,
you're
can you
saying.
give,
the
can you give a
soul
different
poops.
example? It's very weird.
Well, I mean, you said we said
Okay,
something
I
wrong.
just earlier.
Yo, Dean, are you getting uncomfortable or something, bro? What's going on, bro?
Bro, at that point, bro, I thought he was gonna get up and get his Bible or something.
And that's funny.
Hey guys, this is why Dean needs social skills.
So I can poop. So I can poop.
Food. Your soul is not digesting the food, right?
Yeah, the body's digesting
Your
food,
body
yeah.
is
Yeah.
right.
So you
So in
can
the same way that
say-
when you utter phrases like that, I'm not going to be like you idiot. Like no, you don't.
When did I call
Like,
you an idiot, dude? What?
I'm not saying. I'm
No, I
I'm
think he's
calling
like
you
just
an
like
idiot.
using hyperbole.
No, you're not using insults.
He
like
likes to
really how it was.
victimize
But I mean,
himself.
like that's going. But you said I said something
I just
wrong
want direct
earlier,
responses
but
to
Nick
questions, that's
said
all.
that what I said was correct. We added
Yeah.
the qualifiers because you kept
Yeah,
pressing
yeah,
us.
and
this
I'm
is what
gonna-
Dan. Let me just give you
Yeah, go
what
on,
Dan
go on.
is saying here is like if we're in a good faith conversation, we could say something like I eat food, and you're not gonna be like, oh, well, wait a minute, does your soul eat food? The same thing. We could say Jesus doesn't know the hour in a colloquial sense. That doesn't mean we're given the deep metaphysics. We go into that and we explain. That's why I read the catechism directly for you. And in the moment you said it, you said, well, that's heresy. Well, I read the catechism and you said it was heresy.
So there's no way. Yeah, because Mike, listen, there's no way you can say Jesus doesn't know the hour.
Wait, pause
in
it, pause
his
it.
human nature. You have to say he does know in his human nature.
He's lying about that. He didn't read the catechism, and I said that's heresy. He's misrepresenting what happened. Does anyone remember what happened? He read it, and after he gave a conclusion on what it's saying, which was wrong, which is that Jesus doesn't know the hour in his human nature.
Yep. Then he says, I literally read it for you. As if that means anything.
Nature, but not from his human nature. That is a very specific language to portray the exact
Noted.
meaning that Nick
Dean.
was saying.
I know that you don't believe this because you use colloquial language all the time. Basic speech act theory, right? You have elocution and
Basic speech act theory.
an illocution.
Yeah.
Bro, please look at this guy's face.
Right? You have elocution
Like-
and an illocution.
Bro, look at this guy, bro. He's trying so hard, dude.
Yo,
It's okay, man.
Than's the meme of the month, bro.
Bro, Dan, it's okay, bro. Your friends accept you, brother. You don't have to prove yourself to Mike so he doesn't fire you. It's okay, man. Just be yourself. I promise it's gonna be okay.
Yeah. Wait, one sec. Well, last
So
month,
when I
it
say in
was
his human nature,
last month was King Silver, the Ankabut being a bat. This month it's Stan.
Yep.
Hey, Ankabut,
you
man.
then read
Shout
a
out.
whole bunch of stuff into that. And what we're trying to point out is we clarified what that meant. We meant it was qua human nature, and you were like, "Oh, but no, that's not how this works." So this is what we mean about you trying to like do the gotcha moments here. When we're trying to explain the over and over again, we're all on the same page. And again, Nick, when I said that, Nick asked clarifying questions, and he said, "Yeah, I'm good to go." So no, we didn't get things wrong.
By the way, something that is thought of. You know, Than is Greek by nationality, right?
Yeah, his last name's Ababadopoulos.
Yeah.
So if he's Greek, which means he could probably speak Greek, I'm assuming. Why did he let Fearless Truth yap about proskuneo?
Hey, man,
This
you
actually
gotta
shows
stick to
you
the team.
guys the level of dishonesty, bro. Wow, man, it's crazy.
Only if you read into what we said, what you want to hear.
Okay, so listen, I had a discussion with Chris on this, and he doubled down saying that no, I was wrong. Chris
You are
said,
wrong.
"Okay, I am wrong." Okay, so
You're wrong because you
so-
kept
so we-
saying
yeah,
kept
go on.
saying with the agnoite, and I kept pointing
Yeah.
out to you the references you were using were in the context of monophysitism. Which
Okay,
Stan
let me
already mentioned.
let me ask Nick right now.
I then
Nick,
let me finish.
Yeah,
right?
dabba, dabba,
I
do.
explained to you my
Yeah.
position is due with physitism, right?
Yeah.
Everyone here is of the same opinion on that, right?
Yeah.
We're giving you the same answer. We thought
No.
you could use basic charity to understand what we're trying to get at by virtue of. But for some reason, you go, no, I'm going to interpret you a different way, and then just say
Bruh.
that you're a
Okay,
heretic.
Chris, Jesus as a human
Wait,
is he know
pause
the
it.
hour?
Wait, pause
Jesus
it.
as a subject knows the hour, yeah.
He's sitting there asking Dean to give him like basic charity, but the whole argument, the Islamic dilemma, is based off being uncharitable as shit to the Quran, misquoting verses, misquoting scripture, misquoting tafsir,
Oh,
and
look,
pretending like it's an absolute confirmation when it's not.
look who we got in the comments.
Hey, we got Metaphysics
Hey,
Mike.
man, shout out
The,
Metaphysics Mike.
the better Mike.
The better
the
Mike,
actual Mike.
man. The actual
Hey,
Mike.
The actual Mike.
Why human nature changes absolutely nothing. In the next breath, they'll see natures are undivided. Yeah, Mike, if you want a good book on that, there's a book by, it's printed by Oxford. It's called The Contradictory Christ. Okay, and it speaks about all of these solutions to the hypostatic union and qua counts. It's a very good read. You should check it out. But yeah, saying qua humanity or qua divinity doesn't fix anything because Jesus qua humanity just is Jesus qua divinity. They're the same one subject. So you still have the issue of predicating contradictory and negating properties to the same
Wait.
subject.
I actually pointed this out to him on Twitter, and he like agreed with this. By the way, do you want me to show you?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Wait, let me just get it for you. 1 second. Yeah. Okay. Let me share the screen. Okay. All right. You can see? All right, you can see, yeah. So here it says, I basically say reduplicative predication doesn't solve the LPI. You're brain dead to pretend otherwise. And he comments, and he literally agrees. He's like, I'm not solving the LPI in this conversation. That's not even the context. But he's basically conceding that yeah, the qua move doesn't solve anything. It just still yields a contradiction, which is low-key funny.
Yo, explain what his two minds view is, because we didn't
Oh,
get
yeah.
into that.
Yeah. So the two minds view. So I'll just stop sharing this and I'll share the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, which explains it. Yeah. Okay. Libiano, share my screen.
Sorry, I just had to do something quick. Yeah. There you go.
No, you're good, bro. So this is the two minds view. So this is basically there's two views, right? There's kenosis theory, which is the first view, which is Philippians 2, that Jesus like emptied himself or that he like veiled himself. And the issue with this view is that if you say something can be divine while lacking the property of omniscience, then what does it mean to be divine then if you lack an omni property? That's the issue with the kenosis view. The two minds view, it basically says that Jesus has another mind, and let me read out what it says. He claims that the incoherence charge against the incarnation rests on a mistake. The critic assumes, for example, that humans are essentially non-omniscient. But what grounds are there for this assertion? So we naturally, as humans, we naturally are ignorant. That's an essential quality of humanity for a human to lack knowledge.
You know
So
what's
we're
funny about that,
essentially-
Leafy?
Yeah, tell me.
What if I told you, Nick, I have heard, I don't know if he's retracted, with my 2 ears and with my own eyes, I have heard and seen Nick deny that humans are essentially ignorant. Can you believe it?
Wait, I haven't seen that. Are you sure?
I've seen it and heard it with my own. It's actually in a conversation with Metaphysics Mike. Yo,
Hey,
Mike, you
someone
still
get,
here?
Someone get the clip. Hey, get Mike up here. Let's. I need a alternative change.
Mike,
for
if
this,
you're still
hadith.
here, even Mike will confirm. When Mike went on God Logic's live and Nick was there, Nick tried to argue that humans can be omniscient. There is no contradiction. Can you believe it?
Hey, Mike, I need you to clarify this hadith with an alternative isnad. I need some corroboration.
It's insane, bro. And that the simple refutation is, in order for a human to be omniscient, he must know all things.
He said,
see,
"Yeah,
Mike?
that's true."
That's true. You see that?
Yeah. Okay.
In order for a human to be omniscient, he must know all things. It's either that the divine essence is knowable or unknowable. Christians believe that the divine essence is unknowable. If a human can know all things, then he must know entirely God internally and know God in himself and know the divine essence. A human can't know the divine essence, therefore a human can't be omniscient.
Exactly.
Very simple.
Yeah. Anyway, so on the two minds view, essentially what he's saying is that the scholar is proposing that we think about the incarnation as the realization of one person with two minds. So he has a human mind and a divine mind, right? And if possession of a human mind and body is sufficient for something to be human, then merging the divine mind with the human mind and conjoining both to a human body will yield one person with two natures. So he says that Christ had two minds, one with consciousness centered in the human mind, and the human mind had partial access to the content of the divine mind, so he could kind of access it partially, right? While God the Son's divine mind had full access to the full set of propositions. So he has two minds. One of them can partially access the divine mind, and then one of them can fully access it. And then the issue with this view is it's just Nestorianism. It's just soft Nestorianism. How don't you have two persons here? You're gonna bend over backwards.
Exactly. Mike is here. Let's just talk to him for a bit if he's here.
Yep.
Hey, what's
going
up,
on, man?
guys?
What's going on? What's going on? Welcome to the stage.
Hey, thanks. Yeah, well, in the least, I wanted to confirm that yes, Nick believes that human omniscience is possible some way through the soul. That's correct. He said that in that debate with God Logic.
What?
Yeah,
Weird
man.
stuff.
It's a lot of weird stuff, man. But that's what Trinitarianism does to a person, right? These are the kinds of blunders and weird metaphysical commitments that you have to take in order to justify such an absurd doctrine. So
Yeah.
Absolutely.
They start with the conclusion and then just start searching for an argument. I did a video on you baking Nick.
I saw it, man. I appreciate
cool,
that.
Cool. Hey, you gotta call a spade a spade. It is what it is. It was bad.
Yeah, man. I mean, listen. This is the thing with Nick. Nick is the type of person who will never admit he's wrong. Never. It'll never come out of his mouth. He'll never admit he's wrong. And he's a very weird sophist. He's whenever you talk to him, he never sticks on substance, and he just semantics. Do you know what this means? Do you know what that means? Do you know what is this? What is that? Can you pull it up? You can never get anywhere with this guy. I'm telling you, man.
Yeah, and it's a shame because that means that you can't progress. Like, what are we even doing then? Right. People want to set themselves up as an apologist, but you can't actually reach anybody.
Right. Exactly, man. Yeah, it's interesting, man. I do appreciate your feedback on that. That was nice. Do you have any debates coming up with anyone?
I do. I'm taking on Bryce J on February 20th. Yeah, on the hypostatic union. Speaking of which, I gotta get that article. I'd love to read it and follow you on X. Leaf, it was good. And your the book recommendation, I got to get that title.
Contradictory Christ, very good book. It
Yeah.
goes through all the proposed solutions of the apparent contradiction, the hypostatic union, and it addresses every one of them. And chapter 5 specifically addresses the qua counts. So qua humanity, qua divinity, the different views, the view that natures are just abstract existences rather than concrete things that really exist. Whereas you have other views where the nature is a concrete existence, where Christ is composed, the Coptic Orthodox, Oriental Orthodox view where Christ is composed of two concrete natures, and one concrete nature knows, or one concrete nature is immutable and the other concrete nature is not immutable. And so Christ is both in virtue of his parts, right? So you have that account as well. There's many that it goes through. So it's a good book. If you're debating the hypostatic union, you should definitely read it before. 100%.
Well, I got it written down. I'll definitely check it out. What a waste of time, though. I mean, the lengths that they will go to try and get around such basic reasoning. It's definitely sad. But they shoot themselves in the foot, though, really, with their own doctrine, right? Asserting that he's one person.
Right, exactly. Mike, I never asked, man. We've talked here and there, but you're Unitarian. Were you a Trinitarian before? Or
yeah.
Okay, and you became a Unitarian?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not even that long ago, like a year.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because you just started getting active maybe around a year ago. I've seen you did a little interview with Dale Tuggy after his debate with what's his name again? That debate was amazing.
Anthony Rogers, that one?
No, not Anthony Rogers.
The other guy. He had multiple debates.
I'll be watching the Muslim metaphysician live against God Logic on the 6th of February.
The Islamic Dilemma, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna go check that out.
Oh, that'll be a good debate. Yeah, for sure. So okay, cool. I don't know if I've ever asked you this, but have you ever looked into Islam before? Have you researched Islam before?
Yeah. I mean, maybe not in the depth that you might, want me to. But yeah, I think so.
Wait. Look, this fearless truth in the comments. He's upset, Mike.
I don't know why he's upset. Dude, listen. If truth ceases to be truth because a Muslim says it, listen, you're in a cult. You're in a cult, bro. He is so mad that I would dare to point out that, yes, he lost. That's right. And I'm tired of you guys making stuff up, and we can't get anywhere. Nick, what you should have done is been like, oh, proskuneo is used for humans, and then try to adapt that into your position. But when you outright reject it and then start making up stuff about parsing tags, yeah, we're going to call you out. He was in my live last night crying just because he's upset. Just own it. It's okay. It's not to condemn you. All right. But yeah, it's the truth.
Wait, one sec. Let's set up a formal debate. Listen, if you want to debate him, Mike, okay, you could do it on my platform.
Done.
Okay? You could do it on my platform. I'm more than happy to host it. I told you before, if Unitarians want to debate on my platform against Trinitarians, just when it comes to the topic of the Trinity and stuff, you guys are welcome. We could do it on my channel.
The title of the debate should be: Is proskuneo given to anyone other than Jesus?
Listen, Nick has said that before. He said that before and doesn't follow through. So, Nick, in front of all these witnesses, if that's the truth,
wait, I think some people are saying it's not actually him. Maybe we're being trolled.
Well,
I think maybe it's not even him. But anyway, I mean, Nick was upset about the video you made. I saw how upset he was. So, and it's not just you, right? A lot of others called him out for, like, even Sam Shimon, and you'd expect him to be the craziest out of them all. even he had to tell him, like, listen, man, you're just wrong. And you know, sometimes it's okay to be wrong. And it's not even a strong argument. Like this proskuneo stuff needs to be dropped. It's a terrible argument. But yeah, Mike, you said you looked into Islam. What makes you reject Islam? Why are you not a Muslim?
So the first reason would be that I think the New Testament gospel accounts are trustworthy and they predate the account in the Quran of Jesus by at least 300 years. So it's just an earlier account, the gospels. That would be the number one.
Yeah. Okay. When you say accounts are trustworthy, what are you referring to? Like death, resurrection?
So the gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, I think that those are trustworthy accounts of the life and teachings of Christ, including the death and resurrection. That's another thing I think that you guys reject, right?
Right. But you said that you're not a Muslim because the Quranic Christology, or what it says about Jesus, comes at least 300, 400 years after. But what are you saying, that what the Quran says is contradictory to our earliest data about Christ?
Yeah, right. So
Okay.
if the New Testament says that he died, and the Quran says that he only was made to look like he died, it's pretty different.
Actually, I would say that that's on point with the historical data, because if the Quran is saying that he was made to appear to die, then we would expect our historical attestation to say that he died, no? What else would we expect?
So are you then like agreeing? So it could be true, the account in the Gospels about dying?
No, I'm saying, so you're asking two questions. There's a supernatural claim and a natural claim. The supernatural claim for Christianity is that although Jesus really died, he rose after. And that can't be substantiated historically, that it is God who raised him up. You could substantiate that people saw him after they saw him die. Okay, that's as far as you can substantiate, but you can't substantiate that it's actually God who is behind this, and God, because the historical method doesn't presuppose that stuff. Okay, so that's a supernatural claim in Christianity, that Jesus died naturally, but he was raised. The Quran doesn't make a different claim, not too much. It's different, but it's not different insofar as it contradicts historical accounts. Why? Because the Quran is saying, yes, Jesus died historically, meaning the accounts are saying he died. People saw him die. People transmitted that he died. But supernaturally, he rose back up. He was raised up to God. So on a supernatural level, we're equal. And on a natural level, we're equal. Because can you say certainly that Jesus died?
Yeah, I would say so as a
No,
human being.
I'm saying
right?
I'm saying based on the so dogma aside, what theological belief aside, can we say without a shadow of a doubt that Jesus necessarily died?
You mean at the crucifixion?
Yes.
Like that particular account?
Yes.
Well, I mean, probably not like beyond all reasonable doubt. To some
Right.
degree, it takes faith.
I would agree with you. Exactly. So when we record historical events, we're recording what plausibly took place. If I see somebody get shot 5 times in the head, and I don't hear anything after, I assume that it is plausible that this person died. But it could be the case that they didn't. Same thing. Christ was on the cross insofar as perception, because that's the only thing we get. Historical data is only in relation to perception.
Okay,
And most
so
of the
then,
times, yeah, sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
So I was all right. So then you wouldn't actually see it as contradictory. Then is the point?
No,
like
no,
the
because
Quran's account isn't really contradicting it.
it
if
doesn't
that's what they
contradict.
actually believed.
Right? It doesn't contradict the historical accounts. It contradicts the theological implication. So the theological implication that is presented earliest with Paul is that because Jesus died and because he resurrected, this means that he died for our sins and that we now have salvation in his blood by grace through faith. And you have this doctrine of substitutionary atonement. We reject that theological implication. But we do admit and agree that the earliest followers of Christ, who we would say were Muslim, right, who followed his teachings, like the apostles and the early Jamesonian church, but I would say that they believed Jesus died. And they believed that he rose up and they saw him rise up. Why? Because that was the perception. It hadn't been divine revelation that he was saved yet. Because whether he was saved or not is completely irrelevant and tangential to the historical person of Christ. And that's why you have the enemies of Paul in Galatians. Galatians chapter 3, he says, "Foolish Galatians, what has bewitched you that you are abandoning Christ?" Basically, isn't it clear that Christ was crucified, portrayed as crucified before your very eyes? There's two interpretations here. Some scholars, most scholars say that although the the churches in Galatia believed in the death and resurrection of Christ, they denied Paul's implication that he died for our sins and that now we're free from the law. And they continued following the law. They were listening to Judaizers. And in that, it's as if they denied Jesus' crucifixion. The other interpretation, less popular, okay, is that some early Christians denied Jesus was crucified at all. I don't hold that. I held that, yes, they affirmed he was crucified, but different groups had different implication. What does that mean, right? And I would say the earliest Christology in Q, in James, in the Didache, in all our early Jewish Christian texts, suggests that the earliest followers did not think Jesus died for their sins as a substitutionary atonement. And they believed him to be a prophet, Messiah. You would agree with me there. He was a prophet, prophetic figure, Messiah, son of God. Maybe there's this, exalted view that he was the adopted son of God, like an adoptionist view, right? But not God, certainly not God. Okay. So then the earliest Christology is, as James D. Tabor and other scholars say, is Islamic. So where there would you say that, no, actually the earliest Christology is not Islamic and it contradicts what the Quran says?
Well, because I'm the one answering that question, I'm going to tell you I agree. I reject penal substitutionary atonement, man. But I learned that from the Bible. I think Paul is just highly misunderstood using idiomatic Hebrew language of a sacrifice to Christ, when it calls him like the propitiation for sin and etc. So I am curious, don't you have like a resurrection tradition within Islam?
Like a bodily resurrection? Like, what do you mean resurrection? Like
Yeah,
Jesus,
yeah.
that Jesus resurrected, or talking about
like,
general resurrection?
So like, so you believe that there's going to be a judgment day, right, where
Mhm.
God judges the world.
Yeah.
Do
Yeah.
you believe in a bodily resurrection?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, so that's how I understand the significance of Jesus's resurrection, is that, we were condemned really far back with Adam, and the whole idea is that Christ is the first fruits of the resurrection.
Yeah.
So he's proof that God is going to fulfill his promise to restore the world and us back to what it was in the Garden of Eden. That would be another thing too. What is really your view on the Old Testament? Because it seems like you accept the prophets that I accept, like Isaiah. But
Yeah,
but yet
our
you don't
view-
like accept the book of Isaiah though. And so it's like, to me, that's make that make sense.
Well, no, I don't. Okay, so there's some caveats that need to be explained here.
Okay.
So when it comes to Islam, there is a couple views regarding the scriptures. Okay, some have said that it's mostly preserved, but there is some corruption, and some have taken an extreme position in saying that it's pretty much all corrupted, it's useless, it's, we have nothing to do with it. That's less popular. And although it seems more popular amongst the laymen now, The classical position is that these texts are useful. They have a general preservation to them. They're still distorted, okay? And this view is actually adopted early on by Ebionite Jewish Christian sects, and that's reflected in the pseudo-Clementine homilies and the recognitions, where they would say they think that the Torah is authoritative, they think the prophets are authoritative, but they do admit that there are false, as they say, false pericopes that were added to the text and that were distorted. And they developed this system to kind of filter those out to the best of their abilities. And they would have used passages like Jeremiah, where it says, how can we say we are wise? For we have the Torah of the Lord with us.
Yeah, right.
And the lying scribes, lying pens of the scribes have
yeah.
corrupted it. And other passages, they appealed to passage in Matthew where Jesus says, what was it, Dean? That the Father will pick up or kind of clean out the false, they interpret it this way, clean out the false pericopes that were added. And they use the passage in Matthew to, so yeah, so the view is, not to talk too much, is there's a general confirmation of these texts.
Okay.
We don't absolutely say these texts are preserved because, quite frankly, there's no indication in Jeremiah or in Isaiah or any other prophetic text that the narrative that the author is writing is the word of God. Rather, the word of God in that text would be whenever God inspires a prophet to speak. So it would say things like, the word of the Lord came to Haggai in this year and that month. The word of the Lord came to Jeremiah. The word of the Lord came. The word of the Lord would be what God speaks to the prophets. This additional biographical material, there's no evidence that that is to be considered the word of God to begin with.
Okay. I think I'm following you. So, to some sense, I feel at a loss, Libiano, because a lot of the true things that you teach and I enjoy listening to, by the way, you dunk
I appreciate
on your
it.
channel, I learned from the Bible. So in my mind, it's what does Islam offer me?
It's okay. Islam offers, first of all,
what can you offer me that I can't find already in the scriptures myself?
I'll tell you, okay? For example, somebody could have said to Jeremiah, what could you offer me, Jeremiah, that I don't already have in the rest of the prophets, right? But even if Jeremiah has nothing new, like new revelation or nothing you've heard before, so to speak, you're still required to accept him as a prophet. If you recall, Jesus says in Luke, when he sends out the 70, what does he say? He says, those who accept you, accept me, and those who reject you, reject me. Meaning that if the messengers of a prophet are rejected, the prophet himself is rejected. How much more God? If the prophet of God is rejected, then God himself is rejected. So you already have the monotheism insofar as you affirm the oneness of God and that there is one. I don't think you have monotheism in the sense of singling him out in worship, because I correct me if I'm wrong, I have heard you say before that Jesus becomes worthy of worship to the glory of God the Father. And yesterday on when Dr. Dustin Smith was on TikTok, you made this view. You're like, well, why can't we say that Jesus receives latria in the Father's glory? Meaning he's only made worthy of worship insofar as God makes him share in that glory of his, right? And so I would say this idea is completely alien to the Hebrew Bible, and it actually undermines monotheism. We could speak about it. And really, man, it's truth, because if the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ is the fulfillment of the Torah and the gospel, and he is the final prophet, the messenger that you ought to follow, the one sent to mankind, and you reject him, then this is blatant disbelief, and you are blameworthy on the day of judgment. So this is really it. This is what Islam offers you. So this is why, like when I see Unitarians, I'm like, man, these guys, they have it so right, and they have this innate inclination to worship God alone is still there, right? But the problem is, right, and I'm gonna tell you my honest view, and I always, when I watch Dale Tuggy and somebody keeps asking him about Hebrews and these clear Neoplatonic themes of like Jesus creating God creating everything through Jesus and stuff. You could offer your own interpretation and say, well, it's wisdom, Christology, or this. But the point is, Unitarians somehow are forced to accept these books and assume they're univocal. Why would you even assume that these texts are univocal to begin with? Why do you assume this canon? What a thought! Where do you get that from, right? And Dale Tuggy always says this. He's like, we're Protestants, but we protested too, like a little bit extra.
Yeah, we just went more.
We just went a little bit more, right? But I don't think you protested enough, because why do you accept the Hebrews? Why do you accept Philippians? Why do you accept the John, for example? Like, these things are clearly high Christology, and I feel like Unitarians are trying to reinterpret these passages to show that actually it's not high Christology at all. But in my view, I mean, it's obvious high Christology, right? So then, you as a Unitarian, why do you feel forced to accept this canon and accept these texts to be the Word of God?
Well, I think it starts at first tradition. It's just what you're taught, that the gospel accounts are accurate, and in that sense, you just believe it because that's what you were told your whole life. However, upon higher scrutiny, I can agree that accounts, especially like John, do seem to show the influence of certain Platonic philosophies. It's really Philo who's the first to start making a lot of that language that you see in the prologue of John. So I can agree with all of that. To me, it's a matter of our epistemology. It's how we know what we know. Like, take what you just said about rejecting the prophet of God is the same as rejecting God. See, that's to treat Muhammad as sharing in a divine role with God. That's the same way that I would view Jesus's worship. If God commands us or exalts the prophet Jesus to be worshipped, that is in service to God, right? Latrevo, specifically regarding the question, I said before. So it would be the same thing. That's just communicable. So I wouldn't worship Jesus as God. I hope you'd understand that. Like, to me, that's a difference.
No, I know that, but I think we're speaking past each other here. When you say worship, what do you mean exactly?
So it's going to be to you could bow in honor. It would be he becomes an object of respect, of honor, of deep honor.
I mean, reverence, just high exalted reverence, but nothing.
Yeah.
That's due to God the Father.
Yeah. I mean, even statements like where it says, Paul might say, all things were made through him. And people are like, oh, wow, like clearly he's God. No, that's a reference to him as God's word. And God's word, his act of creation through his speech was like a magnificent act. And so it's just it had also already been spoken of prior. Proverbs 8, the book of Job, Psalms, Proverbs, intertestamental Jewish literature. So it's really not weird to interpret John as just taking all the roles which had previously applied to God's word and wisdom to Christ. That's Dustin Smith. He's the one, I think, who's made that popular, and it makes sense to me.
Yeah. So okay, because everything you said is not really how we colloquially understand worship, right? Because we revere all the prophets. Okay, I would say you do, like you would say that as well. Like, if Jeremiah was in front of you, you'd revere him, you'd kiss his feet, you'd obey him, you'd obey his commands. Why? Because in virtue of him being sent by God. But we wouldn't call this like cultic worship, right? So then when God says in Exodus that you should worship God alone, or when Jesus says that the Lord your God, only he you should worship, what does he mean there? when he
So,
says only he you should worship?
like most of the Torah, they're theoretical maxims. Okay, they operate as like the plumb line, the standard. So that's right. You don't worship anybody else but God alone. But if God exalts or raises up a prophet who may be worthy of a lesser form of worship, then I see no problem with that.
But
Again, where I'm not
what is
worshiping him
that?
as God.
Right. But what is that? When it says that only he you should worship, what is this that is exclusive to God? Because what you mentioned to me is not exclusive to God.
So I guess the way I understand it is that it flows from his ontology and his role. So he is God by what he is, his very essential characteristics. So worshiping him as God, that's worship that belongs to him alone. Are you basically saying, like, if you're gonna bow to Yahweh and you're gonna bow to Jesus, what's the difference?
Yeah, because you could bow to Jeremiah or David or bow
Yeah.
to anyone really.
Yeah.
So what's the difference? Yeah.
So, I mean, in that sense, in terms of that direct action, maybe there isn't a difference in that sense. However, in a mental sense, in the posture of my heart, I think it's so much different, right? When I think of, like, for example, becoming Unitarian, when you used to think of Jesus as God, and now you realize he's just God's exalted human Messiah,
Yeah.
the way that your heart posture towards him is different. So yeah, I don't. Maybe if I'm bowing to both, it may not look different, but inwardly, it certainly is.
Okay. Okay, let's try this. Do you give Jesus any properties that are due to God alone?
I mean, I want to say no.
Okay. So you can't call upon him because he can't hear you. Would you agree?
Debatable. The text also says in Matthew that God gave him all authority in heaven and on earth. So I think within that is an ability to intercede for us. I think in some way he might be able to. He might be able to hear us.
Okay. So I think you're reading too much into the text there. I don't think it says that. So he's given authority, and that's a quotation or a fulfillment according to Matthew's view, obviously, from Daniel 7, the Danielic Son of Man, who's given authority that all nations of all languages shall serve him. So then Jesus is due obedience. That's fine. But and maybe God has given him some kind of authority to execute miracles or whatever. But do you think that he could hear you and hear a million people calling upon him simultaneously, whether in China, whether in India, whether in Canada, that they could all call upon him, and his hearing is so encompassing that he knows what is within them, and he hears them, and that he's able to benefit them in some way?
Well, maybe through God's power working in him, through some miraculous supernatural sense, in spirit, in some form or fashion. But is he omnipresent like God? No, I wouldn't think so.
Right. So here is where I would disagree, because now you can't draw the line. Now you could give a creature any property as long as it's derivative, right? Or as long as it's derived. Sorry.
Yeah. No,
Right?
I know what you meant. Yeah.
Right. So as long as it's derived, you can give him hearing, every possible thing, and being able to support and benefit every possible thing
بإذن
by the permission of God or by the authority derived from God. So now it seems that, and intuitively, I would say that you have set up a partner beside God, but you have the only distinction you make is that, well, this power is only derivative. The only difference is it's not self-originated, it comes from another. And to be quite frank, then how are you any different from a Trinitarian?
Okay, so if I reject Muhammad, peace be upon him, do I reject God?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so then you are doing the same thing by endowing a certain level of respect that is only due to God.
But
So you're acknowledging the same principle by which your prophet is an agent of God. I
yeah.
see that as no different. So if what you just accused of me is true, it must also be true of you.
Yeah. So then you're saying that if
If I reject Muhammad, I reject God.
yeah,
Okay,
but
that's the
that's
point. So that is to treat action with a creature just
yeah.
like you would treat with God. Okay, so
Well,
if I'm guilty, so are you.
yeah, but I don't think that's actually analogous, because when we say that, if you reject the prophet, you reject God. Where in that am I attributing something that is only due to God to a prophet?
Simple, his authority. His
I don't
authority.
think I don't
Like
think the authorities.
okay, so then
Yeah,
I
I
don't
don't think,
have I don't have to accept your
no,
prophet
you're
then.
not understanding. I'm saying I don't think that the prophet Muhammad has authority that is due to God.
That's the point, and neither do I think Jesus has that in virtue of his nature either. Thank you very
No,
much. That's the
I'm
point.
not. I'm not even saying that. I'm not saying that the Prophet Muhammad has authority that is due, that is similar to God insofar as it's derived. I'm not saying that. I'm saying the
Well,
prophet.
where does the prophet derive his authority from?
When you say authority, I think you're equivocating here. So you use the word respect. Okay, let's use that, or obedience. Okay, obedience, you could agree, can be given to any creature. Yes?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, cool. Now, obedience is not a property that intuitively we relate with divinity, right? Because obedience is something that can be given to anyone, whether it's a boss at work or whether it's a father. Any human being can have authority. This is not something supernatural that we associate with divinity, right? But hearing all creatures and not being present and being able to benefit, these are things that we do associate with divinity. That's the difference. Okay.
So
So
then
God
so
allows that. I'll just land here. God allows that humans are to be obeyed. His messengers are to be obeyed. Why? Because these messengers are really bringing what God requires of us. Okay. And in that, in obeying the messenger, we are obeying God. Right? But obedience is not something that is related to divinity. Hearing all people at once is related to divinity.
I can see how you perceive it that way. In my perspective, it's not much different though. If like if I'm going to say that Jesus is able to intercede to all those who accept him as the Messiah through them and God, that would be by God's power working in him in some way, shape, or form, right? Can he hear us all at once? I don't know, probably not like God does, right? To me, that's not much different than saying how I respond to the message of your prophet is to respond to God, right? I'm still treating him as God's unique agent. So whether I call that a divine property or not, it just doesn't seem much different to me. I see why you'd say it's different. I guess in my
But
mind, at least for
how is
now,
it?
it doesn't appear so different.
Okay, so if somebody were to say, okay, let's say there's a Christian who you consider to be a faithful believer, and he says Moses is present everywhere. In that he could hear all of us. We are able to pray to him, and he is able to come and fulfill our needs. Or when the Catholics and the Orthodox say we could pray to Mary and she could fulfill our needs and she could hear us and in some way provide some kind of salvation. is this a statement of disbelief or merely a statement of misguidance?
I mean, I think I want to say misguidance.
Okay, so somebody can worship Mary and he's not a disbeliever, according to you. He'd still be saved and go be a Christian. And
No, I wouldn't say that. No, I think that's a ridiculous belief.
okay, but you just said you don't have a problem. It's not idolatry. It doesn't take you outside of the fold of monotheism in Christianity to allow a human to be exalted, that he is worshipped and he's, his hearing is encompassing, his ability is encompassing, as long as it's derived. So if somebody says Mary has these powers, but they're all derived, okay, and we could pray to her and we could worship her. What's wrong with that?
So to me, it would be if that is revealed in the scriptures, right? That's the text about who Mary was, her relationship to Christ. If they said that she had the same exalted properties as the Messiah, then maybe you should, but it doesn't, right? So I would reject it on those grounds. I
understand. So on those grounds, you're saying, well, it's not explicitly taught, therefore I reject it. But that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, is it disbelief? Is it something that negates your Christianity?
Man, I try and not be too rigid. Sometimes I think people are just led astray. They're ignorant. I would like to think, if nothing else, that God looks to the heart and may have grace on some people who just didn't understand but produce good works in their life. So I would be less rigid with you. But if I am to be more rigid, no, that's ridiculous. Unlike the Messiah, Mary's not exalted. Okay, so if you were going to treat her like she's exalted and venerate her and pray to her, I think that's sacrilegious.
Do you mind if I jump in?
Pardon me?
I was speaking to Libyan. I was saying, do you mind if I jump in?
Yeah, you feel free, Dean and Leaf. But just before you jump in quick, I just want to, when you say it's sacrilegious, are you confirming that a Unitarian, let's say somebody you consider faithful, came out and said, I know the scripture doesn't explicitly teach it unambiguously, but Mary is exalted and we could worship and pray to her and she's able to fulfill our needs. Now, this person you could consider misguided because he's deriving these beliefs not from clear biblical text. Sure, but is this something that makes him not a Christian anymore? Just a general statement I'm looking for. Is this something that makes someone not saved?
I mean, speaking in principle, it would seem so. That's a pretty big deviation, right? Mary, you can't assert Mary into a role that only the Messiah should be.
Okay, but you're doing that with God, with the Messiah. Do you see the difference?
Yeah, okay, so don't you believe that Jesus is the Messiah?
I believe he's the Messiah, but I don't think being the Messiah makes you exalted enough to worship.
Okay, so what does Messiah mean?
It means anointed, and the understanding of the anointed one in Israel is a king of Israel who would be the son of God and would go through a process of anointing as a king.
Exactly. So that is the exaltation. So if you acknowledge he's the Messiah, you acknowledge he's exalted. I mean, to act like he can't be worthy of worship in any sense seems odd to me.
Okay, but then somebody will say, well, to act like Mary, who bore the Messiah, who was favored amongst all women, is exalted, and therefore she's worthy of worship.
Well, they just made that up, though, right? That's not even based in the text. They just invented these things to create a new religion as it was changing in the Roman Empire.
Right, but there's a distinction between like following something not in the text and still being a misguided Christian and believing something that negates your Christianity. Like you can't believe this, right? Like if somebody were to believe that Jesus went to Neptune and spent 2 nights there, well, it's not in the text, but I guess, sure, if you believe, you want to insist on it, you're still a Christian, but you're just taking this out of nowhere. You would say, no, he's a Christian. He just, I don't know where he's getting these things from. But if somebody believed Jesus is God, then you would say, okay, this person is not a Christian. Insofar as this guy is not saved, he's believing in a false God and he's an idolater. Okay. So now, how come you made somebody who worships Mary an idolater, but not somebody who worships Jesus an idolater?
Well, again, I hold the text in high regard. I think it's the revelation of God to men. If it said that she was exalted like that, it would put me in a position to accept that. But I don't believe it does.
Okay,
it,
so
it
then
doesn't. But it does for the Messiah, though. That's the
okay.
point.
So then, in principle, it is okay to worship Mary as long as the text teaches it.
If by worship you mean the same way as the Messiah is, and was revealed in the text like it says for the Messiah, well then yes. To be consistent, I'd have to say yes. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think that's where we have a fundamental disagreement. I think that monotheism, as primitively known, does not allow for that. Like, I could wake up one day and say that this person is exalted, but I would then be committing what we call shirk, or association, that you're now ascribing a partner with God. That's our perspective.
So then you were just like dropping bomb text though from the Old Testament, where you have exalted human figures receiving proskuneo.
But that's not worship. And when I say worship,
they translate it as worship.
I know, because worship back, like 100, 200 years ago, carried that colloquial meaning. Today, we don't really use it that way. So that's why in modern translations, it either say prostrate or bow or gave reverence to or gave respect to.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
That's what
I'm talking about.
We have no issue that the Quran in fact says, إذ قال الله للملائكة اسجدوا لآدم فسجدوا إلا إبليس أبى واستكبر وكان من الكافرين. When God created Adam, he commanded the angels to prostrate to him out of respect. He commanded the angels to prostrate to Adam.
That's what I'm talking about. About the Messiah. That's what I'm talking about. I think that's what the New Testament's talking about, right? Like, dude, you know this. Matthew 1:11. Okay, he's like the Magi bowed and prostrated, show reverence to Christ. They're like, see, he's God.
But
no,
I don't think that's what
doing
Philippians is saying, though. I see a distinction. Philippians. So here's the thing, okay? In Philippians, how does Jesus become worthy of that worship? Not by being the Messiah.
I'd have to pull up the Carmen Crystal right now.
Yeah, pull it up. It says that because of what he did on the cross, also Revelations 4 and Revelations 5 says the same thing, the contrast that Dale Tuggy always talks about. Because of Jesus' sacrifice, God exalts him, that all knees shall bow and every tongue will confess that Jesus Christ is Lord, to the glory of God the Father. Now, if this is the same thing that's happening with the Magi, well, Jesus is worthy of that before any sacrificial work because he's given it. So clearly, Paul is not talking about that. He's talking about something else. Jesus did something so awesome on the cross. He was sinless. And because of the awesome work he did on the cross, now we are to worship him to the glory of God the Father. Now we have to bow down and our tongues will confess that he's Lord.
Yeah, so that's a fair point. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
It would be different because here in Philippians, that's like conditional upon what he did. The Magi, he hadn't done nothing yet.
Right.
I'm following you on that. So I guess in my mind, dude, I wish it used a word here, what type of worship it's talking about. But I would imagine it would be the same thing. So there could be levels of latreo worship. Certainly he is more worthy of latreo worship, maybe you could say, given what he's done.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, Leafy. Sorry, you're gonna say
no. If you're gonna wait, sorry, Leafy, 1 second, because I was on the phone before. Libyan, were you asking for me? Because the chat, I saw my name.
No, I just I don't know. I called your name for something earlier, but you weren't there. But feel free
it's all
to
good.
talk. We're all talking.
No, I'll let Leafy make his point because he was waiting for me. But did you guys speak to him on Q at all? Because I think that's
No,
also-
we're just talking about Christology and like what worship means and stuff like
So,
that.
Yeah,
so,
how about we let
I,
Leafy?
I actually don't have much more time, but I would love to ask you guys a few more questions before I go.
Yeah, go
You
ahead.
guys are right with that?
Go for it.
Okay,
Yeah, go on,
so I just want to learn more about exactly what the position is. So,
Yeah.
okay,
Position on what?
so
Sorry. Q
yeah,
or
so
what-
I wanna start with soteriology. So
Yeah.
Okay.
how do you perceive salvation? What's the plan of salvation? Is there any connection to what we read in the Old Testament? I
Yeah,
would just love to hear more
actions.
about that.
Yeah, we're
Leafy,
saved
I
through
think,
our
I think you're a bit
actions
too
and through
close to your
God.
mic, bro. Your mic is a bit loud.
You can is that better?
Yeah, it's better. Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, so we're saved through God's mercy first and foremost, and secondarily through our actions. In terms of tying it to like the Old Testament, it's even taught in the New Testament where when the wise man he comes to Jesus and he asks him, "How should I gain eternal life?" Jesus just tells him, "Keep the commandments." So he first and foremost tells him that your actions is what gets you there, and then he emphasizes that it's God's mercy, right? Now, this is Jesus's view in the Gospels that the way you enter heaven, the way you gain eternal life, is just through God's mercy and through your actions. And this is also paralleled in the Old Testament, which is why the Jews believe they have to keep the laws, all 600 and whatever of them, right? So does that answer your question?
Yeah, I mean, I would love to hear even more about it. So, do you connect any of that to what the Old Testament says?
Yeah, I could. Okay, so
We
in
have Sheikh
Ezekiel-
Intertext. We have Sheikh
Yeah.
Intertext on the phone. You called the right guy.
Yeah, in Ezekiel 18, okay, this is what God says after saying that everybody should be punished for their own sins. The father doesn't take the guilt of the child doesn't take the guilt of the father. The one who sins is the one who will die. The punishment of the wicked will be on him, and the reward of the righteous will be credited to him. Okay, then God says in verse 21, he says, "But if the wicked will turn away from his wickedness and repents," in the Hebrews, tshuva, in Arabic, tawbah, repents, which means a change of ways. If he turns away from his wickedness, repents, and follows all my commandments, I will forget his sins. He shall no longer, or he shall live for his righteousness, right? So salvation is very simple. If you disobey God, God is the most merciful. So when he sees that you've truly made intention to change, you have repented, you have hated your sin, and you have vowed yourself that you won't go back to it again, and you try to live a righteous life to the best of your ability, God will forget your sin. Okay? Well, this is the view here.
We agree on that. That was good. That was the perfect verse to bring up. Okay,
Yeah.
so you don't see you needing any type of mediator in any sense.
No, why would we?
Like between you and God.
We don't.
Yeah,
We don't.
Allah says, "Iyyaka na'bud wa iyyaka nasta'in." He says, when you call me directly. You alone we worship, you alone we ask for help.
Yeah,
If there was,
so-
that's what Libiana was getting at before, because if you say there's another being, Mary, or whoever else, and this person has like all these properties where they can hear you and they can act on your behalf, they can benefit you, then what do you need God for exactly? You have something that's even closer to you. But God says, no, there's nothing closer to you, and that these people, these false idols, that if you call out to them, they couldn't hear you. And even if they could hear you, they couldn't help you because they don't have the power to do anything. All power ultimately belongs to God. That's why Libiana is stressing the point that you're exalting Jesus to a status that he doesn't deserve ultimately.
So actually, I think my view is far more consistent with what the Old Testament also says. So I agree with what he just stated as the, like, in terms of soteriology. However, there also was a sacrificial tradition. Do you guys don't you guys actually also still have a tradition related to sacrifices? Isn't that done like once a year?
No. So the sacrificial tradition in the Old Testament is a tradition that concerns three circumstances, nothing more, nothing less. The first circumstance is unintentional sin, Leviticus chapter 4. Okay. The second circumstance is guilt offering, when you commit a crime punishable and you are not caught and you feel guilty, you turn yourself in. You offer a sacrifice. The sacrifice doesn't have to be blood sacrifice. It could be like a burnt offering or something. And the third circumstance is Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, once a year, where Israel is to bring a goat, scapegoat, and symbolically, God puts all the sins on. It's symbolic, right? This scapegoat leaves the encampment, and so this symbolizes God forgiving all of Israel collectively.
So in all three instances, who does that?
It's God.
Yes, the final forgiveness, right? I meant the act, like including with the goat, with the making
It is not the act that has any causal efficacy. Rather, God forgives in virtue of the obedience.
Yeah, I'm following you on that. I'm saying I agree on that. What I'm trying to get is that there was a priesthood.
That's
God
fine.
set up a priesthood. Well, if that's fine, well then there is a sense where God's people have always had a mediator, and that doesn't mean that people couldn't call out to God or that ultimately they answered to a man. It means that there was a system God put in place by which forgiveness could be mediated. I think you just gave three perfect examples. So the New Testament does the same type of symbolic connection to Christ when it says he is our new high priest, even after a higher order, the order of Melchizedek. So that's how that's connected.
Right. But so I think we're speaking past each other, because when you say mediator, we're understanding two different things. Okay. If you mean mediator, Moses was a mediator. He mediated the covenant between God and the children of Israel. The Prophet Muhammad was a mediator. He was, that connection between God and man. He was the one giving us the revelation and communicating and passing on the communication. All messengers were mediators in their own sense. We have intercession, that on the day of judgment, the Prophet, peace be upon him, will intercede on the behalf of his nation. What does that mean? It means that God, the Prophet, before judgment day, he will come before God's throne and he will ask God to forgive his nation. He will come before God's throne, and his face will be down, and God will say, "Irfa ra'sak ya Muhammad," raise up your head, O Muhammad. And then he'll say, ask whatever you want. And the Prophet will say, Ummati, Ummati, my nation, my nation. And so the Prophet will ask for his nation to be forgiven. We don't have a problem with that. Okay? So that's not what Leafy meant by mediator. And we don't have a problem by having systems in place that could attain forgiveness. For example, when you go do pilgrimage once in a lifetime, your God forgives your sins. When you kiss the black stone, it's not that the stone forgives your sins. It's that action, because you're doing it in imitation of the Prophet, because of that beloved action, God forgives your sin. If you smile at your brother or sister, that's a means for the forgiveness of sins. If you have an illness or a calamity, God uses that as a means to forgive your sins. As a matter of fact, Proverbs says that given charity, is a means for the forgiveness of your sins. God can set up a system by which the obedience can attain forgiveness. We don't have an issue with that.
Cool. Well, that's exactly the sense that I'm understanding the Messiah in.
But okay, so how does the death of a man mean that we are guiltless?
So technically, it doesn't.
Okay, so
we don't.
Okay, so what you're saying is, and I've heard some people express this view, Jesus was a perfect example of a human being, and his righteousness was so inspiring, and his death was so inspiring, so much that because of his life and death, it creates this feeling in you to repent, and you repent and God forgives you. Is that what it is? Is that what you believe?
Yeah, more or less. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
What I'm not trying to do is exalt him anything beyond that, though, that puts him in the place of God, right? God can delegate that role or that system.
Yeah.
That's
we
what I'm
don't have a
appealing to.
problem with that view. That view is fine. A righteous person's struggle can cause repentance. It says that in Hosea. It says that in Ezekiel. It says that in Isaiah. It says that in Maccabees, although you don't think it's canonical, right? The suffering of the righteous is an atonement for sins, because in seeing their suffering, you are inspired to repent and to change your life.
Yeah.
We don't have a problem with that view at all. But I don't think that view is really consistent with the New Testament.
Okay.
That's
Well,
what I think.
Well, man, I'm honestly surprised at how much I agree with in what you just said, or really the past like few minutes. So I, for the most part, I think that is exactly the way that I am perceiving what the New Testament is talking about. There's many sects of Christianity which reject the law, and they do believe Christ is this human sacrifice. And I'm so thankful I'm not in that crowd. So. That said, I still think I need to learn more. I need to hear more.
I mean, Mike, I wanna ask you, because one of the main things between us is
I got a few more minutes. Yeah.
No,
I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. So, have you looked into, like, have you read the Quran? Have you looked into the claims of prophethood of the Prophet Muhammad? Okay, so how did that go? What did you look at exactly?
So, I haven't like. Well, what would be the word? We use the word exegesis. So I've read it. That doesn't mean I fully understood everything that I read. Okay. It's
okay,
not like
yeah,
I've
fine.
heard that outside of any type of, teaching tradition. So, based on what I know, most of the differences I reject, I've already talked about. Like the biggest things.
Okay, so for example, like the claims of prophecies in the Quran or in the Hadith, like for example, like the prophecy of Surah Rome, that the Romans will
I'm
be.
still very ignorant of those things.
Okay, well, I would say, brother, what you should do is look at those claims, because those like very clearly for us prove prophethood. And once you establish that the Prophet Muhammad is a true prophet, because by the criteria in Deuteronomy, the prophet only speaks true. Whatever he says comes to pass, and a false prophet, he speaks a lie, right? So because of that, if the Prophet Muhammad is making these prophecies, and they're not vague prophecies, they're novel, testable, predictable prophecies, right? Then you'd have to, the conclusion follows that he must be a true prophet of God, and as such, you'd have to accept his teachings. So then if he tells you, only worship God alone, only call out to him, you're just going to have to accept that.
Yeah, I think that's fair. That's not too much to ask.
Okay.
To test
no worries.
Mike, you know what, man? I would love for you to come back on the stream. I love having these kind of conversations, especially with people who are very honest like you. And as you could see, we could have a nice, respectful back and forth. We could challenge each other's ideas without letting it get crazy. With those other guys, it's like almost impossible, right?
Yeah.
But with you and most Unitarians that I come across, it's very easy to talk. So I really do appreciate that, Mike. I love your content, man. I think you're killing it. So keep doing what you're doing, man. And I hope to see you again. And I ask God to guide us to what He wants us to do and what is most pleasing to Him, both of us. I mean,
really appreciate that.
Yeah. Thank you so much for coming. I appreciate it. I know you have to go. So
yeah. Hey, thank
you.
you again. Really appreciate it, and sounds good.
Yeah,
I appreciate it, man. Have a good one,
care,
Mike.
Mike.
Enjoy your day. Bye.
Allah Yahdi, bro.
Allah Yahdi, guys. Make dua for Mike, man. Make dua for Mike that Allah opens up his heart. And he's a very sincere guy, man. He's honest, he's sincere, and I don't have a doubt in my mind or in my heart that if truth comes to him, that he would accept it right away. So I guess this turned into another thing. Hey, David. Can't hear you, man.
You're not audible, buddy.
Yeah, David. We
Yeah.
think
So
maybe
so I
unmute
think
your
it's actually
mic,
on his
or
mic. Yeah, it's green now.
maybe check your computer settings. Go to mic. Make sure your
Check your
StreamYard
input
settings. You have the
settings.
correct inputs, correct mic settings.
Does this work better? Does that work
Yes.
better?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, there you go. Oh, sorry about that. Hello.
It's okay, man.
I've been waiting for a long time to meet you guys for a very, very long time, and I've been listening to a lot, like you've been, a lot of your dawah, or a lot of your whatever you want to call it, really, in God's eyes, type thing, spreading in the good news and spreading the teachings of like what God really sort of like is trying to teach us in some ways, if you understand my meaning.
Yeah.
My background, okay, is it's a bit complicated. It's like I am what is known as a Jehovah's Witness in some ways. Yeah, I'm struggling with the fact of the whole crucifix thing. That most of you Muslims like, you believe that he ascended, into heaven.
Yeah.
And of course, most Christians like myself say like he was like a sort of great sacrifice to be, like for our sins. And then but of course, we Jehovah's Witnesses do not believe that Jesus is God. We believe that he's a prophet of God, like yourself. Yeah. We do believe in the prophets, and I've been reading like the Quran. I actually got the physical Quran here with me. Right, it's a little, I'm not gonna lie to you. There you go. Here's the physical Quran in its glory, type thing, that I have been reading slowly on a day-to-day basis, type thing. And I think it's an absolutely beautiful book, type thing. But the thing that I'm struggling with is the whole crucifix thing, because like the history is there, and like all the knowledge, like kind of like that biblical history is there about Jesus' death and so on. It's just like in the Quran it says like, God made it seem
Appear so.
appear so, yeah. So that's where I'm sort of having that struggle.
David, by any chance, did you watch the stream from before? Because Libiano gave an explanation to Mike.
It's okay. We could explain it again, David. No problem. So, David, and in my book, I speak about this when it's published. You guys will see it, okay? Both Christianity and Islam, okay, speak regarding and a crucifixion event, okay?
Yes.
Now, I'm actually going to tell you that both Christianity and Islam, on a historical level, are actually saying the exact thing. And on a supernatural level, they're also saying something very similar. Okay? So the Bible has one historical claim and one supernatural claim. What is the historical claim? People perceive Jesus to die. Can we agree?
Yes, I agree with you completely.
Yeah, because they could only say he died insofar as they perceived that. That's what they saw. Okay?
Yes.
So then they wrote it, they told others about it, they transmitted it. So the historical claim is that people perceived Jesus to die. Okay. Now what's the supernatural claim in Christianity? After people perceive Jesus to die, people perceive Jesus alive again. Okay?
Yes.
This is Christianity. All right?
Yeah.
What about the Quran? Is it saying the same thing? Let's check. The Quran says, وَمَا قَتَلُوهُ وَمَا صَلَبُوهُ وَلَكِنْ شُبِّهَ لَهُم.
You say it so beautiful.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Thank you. So in English is, they killed him not, they crucified him not, but it was made to them to appear so. So now, two claims here. A historical one, a supernatural one. What is the historical one in the Quran? People perceived Jesus to die. Why? Because the Quran says it was made to appear, which means people perceive Jesus to die. Notice how that's the exact biblical claim. People perceive Jesus to die. The Quran, people perceive Jesus to die. The only difference is the Quran says that the explanation for people seeing him alive after they perceived him to die is that he didn't in reality die, only in mere perception. Now, it is not plausible for us to assume that the biblical gospel authors are going to record Jesus only looked like he died, but in reality he didn't. They didn't have that information. They only went off of what they saw and what they heard and what they transmitted. As far as what they saw Jesus on the cross and they saw him die. So obviously they're going to write Jesus died on the cross and we saw him die. The Quran doesn't negate that historical data, but rather explains it as a miraculous event that although they saw him die, he died in perception. In reality, supernaturally, God saved him. So then the Quran is not negating any historical data. The Quran is confirming the historical data and given an explanation that differs from the explanation given in the
So
Gospel.
it's the same way that he saved Abraham's son Ezekiel. Is that correct?
Sorry?
Is it the same way that he saved Abraham's son Ezekiel? In it, correct? When Abraham
Isaac,
that's it. Sorry, I always
Isaac,
get
yeah.
yeah. That kind of story. That where he basically replaced the offering, with a sheep type thing.
Yeah, you could look at that as some kind of typology, right? Abraham came and he brought the knife and he was about to slaughter his own son, but God saved him. He replaced him.
Yeah.
So this is what we believe. And what our belief doesn't contradict any historical data. Okay? Now, let me give you an example of this. Okay?
Sure, go ahead.
In the book of Kings,
Yes, I know Kings.
in the book of Kings, the prophet, what's it called? Or not, I think it's in the time of Elisha, or was it Elisha? Anyways, there is a big Assyrian army coming to attack Jerusalem. Big army, okay? Now, the people are very scared, they're very concerned. They want God's salvation. How does God save them? He makes it seem, he allows the enemy, the big army, to hear footsteps of an even larger army. Now, there was no larger army, it didn't exist. But God allows and makes this effect that they heard an even larger army. And the enemy said to themselves, they have brought a bigger army of other nations to fight us. And they all fled. They ran away. Now, to the people who ran away, in perception, was there an army?
No.
In perception, what they heard.
Oh, yes, definitely. Yes,
There was an army.
Yeah.
And they would have told others there was an army. And they would have written there was an army. But in reality, was there really an army?
No.
No. Right? No, there wasn't an army. So then, what is recorded in perception doesn't always have to correspond to reality. Although often what is recorded in perception does correspond to reality. If I see someone die and they put him in a casket and I go to his funeral, and this person died, I'm telling everybody, yep, this person died and I believe he died, and this is my testimony and I'm writing that he died. But sometimes, we watch the movies where somebody fakes their own death and somehow they're at their own funeral, covered up and everything, right?
Yes.
And so in everybody's perception, this person really died, but in reality, this person didn't die. So this is what we say about Christ.
Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for for saying that. That was the one thing I was really struggling with, because I basically left the Jehovah's Witnesses quite some time,
Yeah.
because of their the way that they do things, like every it's like every month or so, once a year, they gather up in giant numbers and they do like baptism and all this stuff. And it just came, it was like when I started to ask more questions about the Bible and ask them certain questions, it seemed that they were getting red faced and getting all red cheeks,
Right, right.
and basically losing their temper with me, type thing.
Right.
And, I wasn't trying to challenge them. I was basically repeating things that I've learned from you and learned from Dean and Leafy here, that I've been watching, for quite some time, on your streams and watching throughout, your lives.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man.
We appreciate it. Yeah.
And I've basically been going to, I've been going to the mosque and, praying to the mosque and basically, and doing, and doing the routines that you do, type thing on a sort of like day-to-day basis. And like things are going really, really well for me.
Right.
My spiritual life seems to be more happier. My wife is more happy with me,
Right.
And like, yeah, and basically, I hope, and like,
So what's stopping you from becoming a Muslim, David?
like I said, it was the actual Jesus's
Crucifixion thing?
Yeah, that was.
Did I give you a convincing answer?
Go ahead.
I said, did I give you a convincing answer regarding
Yes,
the
you did.
crucifixion?
Yes, you did.
Okay, so then you should be ready to become a Muslim with us then.
Yes,
It's only
definitely.
fair.
I love that. I would be
How
really.
about David? I
man.
also have you watched our recent videos on Q as well, because that's very
Yes,
relevant.
I have watched your videos on Q, and that's really fascinating because, like, I was thinking, like, what do you think about like some of the sayings of like Jesus, where he talks about the heart condition, where he talks about like where a man goes out and sows his seeds and on the rock mass and on the
that
between
aligns with the
falls.
Quran. Yeah, that aligns with the Quran. Actually, put up Surah Al-Hadid.
The parable of this the seed, right?
Yes. Because I know that
Yeah.
Muhammad also talks about like the heart condition
So
and about the seed as well.
That's an intertext with the Quran. Yeah, let's look at it. You wanted me to pull up what, Dean?
Yeah, so first Surah Al-Hadid. So what I was gathering, you're talking about when there's like when something has weak foundations, Jesus talks about as though it's
yes.
Yeah, that intertexts with Surah Al-Hadid, if I'm not mistaken. So let me just
Which verse? Dean just shared the screen. Yeah.
Sorry, because I remember the Imam, I think you call it, the person who does the Friday talk or the Friday gathering. He was also talking about it, and then when he was talking about, what Muhammad was saying about, like, about the seed and about a man can't, a rich man can't go through, into heaven and can't take his riches. It reminded me of what Jesus also said about the rich man and not taking his riches into heaven as well at the same time. So there's a lot of like, wow, okay, this there's a lot of like marriage there in some ways, if you understand the meaning.
Yeah, definitely. What we'll do is actually what we'll start with, we'll have a look at the most apparent thing that seems to align with Jesus says. So when Jesus talks about the kingdom of God from the Islamic paradigm, we believe this is talking about the Prophet ﷺ coming with the companions and the Muslims, right?
Yes.
So the Quran gives us that interpretation over here in chapter 48, verse 29, right? So this you might seem familiar. And their parable in the gospel, which is the Prophet Muhammad and his companions, the parable in the gospel is that of a seed that sprouts its tiny branches, making it strong. Then it becomes thick, standing firmly on its stem to the light of the planters. In this way, Allah makes the believers a source of dismay for the disbelievers. So this might be familiar to you within Mark 4, right?
Yes,
Talking about the seed parable of the kingdom of God, right?
Yeah.
So that's very, very similar.
Yeah, and also
Now-
about where Muhammad talks about anyway, he was talking to his, I think his friends or colleagues or whatever, about like a rich man can't go, into heaven and he can't hold on to his wealth. And that reminded me of that same story or same passage that
There's
Jesus-
something even more explicit if you go to
Oh,
chapter
sorry.
7 of the Quran.
I don't mean to brag. Go ahead.
It directly interacts with what you were saying right now. So it's chapter 7, verse 40. Let's wait for it to load. Okay. So it says, surely those who receive our revelation with denial and arrogance, the gates of heaven will not be open for them, nor will they enter paradise until a camel passes through the eye of a needle.
Yes, that's
This
the
is
one.
how
That's the
rhetoric
same one. Yeah, because I was like, hang on a minute, I heard that somewhere before.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And if you look at verse, so this talks about arrogance and denial, right? But if you
Yeah,
go to verse 7, what you see is
Mhm.
when they're, sorry, not verse 7, sorry, verse 48, those on the heights. So again, so now what's happening here is you have not just the Quran is interacting with that saying of the camel in the eye of the needle, but are you familiar with Lazarus and the rich man? That's that whole story.
Yes, yeah, I remember.
Yep.
Yes.
So here in Surah Al-Araf, it combines both sayings, showing that the author is familiar with both traditions and is
Mhm.
trying to show you a message that, obviously there's this message combined together about the riches. Obviously, your riches are going to lead you to the hellfire if you don't sacrifice them, right? So I would leave it at this last point, basically to show that here, verse 48, 49, in verse 50, it talks about there being a barrier similar to Lazarus and the rich man, and how the riches of someone makes them, lead towards the hellfire. And it says it here: your large numbers and arrogance are of no use of today. That your large numbers, obviously, your wealth. Linking back to verse 40. So obviously, as you may tell already, the Quran and Sunnah is the direct continuity that Christians need. That's what we're trying to say.
Yeah, because like I also got to tell you something very personal. Basically, like I actually went to the dualist or dual people. And basically I'm gonna get myself a silver ring because I've got a gold one here. I know that I can't wear gold, as a Muslim, and basically I'm gonna sort of like get a nice silver one, and get my wife a nice gold one, and basically hopefully I can help my wife through the straight path because she sees my actions and she sees what I'm doing and she sees how happy I am, and basically I'm hoping to slowly bring her onto that path as well, as much as as myself, if you understand my meaning. And I'm hoping that we can get together and speak to the imam and have a sort of a private remarriage under God's eyes, if you understand my meaning. That's my dream.
Well, first you have to become Muslim. Then we'll worry about her. Okay. So everything is good. The answer I gave you is convincing, and you're ready to become a Muslim, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay, beautiful. Let's do it. Let's not delay it any further. Very happy that you're doing this with us today, and I'm very happy that all of our content was able to make a difference in your life, and inevitably you ended up here to become a Muslim with us. So I'm very happy that that's the case. You want to do Arabic first or English?
Whatever it is accustomed to your religion, I'm happy to.
Okay. Well, okay. We'll just do Arabic first, then we'll do English, just so you know what you said, and you'll be a Muslim. That's it. Okay. Just repeat after me. Okay.
I'll try my best. I do apologize if I mock
It's
your
okay.
language.
No. If you can't, just
pressure.
tell me.
No pressure.
Yeah, no pressure at all. Okay. Repeat after me. Ashhadu
Ashhadu
an la
in la
ilaha
ilaha
illallah
illa
wa ashhadu
ashhadu
anna
anna
Muhammadan
Muhammad
abduhu
abduhu
wa rasuluhu.
wa rasulullah.
Takbir, Allah Akbar. Now, just in the English, I bear witness that there is none worthy of worship.
There is none worship, yeah.
Worthy of worship.
Worship, yeah.
Except Allah.
Except Allah.
And I bear witness.
I bear witness
that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is the messenger and servant of Allah.
Is the messenger and the servant of Allah.
That's it, man. Allah Akbar.
Mashallah.
You are now a Muslim. MashaAllah, man. That's it. You see, we didn't need to dip you down in water or nothing like that. It's very simple. Your heart was there, your conviction was there, and all you needed to do was just confess it out loud. And we are very happy and thrilled that we are able to be witnesses for you at this amazing moment. And I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to keep you firm and steadfast, and to make your life amazing, and to make you content, and to guide your family, and to guide your wife, and increase in your love for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I ask that He gives you peace, and He continues guiding you, and that He allows you to learn more about Him and about His beautiful religion and legislation that He has sent down into the world. And I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that you pass away upon Islam, because we will all pass away and we don't know what will happen tomorrow.
And also to you as well, my good friend.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I want to let you know that when somebody becomes a Muslim, all their previous sins and trespasses are lifted. Allah has forgiven you. And because you are somebody who was a Christian and you have recognized the truth of Islam, Allah has given you double the reward for your sincerity and belief.
It's a double reward to you as well, my friend.
Yes, thank you very much. And
this guy's a W.
He has also turned all your evil deeds in the past into good deeds into your account. That is out of His mercy and out of His bounty. And we ask you to pray for us and everybody watching, because
I do.
You are better than all of us now. You are favored by God. And I promise you, everything I'm saying is the truth and nothing but the truth. So you're somebody who's very special, somebody who's favored by God, and God works in mysterious ways. That He's brought our content in your life, and He's allowed you to enter His faith, and He has put the light in your heart. So
definitely,
it's amazing, man.
Like I said, I've been watching all you guys, for a very long time, and I know that it's been very hard for me to actually meet you and talk to you about like my religious path, because it's been a hectic one. Let's say that. I was a Christian. Basically, I come from a very Christian family who had the Bible but never actually opened it. If you understand my meaning, never actually studied it, and then later in my life, as I was growing up, Jehovah's Witnesses came knocking on my door. They said, "Hey, would you like to learn the Bible, study the Bible?" And they do. They actually sit with you and they go through passages. They ask you questions about, what does this verse mean? What does it mean to you as a person? I'm not lying to you. That's how they teach you, type thing. And then basically it's like when I sit and listen to you, it's like you're there in my house. And I could sit there, and basically look at certain, bits of the Quran, and like look into it and sort of like get a bit of a more deeper understanding with it. And if I got questions, I can always ask the Imam, and he's very helpful. And basically, he's been teaching me a bit of the Arabic on a Thursday that I go sometimes and try to learn the very first surah, type thing for prayer. But yeah, it's slow and steady as they go, as they say.
That's the best way, slow and steady, man. We're super happy for you, and it's this is what it's all about, man. Everything else we do is useless if it weren't for people like you. You know that? You're the reason that we're doing all this stuff and putting out the content and doing the live streams. It's for people like you. So David, you are the reason. You are that reason, man. So
it's like if for example, if I walk downstairs now and go out my house, my mosque is only across the road from me. It's only across.
SubhanAllah.
Wow.
Hey,
David.
It's meant to be.
Hey,
David, man.
Yeah, there'll be David in chat. David, do you have Discord or do you have any social media?
basically, like I said, I've been watching yourself, Leafy, and Dean, and Ophilock Oxley on YouTube, and what's the other one? Twitter, I think it's called,
Yeah.
or something like that, where you debate like some of the really
Christian
hallelujah sort of
Yeah.
very Christians that I have met. I met them as well. Believe me or not, I have actually met them on the streets of England here, and
Right.
and I it's I'm in my 40s, and I have been to many of these churches. I've been to like a Catholic church where they have statues of Mary and then they go around asking for money in a little bag, and you in these little little stools, and you have to stand up and look at this like very depraved picture or statue of who, and it just didn't seem right. And
Didn't
then
sit right with you.
yeah,
Yeah.
it was like, and I was searching, I was searching, for answers, and like in the beginning, like the Bible, when I went to people and asked the Pope or whoever, could I read it? They said no, he wasn't allowed. Only us, who are part of the church could read it, type thing. I was not even allowed to take the Bible home, type thing. Luckily enough, my nan had one, but like I said, it was a very old book, but yeah, I'm not lying to any Christians here or being whatever. I'm telling you the truth of what my life was like, and and like I said to you, since I've been going to the mosque, I have found peace. I have found like my life is no longer stressed out. I feel like every day it's like cloud nine, you know what I mean? And then like my wife's attitude is changed, or suddenly and I'm getting freaked out about it sometimes, but bless her, she's Chinese, and it's really difficult because she sort of does believe or doesn't believe, if you understand my meaning. So it's it's tricky for her, but I love her, and she tells me that she loves me. She gives me a cuddle and everything. And and then lately I went to the jewelers, like I said, to get my to upgrade my ring, and hopefully I can, I'm not forcing my wife, I'm not telling my wife to do it or anything. I just say to her, like, if you do this with me, you will find peace. I said, and she said, like, what, I might come and pray with you one time, and see what it's like to see what you do and to see how it's done, and I said that'd be brilliant, so who knows, one day she might come and join me.
Slow and steady, man. Slow and
slow and
steady.
steady.
She'll come around. She'll come around. Trust me, especially if you give her dawah through your actions, if your Islam starts manifesting in your life, those people around you will be attracted to it. Okay?
Yeah, definitely.
It'll manifest. It'll come around.
And I definitely have seen that, if you understand my meaning, through my wife's actions and how I treat my wife, because I always treated my wife very goodly, like a precious gem. It even says it in the Quran that you should treat your wives like a precious, like jewel, type thing, So thank you. So sorry, I didn't mean to blab on.
It's okay, man. It's okay. We love hearing about your story. It's amazing. It's very inspiring. But yeah, David, one thing I want to mention is when somebody becomes Muslim, it's a prophetic tradition. You don't have to do it, but it's recommended that just as you cleansed your soul, from disbelief, it's good to also cleanse and shower your physical body, right? So it's a recommended thing. You don't have to do it, but it's the best thing to do. Okay, I think we're gonna almost wrap up the stream here. So,
Nice.
but yeah, do you have any other questions that?
No, that's it really.
you have right now?
If you ever come to England and you're ever in London, let me know, and I would love to meet you up with you, shake hands.
Yeah, let's stay in contact, David. Definitely.
Please send me an email so I stay in contact with you. theorthodoxmuslim@gmail.com. So my YouTube name at gmail.com. Okay.
Cool. Yeah, of course.
All right.
So if you're ever in London, let me know, and we can come and shake hands, and we can go to the local mosque, and we can all pray together.
Yes,
Sounds
yes,
good.
inshallah, inshallah, if Allah
Inshallah.
allows. Thank you so much, David. It's been a pleasure meeting you.
care.
Thank you so much for tuning in, and hope to see you again. Okay.
You too. Take care of
God
yourself.
bless you. Barakallah.
Assalamu
Assalamu
alaikum.
alaikum.
And your
Assalamu alaikum. Oh, sorry, I cut you off before you.
Oh, I said I was
Thank,
going to say, God bless you and your wives if you have any.
thank you, thank you. I appreciate
Barakallah
it, David.
feek.
Have a good one.
Likewise.
Enjoy your day. Bye. All right,
What
guys.
a jolly good guy.
What a
good
guy.
Yeah, subhanallah, subhanallah. May Allah allow us to have the kind of like attitude that he has towards life. It's amazing. Let me go through the super chats, but before that, thank you, Dean and Leafy, for coming. I know we didn't finish through the live stream. We'll have to do it another live now. But I appreciate you guys tuning in. You guys are always welcome on my panels, man.
Barakallah feek. Actually,
You
before I
guys-
leave the piano, I just wanted to share
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, sure.
Just quickly.
Fine.
Have a look who commented about an hour ago.
I saw, man. Yo, try to get him for an interview on my channel. Try. See if he's
Inshallah,
willing.
bro. I'll get me and you will get him on your channel.
Hey, brother,
And,
brother, doctor. Is he a doctor? I don't know if he has
believe
a
so, yeah.
PhD. But Dr. Ali Atai, I am so indebted to you. Somebody send him this. I am indebted to you. I watch you all the time. I've
All of
watched
us.
every single video, every single lecture. Man, I look up to you. You are amazing, and I aspire to be like you one day. You are one of my biggest inspirations, and I hope that you would allow me to host you on my platform so we could all benefit from you. Somebody send him this, please. Okay.
Inshallah.
So that's amazing,
Inshallah.
man. He left a comment there. All right,
Yeah,
guys. Thank
barakallah
you.
feek, Libiano.
Yeah,
I
barakallah
appreciate
feek.
you, man. Have a good one, Leafy. Have a good one, Dean. Thank you, guys.
Salam.
Assalamu alaikum. All right. Let's read the super chats. One David eating the Quran and the other David converted to Islam. Sounds like the story of Umar radiallahu anhu. Man, that filthy David Wood is disgusting. May Allah curse him and break his back and throw him in the fire forever. What a filthy guy. If you guys have seen what he's been doing. Filthy, filthy. May Allah break him and never allow him to have peace and rest in his heart. Filthy guy, man. Can you do a live video presenting Athari Creed someday for us to all be at the same level? Jazakallahu khairan. I could, but I don't know if that would be befitting of me to do because I haven't formally studied it. Obviously, I've read and I've studied, but I haven't formally with teachers and shuyukh studied it. So I don't know if that's befitting, but I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Maybe it's something that I'll do just on surface ground level. Okay. Let's move on. W. David, may Allah increase your faith and guide us all. Allahumma ameen. Thank you for your support. Allahu Akbar. W. Stream, may Allah guide the sincere. Ameen. Allahumma ameen. El Mod, you and half the chat are takfiring du'as in chat and calling shirk. I don't know who you're talking about, bro. Guys, what's going on? Christian Princess want to debate us Muslim now. We already dealt with Christian Prince a long time ago. He proved himself to be a joke, not capable of holding any conversation of substance. Debunk that the Quranic edits were only for oral traditions. That's not upon me. The burden of proof is on the claimant. So it's not for me to prove, it's for the claimant to prove. Hot Unk Summer, mashallah, barakallah fi, keep it up. You guys see my face getting slimmer, huh? Alhamdulillah, man. Alhamdulillah. Inshallah, you go from metaphysics Mike to Muslim physics Mike. Imagine, man. I think it's possible. I think he's very sincere. Ask Mike to pray, tell him to do 2 rak'ah and come back to talk. I'll do that next time, inshallah, if we have a good deep conversation. For the mod in the chat, you timed out my other account, but you didn't time out that guy who's takfiring du'as in the chat. I won't forgive you, and I will take it on. Guys, what? Can you stop with the, what is going on? Can you guys stop arguing? I don't know why you guys argue so much. Don't IP his request of not having a formal debate with you on the 3rd of February. He's requesting that. He knows you'll get cooked otherwise. I know, man. I don't know why he's trying to change things last minute now, but mashallah, Dean Rocks, great stream, Lubiano. Thank you, bro. Thank you for helping the channel. Barakallahu feek. What is the best Quran to study for refuting? I know there are textual variants, so we don't have the original. What are you talking about? What? What is this guy talking about, man? Favorite niche fact on Ebionites? Also, do you poop? I assume so, for the latter. For the former, I think the Ebionites and their view of false pericopes is really interesting. Really interesting. Not gonna lie, chat. What was flashed? I didn't see nothing. Someone get me a telescope and a Bible real quick. Oh my God, man. You guys are funny. You guys are funny, man. The flasher did fake shahadas. You debated him before. I know. This guy wasted my time. Did fake the shahada once. I know. He's wasted time. This new year has been Zestfest 2026 for Christians. I guess that's what they mean by Happy New Year. I said it before. Assalamu alaikum to Orthodox Muslim. Leafy India responds. Great to see you, brother, streaming together. Much love and support, all three of you. Barakallah feek, Dawah Trucker. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for tuning in, and thank you for the support. Steelman says, Assalamu alaikum, Rabbi. Isn't the beloved disciple James, radiallahu anhu, rather than John, son of Zebedee? Dr. James E. Tabor also agrees that the beloved disciple is James. Thoughts? Yeah, I know he says it. I haven't seen any of the evidence he uses, but I think that would make sense. So I don't have a problem with that view. Someone flashed Dog Logic. I know it's the same guy who flashed me. If Jesus knew he was God in his humanity and still said only the Father knows, and knowingly stated something false, then exactly, that's what I said about negative and positive predicates earlier. That's spot on. Salam, brother, beloved brother, do you know about the hadith that we will conquer Rome, and is it authentic? And second question, and before the blessed Mahdi comes, will we have a khilafah? Yes, we will conquer Rome. It is authentic as far as I could recall. And before the Mahdi comes, will we have a khilafah? I don't remember from the eschatological texts and traditions, so I'd have to double check. But I think that's what the eschatological traditions portray. We hear only for Allah, then maybe chicken dilemma. Hey man, the chicken dilemma. Check it out. Get to know if you don't know, man. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Turkish brother loves you for the sake of Allah, my brethren. And we love you also for the sake of Allah. Barakallahu feek. I challenge you to a debate right now. Shut up. Congratulations, big bro. May Allah reward you. Oh, we already read this. All right, guys. That's it. Thank you so much for showing up, for tuning in. I appreciate every single one of you. Remember, my channel is nothing. I am nothing without you guys. Thank you for helping me bring people to Islam, bring these ideas out there, be on the front lines. I'm indebted to all of you guys. Barakallahu feekum, and I'll see you guys next time. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.